No, it is working. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hope you're good over on every platform where people are watching me right now. Give me 1 second. I hope you're all good. Hope you're having a nice day. I certainly am kinda. It's too hot again, as always. But yes. Haha, I'm so early today. Yeah, I started incredibly early because I figured on days where I just can easily get this going, I can just start early and do some of this to just make the stream a little longer for you guys. But you don't have to watch. They're still saying there's a ceasefire. Yep, they are. Go on YouTube. I am on YouTube right this second. It's so hot. I know. It's incredibly hot. It's incredibly hot. Radioactive pasta while watching Chris sounds awesome. What's going on with red radioactive pasta? Hello, Soph. Good to see you. And hello, everyone over on TikTok. Yo, Chris, mod me. Yeah, Ray, I'm sorry. The only reason I haven't modded you is because it's just hard when the chat's going fast. So now's probably the perfect time to do it. Debate. You can add you as a moderator. Yes, I'll add you as a moderator. Debate. What do you mean debate? I've just started. I started like 10 seconds ago. So it's quite hard to have debated already. Well, it's my fave Dota player and defender of Palestine, Chris Kunset. You want to see some epic Dota gameplay? Trust me. Thank you. Oh, I want you to debate someone. We'll see. It might not work. The problem is whenever I try and do debates after a few days, it's an annoyance. Wow, this is early. I know. What I'm thinking is I can make the stream go on for longer by doing this. We've got a lot of news to cover, so don't worry, that will be the biggest part of this, but we'll see if we get any interesting people coming on. We'll see. I am aware of who Nick Matau is, yes. Sorry, I got a cough. I added a lot of concentrated tomato and chili powder, so it's like bright red and spicy. Nice. Hello, Scouty Paws. You weren't first, Yak Attack was. All of these streams be coming out of nowhere. Are you notifying this when you're starting stream anywhere else? No, I normally notify on Discord, but I was kind of weighing it up and I was like, right, I'm not going to be able to search much more of what's happening today. There isn't much more happening today that I can really look up. I mean, Trump gave an amazing speech at Lindsey Graham's funeral yesterday. Lindsey Graham has got to have had the funniest funeral of all time. There's a bit where Trump's eating Tic Tacs, but yeah. Yeah, it's incredible. First. I don't think you are first. I don't think you are first at all. I agree with 100%. Well, that's nice. Well, then we wouldn't have much to debate about if we were to debate. I'm torturing myself because I can't cook. Well, cooking's just belief. No need to debate. Thank you. Any politic here? Well, you guys have been loving the politic, it seems like. Everyone's been lapping up that podcast. No need to debate. We'll see. We'll see. Someone might come up, someone might not. If they don't, they don't. And then we just go to the regular stream programming. But we'll see. We'll see. What's there to debate? It's facts. Well, if people come up, that's the whole thing to discuss. Have we heard more about Mitch McConnell? Mitch McConnell is alive. He is alive, definitely. Hello, Metal Pool. Hello, yes, hello everyone. Mitch McConnell is alive. They uploaded another photo of him. I mean, how alive he is the real question. I don't know how you can claim to be alive when you're moving like that, but yeah. Thanks for the heart me. So true, King. Thank you. Well, the point is people coming up to debate. Have you seen the recent Jake Lang interview? No. If you had a billionaire behind you, what would you do with the money? I would use the money to buy a massive computer, the biggest computer ever if I had a billionaire behind me, the biggest computer in the world. And I would use that computer to do amazing things like Google stuff. Maybe I'd also get better equipment, but yeah. Fund militias to overthrow our government. Yeah, I am absolutely not doing that. I am not even going to talk or endorse that, because what do you think is going to happen if you say shit like that on the internet? You're going to have Keir Starmer or Andy Burnham's crack squads coming up after you and arresting you. Hello everyone. Has hope been lost in Israelis? What do you mean hope been lost? There are like a small amount of people in Israel who have pretty decent political beliefs. Unfortunately, it's just a small amount, unfortunately. One would hope that can change over time, though. Yeah, you can have a... I can't read your name, it's too small. My Arabic is... And also I don't speak Arabic, I can just read a tiny bit. But yes, can I get a hello back? Hello. How do we reasonably infer Israel intended to genocide the Palestinians? I think the way that you infer that Israel intended to do genocide, the way that you infer that Israel wanted to do genocide against the Palestinians is from the way, way, way longer project of Israeli settler colonialism in Palestine, which is premised on eliminating the indigenous population. And I believe that you can also infer it from the statements and actions of people in the Israeli government. And I think that the way that they've handled Gaza is indicative of their desire to do genocide. Congo and Sudan as well. Colonialism is way better than Zionism. I find that to be one of the most insane views imaginable, because Zionism is colonialism. Like, thinking that other forms of colonialism are good is probably one of the most insane statements imaginable. Thinking that Zionism is a bad example makes colonialism bad. Are you brainwashed or uneducated? Mixture of both, mate. I had head trauma. Is the Amalek the best evidence from a government spokesperson? I think there's so much evidence from Israeli government officials. Hello, Alex. Hope you're good. And I hope you're doing okay. Before Israel, there are British. Yes. Zionism is just colonial fascism with a religious skin. Quite a lot of other colonialist fascistic projects were also very religious. I cannot fathom the situation monitors such as yourself has not yet monitored the Asmongold Chinese girlfriend situation. I have a Chinese-speaking girlfriend. That's a... how does it go? Chinese-speaking girlfriend, something else. It's from Summertime by the Sundays. But I have seen that Asmongold has some form of girlfriend thing. I mean, the Dane speaks. No one was talking about Hassan Piker. You will generally find that a lot of people in my chat do not have fond opinions of Hassan Piker. If you don't want to watch him, that's totally your prerogative. I don't think we need another debate about whether or not we like whether we like Hassan. And English people should be highly discriminated, as every English-speaking person should. Okay, that's an interesting comment, that every English-speaking person should be spoken about negatively. What's wrong with Hassan? A lot of people are critical of him for like working with Democratic Party officials. I want to ask you to have a formal debate. No, that you can join here. That's what you want. Can I join, please? Well, do you want to debate? Your name is Vapes Are My Fave. I'm not sure you want to debate. Love the podcast, bro. Thank you. See, this is the kind of stuff is crazy. Chris, you're being clipped. Be careful. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Do you believe that Jews in Palestine are not Jew but Europeans who claim to be Jews? No, they're obviously Jewish, but they're Europeans in Palestine. I was just trying to defend their reasoning. Where are you from in England? England. I'm from England. That's where I'm from. Right, is there anyone trying to debate who's trying to join? Is there anyone who's trying to debate? Vapes Are My Fave is just a crazy name. Anyone who debates against these topics is just a fucking monster. Some people, definitely, yes. Did you take up the masters yet? I have a masters. What about Indians in England? What, are Indians in England supposed to be fake Jewish people? I don't understand what your comment is. I don't understand what that comment even means. Yep, they're European Jewish people. Your profile is just... Can I come up? What do you want to debate? Why are you spamming hey Chris? Let me debate. Okay. Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's up?
What's up? What do you I don't agree with the third one.
Okay, we want to elaborate.
I mean, ignoring. I mean, just looking at like history. I mean, in really any modern or even historical genocide, I can think of like if you gave, if you put those people right in the same position that Israel's in, I think this conflict would look a lot different. Like if you put the Khmer Rouge in Israel's position in Cambodia, they would have unalived every person in that position, right? But like Israel has the opportunity, they have the power, they have the military capacity, but they don't. So I feel like in that, and you're gonna say because like the media, like their reputation and the U.S. wouldn't let them do it, but like whatever, then they're not doing it. So I don't believe they're committing a genocide. And I
Well,
also think the intent, you know.
it's very obvious what Israel's plan is. Israel's plan is to mass expel the Palestinians because it amounts to the same end goal for them. America seemingly will let them do that. So what would be the point in killing everyone in Gaza? Mass killing people to terrorize the population, to destroy their society is a far better way to achieve their aims than killing everyone. It's still a genocidal project because it takes aim at the same thing of removing those people as a threat to Israeli society by expelling them out of Palestine, taking the land and never allowing them to return. It's the same
Wait,
purpose of what Israel wants to do.
is expulsion genocide?
In the context of what Israel's doing, yes.
Really? I don't think that meets the
If you
definition of
expel people
genocide.
with the goal of
The
eliminating,
definition of genocide.
if you expel people with the goal of eliminating people, of erasing and destroying them in part or in whole, that's genocide. And by the way, the definition of genocide, you do realize that genocide is a hotly debated topic. That even
Yeah,
in
no,
other
I'm not
cases,
gonna.
that even in other cases, so in the Myanmar case, there were multiple Western nations who intervened to say to the judges, yeah, you need to focus on changing this inference thing so it doesn't become too strict as finding a genocide.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah, regardless of if they're trying to expel them out or not, I don't believe that makes for a genocide. I mean, it's clear as to why there is Israeli military presence in Gaza right now. There's a war being fought. I
It's
mean,
really not. There's a
like
ceasefire
there.
and they've killed 1,000+ people. It's really not clear why Israel needs a
Well,
military still
all
in
right. Well,
Gaza,
I'm not gonna lie.
especially when Hamas say, yep, we'll willingly disarm if you allow some kind of solution.
Yeah, there's been like a million ceasefires, and like every side's broken a million
Well, who's
times.
the
I
one
don't
who's killed
even
1,000
talk about.
people? What are you talking about? Both sides breaking a ceasefire. Who's the one that's killed
All right, what
1,000
about
people?
when Hamas invaded when there was a ceasefire and
There
killed
was
like
not.
they had?
The
Dude,
thing is the concept of a ceasefire is so ridiculous because it relies on separating the Palestinian people and segmenting them up. Palestinians are a united people. They might be cut off in Gaza from the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and even, by the way, in the West Bank, they're cut off from other Palestinians living inside of the West Bank. But that does not materially change the fact that Palestinians are a united people, and thus Israel's assaults on Palestinians in the West Bank and the theft of their land is an assault on Palestinians. So I really don't think that there actually was any kind of ceasefire, because during a ceasefire you shouldn't be building fucking settlements, you shouldn't be killing people.
yeah, but the difference is like, sure, it wasn't Palestinian people attacking on October 7th. It was the government, Hamas, and in the West Bank, Hamas doesn't rule. So like they and Hamas doesn't like the PLO or the PA. So like, why would Hamas want to like stand up for the PA being
They're
attacked in
not
the West
standing up for
Bank?
the
Like,
PA, they're standing up for Palestinians. Most Palestinians living in
bro,
the
you
West
think
Bank don't
Hamas
like.
cares about the?
I
You think
think that
Hamas cares about the Palestinians?
I think that you can maybe say that, well, they were willing to, invite a massive Israeli assault onto Gaza, but that doesn't justify it at all. But I still think that they care about the goal of Palestinian liberation. I think
Bro,
that
you
they
do
genuinely
realize,
do.
like, if they never attacked on October 7th, I don't love
What?
Israel. I don't know if there would be any more progress, but there would be a better chance of achieving a Palestinian state if
How
they never
so? How
attacked.
so?
Well, and now that you attacked, I mean,
Well,
look
how
at
was
the
there? Wait,
like
wait,
the
wait. How was there going
is
to be a what was being done to make a Palestinian state prior to October the 7th?
I don't think currently in the
Wait, wait. Can
Netanyahu
you answer what was
administration is
being done to
possible.
make a Palestinian state prior to October the 7th?
Well, I don't. Once again,
So
I don't
nothing.
think
The
in this
answer is
government.
nothing. So
Well,
in the
that's
context
not.
of that, the Palestinian October the 7th changed absolutely nothing in the context of a
Well,
peaceful
yeah, it just
solution.
made it now that now Israelis hate Palestinians, and it will never happen because they think they're
Israelis already
terrorists.
hated Palestinians. They were already thieving their land, killing them, oppressing them, keeping them under a barbaric siege in
Not, I
Gaza.
mean, you're acting like there's never been like a chance for states, and there's never been like
I don't think
they're
Israel
acting
did
like
it
it's
in good
always just been
faith.
like one
I
side
don't
attacking
think
the
Israel
other.
did it in good faith. No, and I think that it doesn't really matter which side attacked.
I mean,
think one
Yasser
side is
Arafat
the
had the
I think
opportunity.
one side is the oppressor, and I think one side is the oppressed. I think one side is the group of people who are living in their indigenous homeland, who are dispossessed by settlers that came over to their land, and I think that that's where the problem lies. In the
That's
sense
just
of
like
the
a
fact
very
that
black and white.
I also, by the way,
This is
I
a
would
very like black and white, like Marxist viewpoint.
a black and white Marxist viewpoint.
Oppressed and
Okay,
oppressed, and you said, well, oppression and oppressed literally comes from Marxism.
I don't
But
think it specifically
just
does. Where does
it's
it
a
come
very
from in Marxism?
well, the whole belief that you side with the oppressed people, ignoring all context. I mean,
What do you mean?
like,
Is that not a good
okay,
idea to side with oppressed people? People
sometimes,
who are
I don't
downtrodden,
know
who are
about here.
subjected to violence.
These
Do you think
oppressed
we should have
people
just
have.
thought about the complexities of apartheid South Africa and been like, well, actually, maybe the oppressors have a point in apartheid South Africa?
Well, I don't think
No.
this is anything like apartheid South
No, it's
Africa.
worse. It's worse than apartheid South Africa.
I disagree.
How so?
Well,
How so?
these oppressed people have continuously elected terrorists who continuously
The
invest
Israelis
their
continually
funding
elect.
money into.
What's a terrorist?
No.
What's a terrorist?
I don't have a definition because
So you
there's a
don't have a
million different
definition,
definitions.
but the thing is when it comes to the context of this, it's very obvious that terrorist is just something that means Palestinian, right? That's it. Like Palestinian who engages in militancy. Because if you're talking about people electing terrorists, the Israelis have elected far grander terrorists than Palestinians ever have.
Look, you have Hamas who like deliberately targets civilians. You can't convince me that Israel is going out there and just like shooting civilians because they would be doing that if that was the case. And maybe a couple bad apples have done it.
Israel is deliberately. Just go look at
like
the West
you
Bank.
do agree that
Hamas. Look at the West Bank.
You do
look
agree.
At Gaza. Look at the death toll of civilians. It's so high.
Well, you do agree that Hamas deliberately targeted civilians when they attacked.
What,
like,
on October
that was without a doubt.
There was definitely war crimes committed, but I think that their goal was to take massive amounts of hostages, which in of itself is a war crime if you're taking civilians hostage.
Okay, yeah, great. They replaced a war crime with a war crime. Okay, Israel, like, I mean, we're not talking about the West Bank, but like, when you're talking about Gaza, like, sure, the death toll's so high, but like, when you're fighting a war in like the most densely populated city, it's kind of hard to avoid a high death toll when you're targeting like a military group that's kind of like hidden in the population, and especially on that, like. They Hamas could be doing so many things to protect their civilians.
What could they do?
I don't know. I mean, put people in their tunnels that they built.
Why would they do that? Israel gasses the tunnels.
Well, but everyone's saying Hamas is hiding in these tunnels. Like
Israel gasses the tunnels. So why would you?
I mean, do you think that Hamas has added? Do you think Hamas has correctly spent their aid money, like to the best of their ability?
Their aid money. I mean,
like how do these tunnels even exist? Like they receive billions of dollars. Like where is this money?
There are poor people in America. There are poor people in Israel. These countries both spend huge amounts of money on military infrastructure. Palestinians in Hamas chose to use their money to build defensive infrastructure in tunnels. And
okay, I'm going to be honest.
The tunnels were initially made for smuggling things in and out because Israel had a major siege of Gaza.
But like when you look at Hamas, right? Like, what's even the point of building a military when it's just going to be inferior to Israel? Like, why not put all your money into like food and resources to like? In my opinion,
wait, let me ask you a question,
dude. If Gaza marketed themselves as like a peaceful friend to Israel, I'm sure there could possibly be some solution.
They do that in the West. They do that in the West Bank, and it doesn't work.
Yeah, but it's a different government, bro. What are you talking about?
What? But it doesn't matter that it's a different government in the West Bank. Okay,
it does because when you're making a peace deal, you have to work with the government.
The point you were trying to make is that Hamas could act differently. Okay, so what about the West Bank? The only allegation that the Israelis have is talking about the Martyrs Fund, which goes to people who are in prison and the families of people who who were killed by Israelis, whether that's engaging in militancy or not, okay?
But I think the PA is fine.
But the Palestinian Authority collaborate with Israel, okay? There's a video of, I think his name is Lieutenant General Keith Dayton, and he says of the Palestinian Authority that all of the soldiers in it are trained by him, that they are new men who do not fight against Israel, they fight against Palestinian militarism, okay? What does Israel do in the West Bank?
Well, no, I think
what does Israel do in the question? What does Israel do in the West Bank?
No, I am answering your question. Okay. In the West Bank, at the PA, I mean, they do kind of actually work with the PA. I mean, they don't have sovereignty, but like there's more peace. I mean, the issues with the settlement and like those religious extremists, I think. And Israel used to actually do stuff bad. I mean, once again, with the far right government, they don't really care anymore, and they actually support it, which I don't support that. But once again, that like you can't.
You didn't answer
It's a
the
different
question
government,
because it
so it's like
disproves the entire argument
sure,
you
the
just
Palestinian
made.
people are all the same.
You just disproves the entire argument you made. The
Wait,
argument
repeat
you
the
made
question.
is that the argument you made.
Wait,
is
what
that
argument did I make?
The argument you made is why didn't Hamas just do things differently? Well, we literally have an example of what happens when you market yourself.
Wait, what? That's two words.
You
that
have
has
an
nothing.
example of where people market themselves as friendly to the Israelis with the Palestinian Authority. They work with the Israelis to crack down on Palestinian militarism that is outside of the purview
but pause.
of anything
Hamas.
that they control. No,
but those are two different organizations.
Be quiet for a second, because the argument you just tried to make is that Hamas could have done things really differently, that they shouldn't have invested in weapons, that they shouldn't have done this. What has happened to Palestinians in the West Bank who have marketed themselves as friendly to the state of Israel?
Yeah, but the PA doesn't have a history of attacking.
What has happened to them? Answer the question.
Israel.
Answer the question.
Yeah, let me answer the question. The PA doesn't have it. Okay, can I answer? The PA doesn't have a history of being a terrorist group like Hamas, so it's different. It's like the boy who cried wolf. Hamas has no rep.
You are not.
They have no rep.
You are not answering the question.
What is your question, bro?
I don't know if you are like so dense, but the argument you keep trying to make is you keep going. They're different organizations. I am completely aware of that. But what I am saying is, how has Israel treated the Palestinian Authority and Palestinians in the West Bank after they did not engage in militarism against the state of Israel?
Yes, my point is that they never engage in militarism, which, yeah, and I'm answering your question. It's not as bad. Yes. Do you see a fucking war in the West Bank? No. There you go. That's your answer.
Do I see a great Palestinian economy?
Sure. Your answer to the question is that in Gaza, there's a million. Well, yes, let me answer your question. In Gaza, there's 100,000 people dead. In the West Bank, there's like 20. That's your answer. Great. If objectively, if Hamas never invaded Israel, there would be thousands and thousands of less dead people. So yes, I agree. When you don't engage in terrorism, less people die. How does that not answer your question?
The thing is you've gish-galloped around because you were like, well, Palestinians
Did I gish-gallop? I answer your question 100%.
You said Palestinians in Gaza could have just chosen to invest in different things and had a great economy, and they spent their money badly.
Well, it is true. Objectively, if they never attacked on October 7th,
they spent their money badly. And the thing is, well, that wasn't what we were talking about. You were talking about how Palestinians could have done something differently. And I think just going, well, there's only like 20 people dead in the West Bank. Israel is seizing Palestinian land at an ever-increasing rate. This was happening before October the 7th. They're engaged in thieving Palestinian money. Israel just steals Palestinian tax revenues, so people in the West Bank are absolutely fucked. Israel has completely destroyed tourism in the West Bank throughout its occupation, its decades-long occupation. So the point is regardless of what path Palestinians try to take, Israel will treat them with heinous brutality.
Yeah, I don't really support what Israel does in the West Bank. I even said that earlier.
So why are you acting as if like Hamas is the major issue in here when we literally have an example
because what Israel is doing in the West Bank is more like a what's happening in the West Bank is more like a social problem. It's bad, but it's not like they're going around shooting people, right? It's a
social problem.
Well, it's things like internal policies and land, different things than like what's happening in Gaza is like, which side do you believe is right? Because one side is killing a bunch of people, one side killed a bunch of people. Like that's more like we're talking about morals. What's happening in the West Bank? Like, sure, I don't support it. I don't. But in Gaza, like it's more relevant because people are actually like being killed.
I'm going to be real with you here. How is it not relevant to talk about gangs of masked thugs rampaging through Palestinian homes to drive them out of their land every single day?
Okay, well, I literally
That's like
just
saying
said
in the context of the Holocaust that we shouldn't bother to talk about, like, you know, incidents where Jewish people weren't killed, but they were terrorized by Nazi thugs, because those were all a culmination that led to the eventual extermination.
Can you agree that
dismiss it? You said it was a social issue where Israel is engaged in a mass campaign of ethnic cleansing in the West Bank.
Okay, can you agree that I just said I don't support that?
Well, I don't care if you're saying that you don't support it. You're sat here making justifications for Israel, the country doing said things.
What are we to debate if we both agree on something? I don't support that. Let's talk about Gaza where we disagree.
But the thing is you can't talk about Gaza without the context of what Israel is doing in the West Bank. These are not two separate things. They are all part of what would
honestly can when it's like they're two different governing bodies and two different societies. It's a completely different argument.
No,
That's like
they're
saying we have to
not.
like
No,
we have
they
to
are
like
not.
group the U.S. and Mexico because they're in the same continent. Like it's completely different.
What would be the difference
Completely
between
different.
what would be the difference between the United States and Mexico in terms of the demographics of the population?
Ethnicity, the only thing. I mean,
So
the
one
ethnicity is
group
the only
and
difference.
ethnicity, language. So in those two places, the United States
Okay,
and
sure.
Mexico are
Canada
both
and the
fucking
U.S.
massive.
Then Canada and the U.S. Only difference is
Canada
these
has
are
different, like a different national culture. I mean, I don't think they're as separate as one might think. But in the context of those two things, Canada and the US, those are actually separate entities.
okay.
In the
My
context
point
of
is
the
that
West
these are
Bank and the
two
Gaza
separate
Strip,
entities.
they're not.
You think Hamas and the Hamas and PA literally fought a war? What are you
But
talking about?
you do realize that there are millions of Palestinians who live under both of those governments. I understand that the Palestinian Authority and Hamas and Fatah have their differences and don't agree on the same.
Have their
vision of what should
differences,
happen.
yeah. They have big differences. So I'm
Yes.
not going to talk about them like they're the same entity when they
But
literally
we're
try to
talking
form a
about
coup
wait.
over each other.
But we're not just talking about the governing structure. We're talking about Israeli policy towards both places.
Sure, yeah, and I think the reason why it's different is because of how they act differently. It is objectively different. Once again, back to my point. One side, almost 100,000 people have been killed. One side, like 20 people have been killed. So clearly there's a difference.
You think
If
20
one
people
side,
have been killed in the West Bank?
I don't know the exact number. It's a lot less than Gaza. And there's no military campaign in the West Bank. It's a difference.
Yes, there is. There is 100% a military campaign in the West Bank.
I haven't heard of that.
Database on Fatah. What do you mean? There's a military campaign going on right now.
With like tanks and bombs?
Yeah, with tanks and Israeli soldiers with guns going in and terrorizing Palestinians.
Oh, okay, sure. Like they're going through, but they're not actually.
What do you mean? Wait. This is such a minimization. That is such a minimization. If there were people like rampaging through your land because you were the wrong ethnicity with tanks, guns, armored vehicles, they were arresting you en masse, throwing you out of your homes and helping people ethnically cleanse you from your land, you wouldn't just be calling it a social issue and being like, yeah, 20 people died there. Israel is engaged in its largest ever mass ethnic cleansing operation.
I mean, yeah, I just like show me the numbers of people dying. I just like don't see that. Like that's I don't. I mean, once again, I don't want to debate because I don't know a lot about Israel's military operation in the West Bank. I haven't heard.
You don't seem to know a lot about Gaza either.
I know most stuff about it. I don't think you've pointed me out anything I've said that's wrong.
Hold on. At least 20 Palestinians, 18 Palestinians have been killed just in settler attacks. That's in 2026. I'm trying to find the number killed by military operations.
Was that 80 or 18?
18 killed by settler attacks. Over 1,000
Palestinians. Okay,
bro. This was on the 19th of March. 19th of March, 2026. Over 1,000 Palestinians killed in the West Bank since October 2023. That is 1,000 people killed. That is the same number of people killed as on October the 7th, in a place where you yourself are admitting that there is not a war.
Of 3 years. October 7th was 3 hours.
Wait. 1,000 people killed over the process of 3 years. When you're not calling that a military operation.
I'm not saying that's good, but bro, you're comparing that to October 7th.
It's worse than October the 7th. It's far worse because that's 3 years of terror.
What? No, it's not.
Of course it is. That's 3 years of terror. And terror that is not merely spoken in the language of numbers.
You think 1,000 people over 3 years is worth 1,000 people over 3 hours. Clearly, the severity of the attack has to be much more brutal for them to kill 1,000 in 3 hours. You think the one over 3 years is worse?
The context in which Israel's campaign against the West Bank exists is far longer and far wider reaching. Palestinians could never ever control millions of Israeli Jewish people's lives, subject them to beatings, humiliation, a mass torture system. It is obviously more violent than October the 7th. Sure, over a few hours, that is a greater expression of violence. But
bro, can you show me one video of like, bro, show me one video of anyone like in the West Bank being unalive the way they were alive in those videos on October 7th. The videos I saw, like they're literally just coming in, just shooting people and like just like absolutely terror. Like I don't know, like it was in cold blood, bro. They were just like, I mean, I'm not gonna go after like say they definitely killed kids and like I don't see that happening in the West Bank. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, there are 1,000 people dead. There are 1,000 people dead.
Yeah, sure. Over the course of 4 years, fucking
including
half of those guys,
children.
I don't know. Show me a
including
video of an IDF
children.
soldier going and just shooting a kid in the West Bank. I've never
There
heard
are
of that. I don't think that's
100%
true.
videos. Okay, so this
Okay,
is
so
okay.
I mean, I don't want to see it, but like, I'd like
I'm
to
not
see
going
it
to
in
show
the
you
terms
a
of like,
video.
I don't believe that.
I'm not going to show you a video, but here you go. Rimas Amuri, 13, lived with her family in the Al Jabriyat neighborhood in the southern part of Jenin refugee camp at around 3 p.m. on 21st of February 2025, about a month after a military incursion into the camp. Rimas asked her mother for permission to go to her uncle's house next door to visit her cousins. No clashes were taking place in the neighborhood at the time, but just as Rimas turned onto the path leading to her uncle's house, about 20 meters from her own home, a group of 5 or 6 soldiers fired at her from a distance of 30 to 40 meters. Rimas was hit in the back of the head, collapsed to the ground, crying out for help. She died. She was 13 years old. In a place some Israeli soldiers just massacred her in cold blood.
Wait, what was that website? I'm just curious.
B'Tselem, Israeli human rights organization.
Yeah, that's fair. That's an example then. Yeah. I mean,
Well, I mean,
that's why I say I don't support any of
and
that.
that's why it's far worse than what happened on October the 7th, because this has happened every single day for 3 years of this, and before that, it was happening. They are thieving Palestinian land, and by the way, I don't think we should
Bro,
merely
I don't know.
quantify
Like,
things in terms of
I feel like
killing.
there would be some like media attention if there was like Israeli soldiers going in just slaughtering people in the West Bank. I respectfully don't believe that's happened. And like, sure, you
There
can
is
show me an
huge
example. You show
amounts-
me.
But what? Wait,
Great, you showed me
what are
one
you even talking about? There are huge amounts of media organizations and media attention talking about this.
Years, like, okay. I mean, bro, like, if you're claiming that, like, what the people who've died in the Gaza Strip is like, as tragic as it is, it's mainly been like through bombs because it's a result of war, in my opinion. Like, I don't believe that Israel's been trying to target
Why have
people
they
in Gaza
killed
Strip.
1,000
What you're
people
claiming in
during
the
a
West
ceasefire?
Bank,
Why have they killed 1,000 people during a ceasefire?
I don't think they respect the ceasefires, which is wrong.
There's during a ceasefire, there is not an active war, and 1,000 people have been killed during it.
Yeah, I don't think they respect the ceasefires. I think they just
Okay,
are
great.
trying to eliminate
So
Hamas at this
they've
point.
killed 1,000 people during a ceasefire.
Yeah, so did Hamas. That's my point.
They did.
Hamas killed more than that during
That's
the
the thing.
ceasefire.
That's the thing. That is the complete.
You
and
do
utterly
realize that
ridiculous thing.
you're saying because they were attacking in the West Bank, there was no ceasefire. You do realize the ceasefires are different for the West Bank and Gaza. There's been ceasefires in the Gaza Strip, and there wasn't a ceasefire on the other side. Like, you can't say that because they were attacking in the West Bank, there isn't a ceasefire. But like, they apply the ceasefires to both parties differently. There was a ceasefire with Israel and the Gaza Strip when Hamas committed October 7th. So
What?
if you want to use the ceasefire argument, like, both sides have done it. So what's the point of arguing it?
Because ultimately, during a ceasefire, Israel just seems to keep on committing crimes and then acts like a victim when it is subjected to any reprisal.
You're making fun of someone for acting like a victim, and you support Palestine, bro. Palestinians are the biggest victims, bro. They literally started this war and got fucked, and now they're complaining.
Did they start the
it's
war?
exact.
Really?
I mean, you can talk about when the war started, but in this modern day conflict, yes, they started this one
How so?
by invading Israel. There was no war prior to that day.
You would agree that invasion is an act of war?
In this context, yeah.
So what's going on in the West Bank, where Israelis are constantly invading into Palestinian land?
Yes, I believe that's an act of war. I don't. Once again, don't support what that's
a war against the Palestinian people.
Not fully. I mean, there isn't there isn't a full military campaign like there is in Gaza.
There is
it's not
a full
war.
military campaign.
There's a couple acts of people kicking people out of their houses.
What would constitute a full war for you? Like, the Israeli military has huge amounts of concentrations.
I don't know, like both sides declare a war. Like, there's obviously no war in the West Bank right now. There's just like conflicts.
There's just conflicts where 1,000 people are just killed.
Would the
by
PA
Israelis.
say there's a war with Israel right now? They would say no.
No, they wouldn't. But the Palestinian people living there are experiencing it.
Okay, well, that's their opinion. I'm going to go with the government.
Okay, fantastic. But the major problem here is your whole idea is basically created off this thing of blaming Hamas as if they're the problem. But you yourself have admitted that Israel invades Palestinian land. What did you expect Hamas to do?
Well, oh my God, bro. Your argument is that they invaded Palestinian land, and your example is the
What do you
bank.
expect Palestinians to do?
Bro, okay, you said
What do you expect Palestinians to do? That's my
You
major
said they
question
keep
here.
invading Palestinian land. What do you expect Hamas to do? But you're talking about a different
What do you
Palestinian
expect
land. So it's just
Palestinians in general to do? Hamas is part of the
well,
Palestinian people and the Palestinian liberation
okay,
movement.
then I don't support
What do you expect
Palestinians
them
because
to do?
Hamas is a globally recognized
What
terrorist
do you
group.
expect them to do, though? What do you expect
What
them
do you
to
mean?
do
What do you expect them? You
when
believe
someone
Hamas is?
when someone invades your land and kicks your people off of their land? What do you expect people to do?
Okay, bro, you're asking. They're kicking people out of the West Bank, and you're asking, what do you expect Hamas to do?
Well, I mean,
Do you believe
Palestinians
Hamas?
in the West Bank, in
All right,
Gaza, were
do you
also
believe
subjected
Hamas?
to a massively
Do you
vile siege.
do you believe Hamas represents the Palestinian people?
I believe they represent part of the Palestinian liberation movement.
And you agree that they have a very high approval rating,
In certain places, yes, probably not.
even
as high
after
in
not
Gaza.
being, even after not offering their civilians an election for 25 years. Like, I don't understand how anyone can support this side. Like, literally, a dictatorship that invests all their funding money into terrorism and weapons, and then literally is a dictatorship. They haven't allowed an election for their people. They have no rights for their people. No freedom of speech. The most anti-democratic thing I've ever seen.
Well,
Like, regardless of Israel, how are you supporting a side that is like this far behind? Like, Hamas has no future, bro. Like, literally, all they want to do is just build this terror state. Like, regardless of what you think about Israel, I don't know how anyone can support Hamas.
What do you think Israel is doing?
I mean, bro, at least you could go to Israel and like have some rights. Like,
Israel sucks off America for unlimited weaponry to just kill people. It has built one of the largest terror states, if not the largest terror state in the Middle East.
Yeah, but Israel was fine without America back in the day before they had American funding. They were still winning wars and they were still fucking up Palestinians in these wars.
Fantastic. But they had been supported by the British at that point. They're not fine on their own.
Bro, what? They were literally fighting the British.
Who do you wait? Who do you think said that a Jewish state would be created in the land that they were controlling?
That doesn't mean they supported them, bro. You know about all those bombings and.
But you do realize that the British appointed.
You know why, like those
wait. You do realize that the British appointed literal Zionists to run the country. You know that, right? A guy called Herbert Samuel.
Yeah, they were trying to get out of the region, bro.
You can look up Herbert Samuel. No, they appointed Herbert Samuel in the 1920s. The British gave
but
everything
the British
to the Zionist project.
The British had a ton of land. They just won it after World War I. They were trying to get out. Like, that's why they gave the land to be partitioned away. They didn't want to fucking live in the Middle East. They gave the land to the UN.
But they should never have been giving. They should have. No. Wait. That misses something. The British promised to build a Jewish state in Palestine. They promised to do that.
Okay, and they never did it.
Yeah, they did.
No, they gave the land to the UN.
Yeah, they did. This is pretty much an accepted opinion that the British, gave the Jewish people parastate institutions.
Who partitioned the land?
Who partitioned the land? What do you mean? The British first did it during the Peel Commission in 1937,
and it got rejected
again.
Okay, wait. Key point. It got rejected. They never created the state.
But they laid all of the groundwork to create the state of Israel.
Okay, sure, yeah, I get, yeah, okay, they helped then, sure, that's fair.
They created the state of Israel. They literally signed a document into the mandate that said,
well, yeah,
we will build a Jewish state in Palestine.
That doesn't mean they supported Israel.
That
I'm telling you right now.
They supported Israel.
Okay, what happened in the Camp David?
Just because eventually the Zionists turned on them because the British were no longer really that.
Wait, eventually, it happened before.
Does not mean.
Okay, you do realize that like those, like the Haganah were literally like bombing or in like invading like British hotels. Like,
so what does that change about the years and years and years where Britain ruled over the country, had literal Zionists?
Well, you do realize the British promised them
legal treatment.
Okay.
Also, by the way, you know when people are like, here's a coin from Palestine that has Eretz Yisrael on, that was only put there by the British. The British put that there.
You brought up a good point. You said they promised the Jews a state, and then you brought up the Peel Commission, which was like 30 years before this state was created. So sure, they promised them a state. 10
years before the state was created.
20, I don't know. You brought that up, and I'm like, okay, great. So they promised them a state, and then 10 to 20 years later, there's still no state. So they were pissed, so they started attacking them. So yeah, I don't think they liked each other, and I don't think the British supported the Jews, even though they wanted.
How long did the British rule over Palestine before they did the Peel Commission and before the massive Zionist attacks on them began?
10, 20 years.
30 years. So Britain came into Palestine in about 1917, 1918. They came in there. That's when they conquered
the Peel Commission was in the 30s. It was 20 years.
The Peel Commission is in 1937 onwards, and then the Zionist massive attacks on the British don't happen.
So exactly 20 years.
Didn't happen pretty much until the end of the Second World War. Okay, so you're talking about 30 years of British rule where they have literally premised on we are going to build a Jewish state in Palestine, and you're telling me that what's more consequential is a few years later on. I'm sorry, they
Wait,
literally had people
what do you mean
appointed. They are
bro, you're saying
had
in
people.
Palestine while you're saying in Palestine while you're also saying the British control the land. It's their land. It's not Palestine. It's the British, whatever it is, the British
Palestine.
mandate. I mean, yeah, but I don't know. I just don't like.
Talking
they've
about,
never had
idiot?
any.
It was called mandatory.
The British
Palestine.
have never had any. It was called the Palestinians have never had any sovereignty.
It was called mandatory Palestine. By the way, the whole point.
Okay, it was called this. It was called that. Who ruled the land?
You do realize that the whole point. Yeah, the British called it mandatory Palestine. Do you know what a mandate is?
Sure. I mean, they didn't have a government. Like,
what was the mandate?
Just like in America, like British Columbia. Does that mean it's Columbia? Like, there's names. Names don't like.
What's a mandate?
Like a ruling, like pushing over.
What was the point of the mandate system? Like, why? What did they justify these mandates as? Like, what was the point of having these mandates? What did they claim?
So people could live there?
Was the justification of it? Well, they claimed that through these mandates, they were basically helping the people who lived in that place to reach the point of self-government, okay? In Palestine, they therefore would have been helping to create Palestine by helping the government by helping the people there.
Why were they making a mandate for Palestinians, but they wanted to give the Jews a state?
Because they wrote the Balfour Declaration into the mandate. They shouldn't have done it because the Jewish people were Europeans who came over to said land.
So yeah, they're saying they wanted to make a state for both parties.
There. No, they wanted to make a state.
They want to make a state for both parties.
No. The Balfour Declaration talks about making a Jewish state in Palestine that would not prejudice the rights of the non-Jewish population.
No, yeah, but when they ended up making the agreement, there was a state offering for both sides, which the Jews accepted and the Palestinians did not accept.
Of course the Jews accepted it because they had no real reason to be having a state in Palestine.
They owned about 6%. Once again,
wait. They owned about 6%.
The Palestinians had no say. Like it's like just accept what you can get. They owned about
6% of the land. I'm sorry, that's such a ridiculous thing to say.
It's not a ridiculous thing to say. They didn't have a state and they were offered a state.
Jewish people,
are the Palestinians just greedy?
It's not being greedy. It's about saying we are the people who actually inhabited this land. We don't think we should be forced to give it away by a foreign colonial power to another people.
Give it away.
Who came
Most of the land was purchased
as colonizers. No, it wasn't. How much land was purchased by 1948?
Like most of it.
6%.
So what? Oh, by 19... Well, you're talking about after the war. I'm talking about when the Jews first got there.
I'm talking about 1948. How much of the land was purchased by Jewish settlers?
Sure, yeah. You're talking about after a war that they lost.
You just said, no. I'm not talking about a war that they lost. Okay, let's do on the eve, 1947. The number is the same. Jewish people had purchased around 6% of Palestine. That's it. They got in an offer 55%. And in both offers, by the way, they were given fantastic land. They were given the port cities in the north, pretty much generally. Look at either commission plan. And Palestinians got things like the Jersey Valley.
I mean, the Jewish side got a lot. They got all the desert, bro. They got all the desert, which is like uninhabitable.
Which plan?
The partition plan.
Which partition plan?
There a lot. The UN partition plan, the one that got accepted by the Jews.
UN commission.
They got more land, but a lot of it was like the desert. And like, I mean, I'm not talking about which side was better. Both sides should have accepted it because both sides didn't have a state and both sides wanted a state.
You just said it was mostly the desert. Hold on. So blue on this map is the Jewish state. Look at that. Isn't that fucking crazy? These are the major port cities of Palestine. Yeah. They get one.
Look,
Gaza,
I'm right. Look at
but they get...
Wait, pause.
Wait. Sorry.
Why are you zooming in, bro?
Because wait. Why would I zoom in? The point still stands. You're just trying to... Would you admit that having ports is pretty important to a state?
You're trying to minimize my point by literally cutting out my point.
Because they have what frame. Down here?
Yeah, that's all desert.
But what about this major part land. Here?
Wait, you said green. You said blue was Israel, right?
Yeah, what about this major part here?
You're literally bro, how does
this... Sorry.
You're showing that the Palestinians got the better deal. Nice. They have all this major cities.
I think that you're incredibly thick if you cannot see the point that I'm making. There's Jaffa, port city, Haifa, port city, major part. They have all of the land along the coast.
Okay, to be honest, bro, like I mean, I think you're literally proving yourself wrong, but this is all semantics. Like, who cares what percentage of this, that? Like, bro, they both did. Okay, both parties didn't have states. Both parties were offered states. One party accepted it. One party was greedy. That's the simple reality.
You were the one who just came up and claimed that First of all, Jewish people owned all the land. They didn't own all the land.
What?
You also claim
That's just a
that
straw
they just
man.
got...
I said they bought most of the land. That's not
Okay,
true.
well then you're still wrong
Why do you
with
love to
that.
change people's words?
Well, you still are wrong with that because you got that
I'm
completely
not.
wrong. Then you've got this point here of, look, here you have
And you're like
Haifa,
zooming in. I
Jaffa.
mean,
Why does it matter if I zoom in? I'm making a point
because my argument was that they
specifically
had
about here.
they were offered mostly desert, and now you're zooming in to ignore the desert. Like, bro, are you being serious right now?
Well, what
Yes,
is this?
that is the partition plan. They were offered more land, but it
Is
was
this not
shitty land.
good land? Is this not some of the best land in
No, it's
Palestine?
not, because the entire bottom
wait,
half is not
so-
inhabited.
Wait, a port's not important. A port city's just not like good or important.
No, they are. I'm just saying. Like,
Okay, so they didn't just get
you're
bad land.
disingenuous.
They didn't just get bad land then.
I never said they just got bad land. I said they got worse land.
What, all of the port cities, pretty much?
The Palestinian offer was better. It has
So
more
they
major
have
cities.
to give up. Wait. So Palestinians, right, have to give up all of the port cities down here. They have to give up.
What do you mean
all
give
of,
up? They don't have them.
Well, they have to give all of them up to a Jewish state. Okay.
What do
They
you mean
have to
give
them
up? They never had it.
Well, they're
It
the
was
ones
never
who actually
theirs.
inhabited the land. That's
Bro,
what they're claiming.
you do
They're
realize,
the ones
like,
who lived in Palestine.
For the partition plan, there was going to be Palestinians in the Jewish state and Jews in the Palestinian state.
would
It
have been
doesn't mean
ethnic
everyone had to get.
They would have
That's
moved
just
people between the two of them.
That's an assumption. I mean, that was not
there
part of
would
the
have been-
agreement.
There would have been population exchanges.
Well, the agreement was that they would have to coexist at some rate. Like, it was going to be like 80-20 Jews, like 80% Jews, 20% Palestinians, vice versa, in the other
So that
state.
would mean huge amounts of population being removed of Palestinians, but not Jewish people.
I don't think it was going to be forced. I mean, the only reason anyone got forcefully expelled was because they invaded and then lost the war. Like, that's the reason
So
the
there-
Nakba happened.
So, by the way, pardon?
I said the reason the Nakba happened.
The Nakba happened before. The
No,
Nakba
it
started in
happened-
1947.
I disagree.
Well, you can't disagree. About 300,000 people were already expelled from their homes by
Yes, but the
May
mass expulsion
1948.
from the Israeli government began after the war.
Where do you think?
Like, that's when.
Well, 300,000 people is kind of a mass. That's nearly half of the total people who were expelled.
Who were they expelled by? They were like expelled by like
Jewish
British
settlers.
people too.
No, they were expelled by Jewish settlers.
Jewish. So
Jewish-
that's where I disagree. Most
Jewish-
of that land was purchased. I just think you're wrong, bro.
Well, you can say that, but objectively, you are the one who is in the wrong here.
What Jews were coming? What Jews kicked out of their houses before 1948?
They literally
Before the
admit
war
this in their
started.
own documents.
Like a government or just like random people? They were purchasing the land when they came to the land. Like when they
They
immigrated after
purchased
World
about
War.
6% of the land.
Yeah, I don't know where you're getting that number from,
That's an accepted number, Ilan Pape.
bro. That's like, come on, bro.
That's like what?
No, it's just like that guy is very biased.
I don't care. Who does your number come from that they purchased most of the land?
Just a fact.
Well, no, it's just something that you're saying because someone else on
I'm not.
Instagram
Show
or
me.
TikTok told you that.
How else would they acquire
Okay.
the land if they didn't purchase it?
Okay, so
No one just came in and
so
like
this
just kicked
is
you out of
wait,
their
wait,
houses.
wait, wait, wait. I'll show you this. Seeing as you say that I'm just making stuff up and that Ilan Pape made stuff up. Okay, what
Never
this?
said he made stuff up.
I'm going to show you this, and I'm going to show everyone here because there are still people who try to deny the Nakba.
Wait, can we
Okay,
like, look?
wait,
What are you
wait,
even
wait,
looking
wait,
at,
wait,
bro?
wait.
What is this website?
This is if you don't know what this is JSTOR. It's a collection of like academic articles. It's like a hosting site for academic articles. Okay, so what you're looking at here is migration from Eretz Yisrael Arabs between December 1st, 1947 and June 1st, 1948. This is a declassified Israeli military from the General Intelligence Service, the Arab section. Okay, so what it talks about is the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. Okay, it talks about 4 distinct phases. This is between December to May. This is the Israelis themselves admitting that they were ethnically cleansing huge amounts of people. Okay? This is themselves. And here they are
Wait.
saying for the main reasons that there was immigration, okay? Or not immigration, ethnic cleansing. They put number 1, direct Jewish hostile actions against Arab communities. Impact of our hostile actions against communities neighboring where migrants lived. Here particularly fall the large neighboring communities. 3, actions taken by dissidents, Irgun Lehi. 4, orders and directives issued by Arab institutions and gangs. 5. Jewish whispering operations, psychological warfare intended to drive Arabs to flee. Evacuation ultimatums, fear of Jewish retaliation upon a major Arab attack on Jews. The appearance of gangs and foreign fighters near the village. Fear of Arab invasion and consequences. Arab villages isolated within purely Jewish areas. Various local factors and general fear of what was to come. Okay, this is the Israelis admitting that the main driving cause is their hostile action towards Palestinians and Palestinians leaving the land.
Wait, when is this though?
This is in 1948, so this is talking. This is talking about
Wait,
before the major
You said
invasion.
1948.
1947 to 1948. So this is before the Arab armies even came into enter the country. So that's an Israeli official document, okay? That's so when you've been listening to
my
these
claim
people,
of my claim of
when
the
you've been listening to people who are telling you that the Nakba's made up, that's not even what the Israelis' own documents say. The Israelis ethnically cleansed the Palestinians.
No, I never said it was
They
made
kicked
up.
them
I
out
said
of
the
their
main
homes.
reason for the mass expulsion was that it was after a war. That the
Well,
mass
it started
expulsion
happening
took
before
place after the war.
1948. It wasn't because
Bro,
of
what
a war.
you showed me here is that like there were fears of hostility, so people were pushed out. But
That's
I'm talking about when the mass expulsion began. Like you're like nitpicking what I'm saying. I'm saying, dude, the mass
But
expulsion.
this is them talking about how many. Literally, just Google how many people.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong, but we both agree that the mass expulsion took place after the war.
40.
And the reason for that expulsion is justified. That's why, like, when people talk about the Nakba, like, it's something that, like, makes no sense. And, like, there's a reason for it. Like, they
So-
had lost a war, so they got kicked out.
300.
But, yeah, sure, like, I mean, dude, there's... I don't know why you believe I think Israel's some, like, beacon of light. Like, I don't love them. And I definitely think they do wrong. Like, I don't think they're perfect. I obviously support them over Hamas, but...
Well, why you would do that is genuinely beyond me.
Why I would
Because-
support Israel over Hamas? Hamas is
Because what
a
reason?
terrorist organization that
Okay,
targets kids.
Why is Hamas a terrorist organization?
Well, my alarm went off. I mean, other than the fact that like every world organization views them as a terrorist and classifies them as a terrorist, they're a terrorist group because, yeah, they target civilians, and on top of that, they don't want a future for the.
Oh,
Like, if Hamas happened to be some different organization who actually want a future for the Palestinians, I mean, it's too far gone now, but 20 years ago they had a chance. I mean, they were given the Gaza Strip, they withdrew all their settlements, like they gave them a chance to build up a state. I mean,
So-
at this point, there's
wait-
no peace in my opinion.
I
Like,
showed you.
Israel's too far right. Nothing.
I showed you an article.
I mean, I don't even know why do we even why do people even debate this conflict? Like, at what point are people just like? At what point do you just like bow down to Israel and try to like get the best deal possible? Because like for 75 years they've been fucked.
Well,
and,
that's
like,
what the
at what
Palestinian
point do they want to
Authority.
build
That's
something?
what the Palestinian Authority did, and you have already admitted that they're different to Hamas, and you know what's happening in the West Bank. Like you act as if
Well,
it's
wait,
just
what?
fine.
You're acting like the PA
That
is
over
some like
1,000 people have been
peace
killed in
group.
3 years in the West Bank. The Palestinian Authority spend their time cracking down on Palestinians who dare to fight against the state of Israel, okay? That's what the Palestinian Authority do. They can literally
I
collaborate
mean, I don't
with
know,
Israel.
dude. Like what you're saying, like I'm not gonna lie, the PA would like disagree with you. Like,
The PA would disagree with me, but if you asked most Palestinians living in the West Bank...
okay, so like
If you would ask most
they don't even
Palestinians-
think that there's a war going
if you would
on,
ask
bro. I don't
most
even know.
Palestinians living in the West Bank about what the Palestinian Authority is, they would tell you, yeah, they're collaborators, they do nothing, they don't protect us from settlers. By the way, the Palestinian Authority don't even send soldiers to fight against Israeli settlers who go onto Palestinian land and kill people. They don't do anything. The Palestinian
Does
Authority
the PA even
bad-
have like an army?
Yes, the Palestinian Authority does have security forces. I don't know if you'd call it a full army, but they do have security forces who carry guns, so they do exist. But the Palestinian
Like, what are they
Authority
even?
did bow down to
Why
Israel.
would they fight against Israel? Like, what are they gonna do? It's like
Wait,
Hamas
wait,
fighting
wait, wait,
Israel.
wait,
is
wait, wait,
stupid.
wait, wait, wait. You just acted if the Palestinians were to bow down to Israel, they would get a solution, and that the driving problem and the core issue of all of this
Well, there
is
has
Hamas.
been some
Excuse
solutions in the West Bank.
The problem with all of this is Hamas, but the Palestinian Authority did all of the things that you're saying would bring about.
Yes,
peaceful
and that's
solution.
why there actually is some progress in the West Bank. It's not
What
good.
progress
and
is
they're-
there in the
like you
West Bank?
Well, bro, I mean, they've had like in the West Bank, there's been serious progress historically.
What serious
I mean,
progress is going on in the West Bank right now?
there was like 90% of the West Bank offered to the Palestinians at one point.
But what
Like, that
progress
got
is going on
rejected.
in the West Bank right now?
Oh, I mean, well, there's some split ownership of land.
There's
Like,
some split
there's more than
ownership of
Gaza.
land, right? Right.
Okay,
And
sure. I
I
mean,
mean,
they
it is
were
fucking
offered pretty much the
incredible that you
whole.
think
Wait,
that this
bro,
is
bro.
any kind of reasonable argument that,
Well,
like,
you do
Palestinians in
realize
the West Bank are experiencing
Yasser
progress.
Arafat was offered almost the entire West Bank and denied it. So, like, what do they even want?
Yasser Arafat
They
was
want
not offered
Israel.
almost the entire West Bank. It's just not
He
true.
was
This
offered
is a bit.
90% of it.
Yasser Arafat. Okay, wait. So international law says that he should just be offered 100% of the West Bank for a two-state solution. Why is it that the Israelis weren't happy with 78% of the land, that they had to have more of that land? But by the way, the
Because I think it
Palestinians,
was a dispute
the
over like
Palestinians
Jerusalem.
during that were willing to accept Israeli settlement blocks in their land. Like, they were willing to accept Israeli settlement blocks in their land. There were disputes over
Bro,
Jerusalem. But
the only dispute was
wait. The thing that
Jerusalem.
you've hopscotched around is you act as if Hamas were to just stop militant resistance against the state of Israel or terrorism, my government designates them terrorism, which I respect. I just think in the context of calling them terrorists, obviously the Israelis are bigger terrorists. But what you said is that if the Palestinians bow down to Israel and accepted whatever they could get, then everything would be fine. But the thing is the Palestinian Authority do that. Netanyahu still pretends they're evil, that they're the biggest threat in the world. He still seizes their land. And this settlement is not something specific to Netanyahu. It went on under those people who claimed to want peace. Under Ehud Barak, there were massive amounts of settlements. Under Yitzhak Rabin, all of these people settled Palestinian land in the West Bank, okay? They did objectively
All right, well,
do
not
that.
to like bring
But
up talking points, but
no, be quiet for a second, because you can't answer this one question, which is you brought up saying that if the Palestinians were to lay down their weapons, were to bow down to Israel, then everything would be fine. But they did that, and nothing
yeah,
good
sure. I'll
comes.
answer your question. And not to bring up talking points because like it's not like you talked about earlier, the Martyrs Fund. These aren't like the best people ever. I'm not, but we don't have to talk about that. Like I'm just pointing it out there to talk. Like you're acting like these people are like beacons of peace when they do pay people
In
to kill
comparison
Israelis.
to the Israelis, they might as well be the most peaceful human beings to have ever walked the earth.
Yes, who?
But the whole
The
point,
PA? Or?
yes, the PA. In comparison to the Israelis, 100%.
Yeah. I guess my point would be that there has been more peace in the West.
Sorry,
Many offerings of peace, and
I'm
I just
sorry,
think
how does
the
that...
Palestinians have made it clear they don't want the West Bank.
Wait. They have had more peace, but Israeli... I'm sorry, how do you think that it is in any way congruent with peace
Well,
if the Israelis are going into Palestinian land and are thieving it from them, okay? They are literally taking Palestinian land away from them. Over 1,000 people have been killed.
well, yeah.
And the Palestinian
Once again,
Authority,
like it's hard to debate something that I don't support.
The Palestinian Authority haven't done anything towards the Israelis. But the problem is you do support it because you're making out as if the Palestinians are the problem, and you keep on saying, "Well, I don't support Israel."
Well, I
but
do
you keep
because
on
they're
saying that
different conflicts.
Excuse me,
simply
because
different
you keep on
conflicts.
saying that the Israelis are the the ones in this who aren't the evil terrorists. That Hamas are the evil terrorists. That the Palestinians have caused all of these problems. So you do ergo by that logic support the state of Israel in what it is doing, and you think that they're the ones who are the better partners for peace, and you act as if these things are separate, but the Israelis don't see them as separate. They're thieving Palestinian land everywhere because they know who lives on it. Palestinians.
Okay, it's hard to have a debate about something when we both view like I view them as different, you view them as together, and then we're debating on the same basis. So it's like obviously it's gonna be confusing. Like if I don't believe they're the same and you do, and then you're asking me a question as if they're the same, and I'm answering as if they aren't. So it sounds weird when I answer.
Because
like I don't believe they're the same because they're different governments who've had wars against each other. They don't have the same morals. They don't have the same.
And how
culture
does Israel
maybe
treat
is the only
them?
thing, but who cares?
How does Israel treat them? It treats both of them like enemies.
No, they treat them completely differently.
It treats them... Well, what do they do to Palestinians
just like
in the West Bank?
Okay,
they kill them, they thieve their land.
If Israel was like literally trying to G-side the West Bank, you think why would the PA be fine with Israel? Like Hamas, what's happening in Gaza is much different. Because there's literally a war where hundreds of thousands of people have died.
There's an elite in the Palestinian Authority who are kind of fine with the status quo, who are fine with their positions of power, and they don't care to lift a finger.
I mean, I don't know. Like you said, like sure they've had more peace offerings and they've had more. They've showed that they want to work with Israel more. So sure, yes, less tragedy is
And so why
occurring. More
does
people are
Israel...
staying alive, and
I'm
there's
sorry, but just saying less tragedies when over 1,000 people have been killed. Those are 1,000 human
okay,
beings.
bro. No offense, but in a very hostile land that's very controversial over 4 years, it's not a lot of people.
That
Like
is a lot of
it's
people.
terrible,
That
but
is a
like
lot of people to be killed. I'm sorry, you
yes,
can
but in the
keep saying
context
that.
of a hostile, controversial land over 4 years, it's really not.
In
Like when you're talking
Europe,
about war, bro.
wait. Europe is far more historically, and over the last 100 years or so, is far more of a hostile land than the Middle East. More people have died in Europe than pretty much anywhere else on the globe. They died in the First and Second World War.
Where would
Humongous
you
amounts of
rather
human
live, bro?
beings.
Would you rather live in Europe? I mean, you sound like you live in Europe. Would you rather live in Europe or the Middle East?
What do you mean? I'm
Like,
European. Like, I grew up here. I speak
yeah,
the language. This is the
sure.
place that I grew
It's
up in.
more it's more hostile, but like you'd never want to go to the Middle East, bro. It's fucking shit. Like
I'd never want to go to the Middle
everywhere.
East. There's plenty of places in the Middle East that are absolutely fine to go to. Most of the places that I want to go to, I'm probably not going to be able to go to because of Israel.
Like, where do you want to go?
Lebanon.
I go to Lebanon. That's interesting.
Yeah.
All right.
And also, I've been to Turkey. I've been to Turkey not that long ago. It's fine.
Is Turkey
Turkey's
considered
fine.
the Middle
Jordan's fine. Cairo's fine. Yes, Turkey straddles Asia and Europe. Istanbul is the kind of European side. Ankara is the more Asian side of Turkey.
All right. Well, I got work, so I gotta go. But peace.
Also, someone became a member over on Twitch, so let me give you a shout out. Makil, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. Hi, I am back. Hello. Don't worry, we won't be doing too much longer of this. Well, the point is we do... I love burgers! Oh my goodness, Comrade, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. That is goated. Thank you for supporting the channel, my man. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Hello?
Yes, hi, how are you today?
I'm okay. You got an interesting name, Joe Jiu-Jitsu Jew.
Yeah, I am the Jiu-Jitsu Jew. I'm going to Jiu-Jitsu you right now.
Okay, that's lame, but...
Yeah, it's a mental Jiu-Jitsu, not a physical one.
Okay.
Okay? So, because I've seen you spewing your bullshit for the last 30 minutes,
Okay.
most of the things you're saying are just untrue.
Okay.
When is the last time you visited Israel, by the way?
Never.
Welcome to the Burger Reich.
I don't like to visit hellish settler colonies.
I see. So when someone moves to a country called Israel, he's a colonizer. But if a migrant moves to Europe somewhere, or let's say to England, so then he's an immigrant, right?
Yes, 100%. There's a difference between
Why?
settlers.
Yeah, what's the difference?
Okay, so settlers, in the context of settler colonialism, move to a place to join a society built by settlers that is not for the people who actually live there. Immigrants move to countries to join already existing polities. So an immigrant who comes to the UK comes to join the UK, whereas settlers who go over to Palestine go to contribute to the settler society that is premised on the erasure of the indigenous population who actually live there, the Palestinians. So that's the difference between a settler and an immigrant.
Okay. What you just said is terrific, and I'll tell you why. Because anyone living in the UK knows that the Muslim migrants and the migrants from the Middle East, from Syria specifically, they come to your country, they create communities that do not abide by the British law, they abide by the Sharia law. Maybe to some extent they'll have to abide by the British law to some extent, but their purpose is not to become one of the British people, but to bring the Islamic way, to bring the Islamic way to the UK. Would you not agree on what I said right now?
No. Do you dislike anti-Semitism?
Do I dislike anti-Semitism?
Yeah. Do you think anti-Semitism was wrong? Especially, wait. Do you think anti-Semitism was wrong? Like back 100 years ago in the UK, right? Do you know what they used to say about Jewish people?
What did they used to say about us?
Hold on. Of anti-Semitism. Okay, right. So one of the most famous anti-Semites in Britain was a guy called William Evans Gordon. Okay, you can go look him up. He authored a bill called the Aliens Act, which was to target Jewish people. Now, I want everyone to bear in mind what you've just...
What year
Wait,
is
wait, I
this?
want you to just bear in mind. So he said this in 1903. Let me just read you what he said. He stated that the settlement of large aggregations of Hebrews in a Christian land has never been successful, and that the Hebrew colony, unlike any other alien colony in Great Britain, forms a solid and permanently distinct block, a race apart, as it were, in an enduring island of extraneous thought and custom, to the extent that east of Aldgate one walks into a foreign town. Okay, the reason I bring that up is because that's what anti-Semites used to say about Jewish people when they were the other that Europeans were concerned with. Now, after the Second World War, a lot of bigots realized, oh, that was awful what happened, so we can't really say that kind of stuff about Jewish people anymore because people won't accept it. So do you know what they started to do? They started to say the things that they used to say about Jewish people to Muslims. And that's why that quote sounds exactly like what you're trying to say, which is that people come and they don't integrate, because that is such an overgeneralization about British Muslims. There are so many people who come to this country who are entirely integrated. In fact, the vast majority of people, sure, there are maybe some outliers who don't want to integrate, who want to create their own society, but it is such a tiny, teeny, wincy minority that it does not make any sense to say that as a generalization about Muslims. Only racists say that, and that's why I bring up the historical example of Evans Gordon.
Yeah, that was quite a speech, quite a monologue. Not that I understood even a word that you said, because the problem is that you do what I call mental counterfeiting and masking, and I'll explain what that is. Okay, when you come and you try to make a point and you bring a lot of bullshit to that point, it's like trying to give some counterfeit bills in a pack of normal bills. So what you're doing is you're putting out information. Part of it is true, part of it is false. Okay. Not only that, you're masking it with a lot of bullshit. So people who are listening to you will either not understand it or understand it wrongly. Okay. Anti-Semitism and what I just said have nothing to do with each other. Have nothing to do with each other. No, it doesn't.
Well, the whole point is what did William Evans Gordon say? Anyone who would look at those two things would see the same kind of stuff.
I honestly
they
don't
would see
give
the
a
exact
flying
same
fuck what
kind
he
of.
said.
They would give the. Well, that's the problem. So you're saying that you used all of these like therapy speak words, which is kind of insane. The therapy speak words of being like, I'm masking. I'm not masking right now. Actually, maybe I am masking. You know, I'm a simple autistic boy looking to. I'm a simple autistic boy looking to make friends on the internet. So what can I say?
No, I think you're looking to make money, or you're just a very, very vicious person.
The whole thing is what I showed to you was someone historically who was an anti-Semite categorically, and what he used to say about Jewish people is exactly or nearly exactly what you had to say about Muslims, that all British Muslims come here and that they don't integrate. That's just not true. It is just not true. The vast majority of British Muslims or people who come here are integrated. In fact, I knew tons of people at my university who were either British Muslims or Muslims from the Middle East who were here for a few years. They completely integrated into British culture. Some of them drunk, some of them went out to parties, some of them didn't do that kind of stuff, but they were completely integrated. They may have gone home, they may have stayed, it didn't make any difference to me. They wanted to come and participate in British society, and that's fine, that's the majority of people. You're just making a racist generalization that used to be made about Jewish people, and then you're transposing it onto Muslims. And because now you have Israel, you are sided with the same people who did that kind of stuff.
Okay, you see, you just did it again. It's amazing. The good thing is that you have a lot of followers, and there's 250 people in the comments, and I'm sure a lot of them are British. I'd appreciate if those British people in the comments would put down if they agree that the Muslims are fully integrated into the British society. In general, of course. Of course, a few of them are integrated, but I would put it at about 60% that are not integrated, which is a very, very big number. Not only that, but notice how they're trying to crawl slowly into the politics, into being heads of towns, head of cities, having all those influences so that they can take and bring Muslim law upon the UK.
I thought you were dead. Is that you, Mr. German leader from the 1930s? Is that you? Are you back? Are you back to tell me all about how Judeo-Bolshevism is taking over the world? Because I feel like that's the kind of thing that the Nazis used to say about Jewish people verbatim, that they crawled into politics, that they took over power. I didn't know you were still alive, sir. I thought you were dead.
Yeah, if you're talking about Schmittler,
Well, he
again,
spoke like you did about Jewish people. Your little screed that you just went on about Muslims, about them crawling into politics to
Okay,
take it over, is
I
exactly
see.
the shit he used to say.
Yeah, I see that your best defense is just to talk.
Well, it's true. It's
Why
true.
don't-
It's not
do you
just
want- do you
talking.
want
It's
to-
true
do you
about
want-
what you're
okay.
saying.
Is what I'm saying true or false? It's
Is
that
what you're
simple.
saying true or false?
Forget about Hitler for a minute. What I just said about the Muslim immigrants that came into Britain in the last decade or two, are they well integrated into society, in your opinion? And do they
Yes.
have no further agenda than just to become British?
Yes, I think well, I think their other agenda might be to seek a better life for them and their families, but I think that's a good agenda to have.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's a great agenda to have, by the way. My brother has migrated to the United States. He's well integrated. He speaks only English. Okay. He has the American flag in the front of his house. He obeys by the American law, and he's very proud to be an American. Do you feel that the Muslims who came to Britain are the same way?
Well, it's quite hard to speak for millions of people who live in, to speak generally about millions of people who live in the UK and what their feelings are towards the UK. There may be some who have qualms with the UK government's current foreign policy, and so they might not feel all that much pride, but they're still British, they still live here, they're still integrated.
Okay, good. So I was able to get something out of you, which is good.
Well, I
So
don't.
let's
Wait. I'm fully British. Like my entire life, I've lived here. Both my parents grew up in this country. My grandparents,
your
my
entire
grandparents grew
life
up here.
is
I'm
not-
not proud of my country's foreign policy. I don't like my country's government. I don't like the way that we treat people here. I think it's repugnant and immoral. That is a totally British belief to criticize your government.
So what are you going to do about it?
So what am I going to do about it? I'm going to speak to strange Israeli men on the internet about how dumb they are.
Mhm. So you think that by insulting me, you're smarter?
Yes.
Okay. Listen, the problem with a person like you is that you have you remind me of what's her name, Zubeida. Do you know Zubeida?
No, I don't know.
She's
Zubaydah.
also on TikTok. Yeah, Zubeida is
I
I
don't
don't
know
know
who
if she- I don't
Zubaydah
know if
is.
she's
Why are you
mo-
bringing up Zubaydah? I don't know who this is.
because you remind me of her a lot. Zubeida is a motor mouth, just like you, counterfeiting facts
What
and
facts have I
misfacts.
counterfeited?
Almost every second word you say. The thing is that you speak so long. You take these long monologues. It's very hard
Well,
to
the thing
focus
is
on
at
one
least my
thing.
monologues are on
I
topic. Yours
really
is just
like-
you dribbling on about some rubbish and trying to just say Nazi-style
So
rubbish
let's-
about
So
things.
let's move. You know what? So let's move to something more concrete, okay? Because I don't want to speak about your country, just like I don't like you speaking about my country, which, by the way, you never even visited.
Well, the thing is I can speak about your country when I understand it. You speak about my country from a position of blind racist nonsense spewed out to you by people who are like, oh, I'm so concerned about what the evil Muslims are doing whilst they support the state of Israel and its crimes against Palestinians.
What you mean is you think you understand my country.
I'd say I understand it better than most.
Yeah. So how many times has the Arabs offered us peace? I mean, the Arabs living in the West Bank
So
and Gaza.
Coulter Lowries argues that the PLO were willing to make peace back in the 1970s, that they made overtures toward a two-state solution back then.
So what happened in 1967? Why
The
weren't they willing to
1967,
make-
well, I just mentioned the 1970s.
Yeah, but before 1970s, there was 1967, 3 years before the 1970s.
So what? I mean, if your country is
No,
premised on
first,
thieving,
no, first of all, nothing.
your country is
No,
premised.
okay,
Excuse me.
I'll take it one step.
Okay.
Again, I'm assuming that the people in the comments know more than you, so I'm not even mentioning that nothing in the 1970s pointed out to the Palestinians wanting to make peace with Israel. But I can bring some facts that are going to be very hard for you to deny. 1967, did we take over the West Bank, yes or no?
Yes.
Did we offer it back right after we done that?
No.
Okay, great. Now I got you in a corner. Beautiful,
Okay.
just like I'd like you to be. What's the Khartoum Convention?
The Khartoum Convention, wasn't that when they said no peace with Israel?
Oh, they actually said 3 nays. And who are those who said that?
The Arab League, I would assume.
And who did that include except the Arab League?
What, sorry?
Who did that include?
Who was in the Arab League at that time? I don't know. Most of the Arab countries, probably Sudan as well. Seeing as it's in Khartoum.
I thought you said that you know a lot about my country and my area. It seems
You're
you
asking
don't know
for a very
much.
specific fact about 1970s.
Yeah, I like to speak about specific
Okay, come on.
things.
Well, what's
not
your
like
point?
you. I
What's
don't
your
like to
point? What's your
generalize.
point? Come on.
My point is that Israel has given land back for peace and has offered land back for peace many times.
Okay.
For example, in Egypt.
I have a great question. Well, actually,
Israel
wait.
offered
The thing about Egypt is Anwar Sadat offered peace to Israel before in a better deal than they ended up getting after the 1973 invasion. But sitting there, and sitting there and acting as if Israel had never done anything. First of all of those countries surrounded, particularly.
Hold on, but again, you're gonna, I don't. This time I'm not gonna wait. We're gonna do one fact at a time. You say that Sadat has offered Israel peace before the October War, right? Can you just bring me your sources and tell me exactly when he offered us peace?
Wasn't it through the jarring plan?
You come on, bring your source.
Wasn't it through the jarring plan?
Are you asking or telling me?
I'm pretty sure it was through the jarring plan.
No, so you're wrong. Nothing ever happened.
What happened in the jarring plan then? Wait. What happened in the jarring plan? What happened in the jarring plan?
Nothing ever happened.
What happened during the jarring plan?
Please, Sadat, listen. I'm not going to feed you with information. If you're stupid, go and read.
Okay,
Nothing
so
ever
during
happened.
wait. So there was a peace proposal based on security versus sovereignty, in which Israel would accept Egyptian sovereignty over all of the Sinai Peninsula, and Egypt would accept presence in Sinai strategic positions.
Okay? Who offered it and on what
That
day?
was the U.S. and I believe Egypt accepted it.
Hold on. So the U.S. offered it, not Egypt.
Yes, but the Egyptians accepted
And
it. The Israelis
what's
didn't.
the date? What's the date on that offer? What's the date on that offer?
1973 is the jarring plan.
Ah, 1973. Interesting. And when was the October War?
Later on in the year.
Yeah, later on. Do you want to talk about months?
I don't know which month.
Later
was
on
it?
the year. October is the 10th month of the year, right?
Okay,
so
fantastic.
There's only 2 more months.
Fantastic.
There's only 2 more months that it could have happened. And in those 2 months, we were at war.
What, sorry?
How long did the October War last?
I don't know. I don't remember.
You don't remember.
Wait. But what does this change about me not remembering specific dates about this thing?
No, because...
I'm sorry, wait. What does this change about
seem to
specific
be-
dates
you
about
seem
me
to
not
be-
remembering?
You seem to be quite strong with everything that you echo chamber and everything
Wait. You are asking for something that, like, I studied this kind of stuff years ago, so I don't remember all of the specificities of this specific thing. But what I do certainly remember, and what I remember experts like Abdul Razak Takriti talking about, is the fact that Egypt did accept the jarring plan. Egypt did accept this, and the Israelis didn't. And then eventually it led to the Yom Kippur October War, the Ramadan War, whatever you want to call it. And then that ended with a solution where Israel eventually withdrew during the Camp David Accords much later on.
Yeah, okay. So let's do the following. Can you look up for me, because I don't remember, what day did the October War start?
Mate, this is just one of the dumbest things I have ever witnessed. Just going, I remember a date.
Are you afraid?
I remember a date.
No, you have a PC right in front of you.
Would
Just ask Google, when did the October War start? What's the problem? I mean, what's your problem? If you're so confident about everything you're saying, just check it out.
6th of October, 1973.
6th of October, 1973. Great. When was the offer made to Israel? You said later on that year, right?
The most detailed plan for an Egyptian-Israeli treaty. Egypt responded stating that it would only be willing to enter into peace agreement with Israel after Israel agreed to a set of terms withdrawal of the Israeli armed forces from the territories occupied after October. So their peace offering. So wait. Jarring was presented. So on the 8th of February, excuse me, this was 1971. This was when Egypt apparently gave this. On the 8th of February, he submitted to Egyptian and Israeli governments his most detailed plan for Egyptian-Israeli peace treaty. Egypt responded by stating that it would only be willing to enter into a peace agreement with Israel after Israel agreed to a set of 7 terms, including the withdrawal of the Israeli armed forces from all of the occupied territories since June 1967.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Okay,
so that was before that date.
What you're saying that in 1971, the Egyptians have
said they were willing to make peace with Israel if it was to withdraw from territories that it occupied since 1967.
I mean, why do we owe Egypt to move from any territory we did not take from them?
Well, you did take territory from Egypt, and also you should just withdraw because it's
No,
under
but the
international
West
law.
who did we take the West Bank from?
Jordan.
Right. So, and you're saying that Egypt said that we have to give back all the territories,
And they should.
including the territory. But what is it Egypt's business to say such a thing?
Because that's
I'm
land of
you know
because
what?
that's
I'm
land of their
willing-
people.
Of whose people?
Wait,
The
wait,
Egyptian people?
excuse me. Wait,
Actually, you're right.
Be
That's
quiet
what
for
I
a second.
thought
Wait.
was
Wait. In February 1973, Sadat made a final peace overture that would have included Israeli withdrawal from the Sinai Peninsula that he relayed to Kissinger via his advisor Mohammed Hafez Ismail, which Kissinger made known to Meir. Meir rejected the peace proposal and did not reconsider. The Israeli leadership concluded 2 months later that this would result in imminent war with Egypt. So they could have avoided this war. Israel made a choice not to accept the peace proposal in 1973, February.
It's not a peace proposal.
Wait. So we're talking about, the 1971 one, I mean, it's reasonable to ask Israel to withdraw, but in 1973, in February, which is 8 months before the October War, they offered peace and they said that Israel just had to withdraw.
Okay. If I had my leg on your neck, okay? And
But
you'd be
sorry,
in the
wait. The Egyptians offered the peace. That's the whole point. You were making out that they didn't offer peace. They did offer the peace.
No.
They did offer the peace.
They were in a position to surrender, and they tried to offer us a surrender plan.
But then wait,
In
after
other
that.
words,
But wait,
why-
after that.
why
After
would
that,
we-
After that,
why
excuse
would
me,
we
wait, excuse me. But then after that, they fought a war against you, which was relatively successful and ended up getting a better peace deal out of it.
Wait, the war that they fought against us was successful
Yes,
to
the
them?
Yom Kippur War was successful.
How did that war end?
Because eventually you left their land.
No, how
Because eventually you left their land. It achieved the aim that they wanted.
Oh my God, you are such a
Wait. But it achieved the aim.
What year did we leave the land?
You left the land much later on under Begin in
Much later on.
in 1979 was the full withdrawal, right?
Something like that, right. So that's about how many years? 6 years after the war was over?
Yeah.
So would you say that the war achieved that, or maybe diplomacy?
Well, you rejected
When
diplomacy.
you- when
The thing
you-
is
when
you
you win a
rejected
war-
diplomacy before.
When you win a war, you don't have to wait.
So
6
wait.
years to get the
But you
land.
acted as if that this wasn't true, that I was completely wrong. Sadat made a secret peace initiative in February 1973. So he
No,
made
he
it before
didn't.
the war.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. This is published by
no.
wait. This is published by what I assume is an Israeli historian called Uri Bar Joseph.
That doesn't mean anything to me. Just the person wrote something doesn't mean anything to me. There are facts.
I mean,
Here are
this
the
is a
facts.
fact. This is a fact. It's written down
Here
in
are
an
the- here-
academic
here-
article.
It doesn't mean anything. Anyone can write an academic article. Do you know how many historians are Israeli and they write all kind of nonsense?
Well, I would say that this is much better than you
Uri
just
Pep-
sort of saying
Uri
things on the
Pepper-
internet. But this kind of
but let's
disproves
see-
your
Let's
point.
see if we can find. Let's see if we can find the common denominator between
Okay.
us, which means stuff that we can agree upon.
Well, this definitely happened. So,
So,
you either
okay,
you can
so
choose
what,
not
what
to.
you're saying is
You can
that the
choose not to. You
Egyptians-
can choose not to agree to it. The Egyptians did do this. This did happen.
No. But wait.
But
you're
wait.
talking
Do you
so
admit
much.
that this happened or not?
No, not the way you're describing it.
But
I
they
do
did
admit that
make a
something
peace
happened.
offer.
Hold on. No, it's not a peace offer. They offered a surrender offer or an agreement that does not work in the benefit of Israel. Okay? When you say that they got a better deal in 1979, did we give back the West Bank?
Wait, but that's a different one. That's the 1971. That's a reasonable deal to make peace, by the way.
my God.
Israel, wait. You would think that fighting never-ending wars and constantly being at the throats of the neighbors around you, you would think that a better deal would just be to give up those occupied territories. Israel doesn't need those occupied territories. It controls 78% of historic Palestine.
First of all, your axiom that they're occupied is the wrong axiom because that territory historically belongs to the Jews.
You do know, wait. You can say historically it belongs to the Jews, utter bullshit, but you do know that the International Court of Justice and pretty much every government in the world agrees that it does not belong to Israel.
No, that's not true.
No, the
Not-
international.
not-
Wait.
not-
You
the
can say that.
international-
Wait. The whole trick you came up. No. Be quiet. Because your whole thing is International Court of Justice, Israel's occupation of the West Bank is illegal. The International Court of Justice ruled this. They did rule it. Like, this is just straight up true.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, I couldn't talk.
But the International Court
what-
of Justice, wait. I'm not using the wrong word. It is you who is using the wrong word.
No,
It is
no, no, no,
occupied.
no.
They said that Israel must leave the land instantaneously.
But who are they?
The International Court of Justice. It is pretty
Who
much
are
agreed
they?
on.
Who
It
are
is-
they? Who are they?
It is pretty much.
Who put them in the position to be the International Court of Justice, and why is the United States not part of it? For
That's
example,
that's the
country.
International Criminal Court you're talking about, not the International Court of Justice. The International Court of Justice is a body of the United Nations.
Okay, and does America support the United Nations?
I mean, it's part of it,
Yeah, but it doesn't support the United
But it's
Nations.
part of
especially not
it.
the front.
but it's part
Yeah,
of the United.
also Israel is part of the United Nations. So what?
Well, they're part of
Is
it.
Israel not part of the United
Israel.
Nations?
Wait. You do realize there's an Israeli judge on the International Court of Justice.
No, I don't realize that. What's his name?
Court of Justice. I'll tell you his name. I think it's like Barak or something.
Barak, by the way, is also an Arab name. What's his last name?
Hold on. Israeli judge on the hold on.
And is he still active?
He was during the genocide case. Who is the
What genocide? What genocide case?
the one that was put before the International Court of Justice? Israeli.
But what case are you talking about? What you're talking about? The Syrian genocide, the Iranian genocide.
Well,
what
only
genocide?
only one of those
The
is before.
genocide. The genocide.
Excuse me. Only one of those is before the International Court of Justice, and that's the Israeli genocide in Gaza.
Okay, so that leads me to an interesting question. Why isn't the genocide in Syria in
Ahron
front of
Barak.
the
His name is Ahron Barak. That's his name.
Aaron Barak? Aaron Barak is he's a judge in Israel. So
Yeah,
you
he was
think
on the
this is all
International
wrong.
Court of Justice.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
I mean,
He's a judge in Israel. He's a Supreme Court judge in Israel.
hold on.
You guys
Wait.
You are so unknowledgeable and stupid. It's just amazing. Can you show me,
So
please?
this is from Ahron Barak's wiki, okay?
Yeah.
On January
What is
11th,
it?
the Israeli government appointed Barak as an ad hoc judge to serve on the International Court of Justice case.
Case. What case?
Oh my god, what even is this? What even
To
is this?
represent Israel, stupid, not to present that court.
What are
We
you-
went before the court and he represented us.
He's a judge. He's not a lawyer, he's a judge.
He's a judge, but not on that court. He's a judge on our court.
He's an ad hoc judge to serve on the
Oh,
International Court of Justice. What are you trying to talk about? This guy is a...
You can read it out and read it from the beginning.
On January 11th, 2024, the Israeli government appointed Barak as an ad hoc judge to serve on the International Court of Justice
Hold
case.
on. What's the ad hoc judge? What's the ad hoc
I assume
judge?
it's a judge that's brought in for that specific case.
Exactly. For what case?
South Africa's case against Israel. But he's not a lawyer
Exact-
he's not a lawyer
okay.
for Israel. He's a judge.
Okay. Oh my God.
He resigned.
You-
He
listen,
resigned.
You have just put yourself in a terrible corner. I don't want to embarrass you too much.
Wait, but you
okay,
said
but I
you
will.
said he was a judge in Israel, and I made this up. And
He's a judge. He's a judge in Israel. He was never a
Wait,
judge.
are you
How many
cognizant?
judges? How
Are you
many
cognizant?
Judges
wait.
how many judges are on the criminal court? How many judges are in the criminal court? Oh my God.
On what criminal?
You can clap hands to yourself as much as you want, but you're stupid, my friend. That person has represented us against the criminal court, not part of the criminal court. The criminal court has judges from
There's a
everywhere in the
video.
world.
Here's a video. Wait. Here's a video of him with the other judges
Where
who
is
are
he?
judging
Where
the
is
case.
he?
It
Show
literally
me which
says
one is he?
it says Aaron Barak.
Where is he? Where is he?
Come on.
Yeah, are you laughing because you're embarrassed?
I'm laughing because
Were
this
you
is.
cry-
I'm laughing because this is one of the most.
What do I see in this video? Wait. Send
That's
the
him,
video
is it
back.
not? That's him. That's
No,
him
it's
there.
not. No, it's
That's
not.
him
No,
there.
it's not. It's neither one of those
Please be
people.
seated.
But
Well,
if you
which
take
one
the
is
video
he?
a little bit, take the video back to the people who are sitting on the how do you say defense side,
Yeah.
and you'll see him there on the fence side. The one
Where?
he's defending Israel.
Which one is he?
He's defending Israel.
Which
But make
one?
it, zoom it in, and I will tell you if you're even
I don't
showing
think
my
I can
side.
zoom in on this.
Oh, you can zoom it in.
Wait,
Really?
but he is. Wait. He is. So, wait, someone has just put this in. Wait.
Okay,
Someone,
can
excuse
you,
me.
bring up the list of
Wait,
all the
wait.
judges on the criminal court? Please bring the list of all the judges on the criminal court.
Judges on ICJ South Africa case. I don't really know the point because you're looking at his Wikipedia.
No, the point is very simple. I'm gonna make sure that the 225 people right now in the comments know what a liar you are and how stupid you are. Alan Barak, let me talk for a minute so that I can embarrass you. Be a man. At least be a man about it.
Okay.
Okay, Alan Barak is a Supreme Court judge in Israel.
Yeah.
He was sent to represent us in our defense against the claim of South Africa.
What's your source
which,
for
by
this?
the way, was never substantiated
What's
ever.
your source for this? That he was sent as a lawyer for your team?
Just Google it.
Israel's legal team at the ICJ. Okay.
Yeah.
So Israel's legal team is Malcolm Shaw, KC, Tal Becker, Gilad Noam, Samuel Wordsworth, and Amir Weisbrod. He's a judge. I don't know why you're saying this. He's a judge at the international.
Okay, he's a judge, but he's also an expert on international law.
Yes,
And
but
that's
wait.
the reason they brought him in.
Wait. I thought you
I
said.
did not-
I thought you were going
I
to say.
did not say. He's part of the defense team, and the list you just read is incomplete. If you bring a complete list of everyone we brought in, including experts and everything, you're going to have him there.
No, he's not. He's a judge. I don't know what this argument is. He's a judge. What is this?
The argument.
Wait, if you wait. I'm going to mute you for a second. If you can't admit that this guy is a judge, people have just pointed this out. Okay.
Where is he a judge? Where is he a judge?
Wait. So the international.
Where is he a judge?
Can you be quiet?
No, just answer.
Can you be quiet for 1 second? Okay. So the International Court of Justice.
Where is he a judge? And don't mute me.
I will. Okay. Right. Can I just read you something?
Sure.
The International Court of Justice requires judges from the same nationality to be appointed if there's not one serving already. It's for equal representation. So Israel has a legal team. On a legal team, there are lawyers. There are lawyers who are either for the defense or who are for the prosecution. The case is then judged by judges. This guy was a judge. I don't know why you really want to die on this hill. He was a judge.
Yeah, so show me the list of judges on the.
I just did. Wait, I showed you. Wait. I showed you his Wikipedia. Do you think that someone has manipulated his Wikipedia?
Again, either you're plain stupid, like you don't know English.
I don't know. I don't know what I can do here. I don't know what I can do.
Bring it up again, read it slowly, and explain the word that I ask you what it means.
Separate opinion of Judge Ad Hoc Barak.
Yeah.
He's a judge. It says here that he's the judge.
He's a judge in Israel by profession. Show me where it says he's a judge on the international court.
Well, the fact that he gave an opinion at the international court means he's a judge.
No, he was brought in as an expert. It doesn't mean he's a judge.
He's a judge. He's a judge. Why is this?
Show me where it says he's a judge. Show me where it says he's a judge.
It says there.
You're ridiculous. You can't. The reason you're laughing and yelling and screaming is probably because you know you're wrong.
I showed you a video of him on the judges panel, and then you proceeded to say that he wasn't there.
Come on, so embarrass me. Show the video again.
Hold on, I'll find you.
And pause it where you think you can identify him.
Pause.
Please. Yes, pause it where you think you can identify.
Oral observation South Africa has I now choose a
Okay, wait. Okay. I'm gonna show you a video, okay? This is the same video, okay?
Judge ad hoc. South Africa has chosen Judge Dikgang Ernest Moseneke, and Israel, Judge Aharon Barak. I thank Judge
Right.
Moseneke.
For what
and
did
I
they
now invite
choose
Judge
them?
Barak to make the solemn declaration prescribed by the statute. Judge Barak, you have the floor.
I solemnly declare
You said that this was him in the crowd.
Okay. Okay. Now, first of all, you see that the person that you showed before wasn't him, right?
That was
Right?
him.
The person you saw right now. No. Okay, you're just a fool.
Well, this has
The
got to
person
be
you
one of the
saw
most
right-
insane things I've
okay,
ever heard.
She said, the woman just said right now that there are two judges representing two sides of the conflict, of the claiming side and the defending side, right?
No,
Who is Aaron Barak representing? Is he representing
Well,
the court
he's meant
of
to be there.
justice, or is he?
He's meant to be there.
So-
Wait.
okay. So
He doesn't.
can we hear what she said again? Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, so let's hear what she said again.
But wait. This started off with the
Can you
opinion.
play it back, please?
No.
Can you play it back,
I think
please?
I'm done with this conversation because you admitted, because you started off by saying that he's not a judge at the International Court of Justice.
He's not a judge of the International
He is. Why
Court.
is this argument?
No, he was brought in to represent Israel, okay, not to represent the court. Do you see
He's
the
a
difference or
judge.
not?
He's a judge at the court.
No, he was brought in to represent. He was not a judge at the court. He's a judge in the court, but he doesn't represent the court. He represents Israel. His profession is a judge. Oh my God.
Wait. Come on. Surely you can just admit, like, your way of like trying to get me to admit I was wrong was to talk about specific dates from the 1970s. You have sat here and claimed that, first of all, he was not a judge, that he's just a judge in Israel. You've also claimed that he was actually not one of the judges, that he was on the defense team of Israel. And now you maintain that, in fact, he was a judge, but he was only there for Israel. So you admit that he was a judge on the International Court of Judges.
What's the difference of being on the defense team for Israel or being a judge to represent Israel? What's the difference?
The judge judges the case. The defense team puts forward a defense.
Okay, so he was not brought in with anything to do that he's Israeli.
No, he was brought in for impartiality. That's why they brought in a South African one and an Israeli one, because theoretically this man should place his commitments to international law and the concept of the law generally over his allegiance to the state of Israel.
Okay,
of course,
so
you are
he-
right. There is a deeper thing within there that, you're kind of admitting that Israel wanted to manipulate the Court of Justice by having one of its justices there who would always side with them. However, by the way, he didn't even always side with Israel. There were certain times where the Ugandan judge, Judge Sebatunde, actually went further than he did. And so he would agree to certain things that she wouldn't. She's Ugandan, okay? But the thing is your argument was that he wasn't even a judge.
I never said he wasn't a judge. I said he was not a judge of the International Court.
Well,
He does
you
not
just saw
belong-
a video of him
Does
being
he
a
sit-
judge at the
okay,
International
okay,
Court.
okay. You know what? Let's try and ask you in a different way because you're being very blocking about this. Does he sit on that court on a regular basis to judge other cases?
No, he resigned for personal reasons.
I see. So he should have judged other cases too. That's what you're saying. If
No,
didn't
he was
resign?
brought in for that. He was brought in for that case, but he's still a judge on the
just for
international.
that case, right? Just for that case.
What does that change about anything that I've said?
Hold on, because a judge who belongs to the International Court sits there not just for one case. He sits there for all the cases as long as he's it's his business. Does he get paid by the International Court? Yes, he's employed by the International
I don't
Court.
think any of them get paid by the International Court of Justice, the actual judges, but I don't know the answer to that.
To be honest, I don't know either. I don't know if they get paid or not. But I'm
wait.
I'm giving you an example of the difference between someone who was brought in as an expert to represent the side of the defense.
He didn't.
and
Wait,
someone
he's
who's-
not. He's not. That's not what he's doing.
Okay. You know what? Whatever you want. I mean, the people in the comments will make up their mind. If someone who was brought in just for one case, is part of the international court, or maybe he was brought in because he's Israeli.
Hold on. I've got.
And he needs to bring an Israeli angle to this.
I just got. Wait. So I just got an answer to this. That is an ad hoc judge under the statute of the International Court of Justice. You correctly said that if a country party to a case is not already represented on the court, each country party to the case may appoint one judge on an ad hoc basis to serve as a judge for that case. What is the problem with this moron? That's what someone had to say to you, one of the commentators. So your argument was that you just claimed that he wasn't.
What does ad hoc mean? What does ad hoc mean?
That he's brought in for that specific case. That it's not like his general thing, but he's brought in there because there's no Israeli judge.
Why would you need to bring in, for one case, a judge from the country that's being accused?
Because that's what the International Court of Justice does, for impartiality and fairness, to mean that that one country would not just be unfairly targeted.
Is he a regular judge on that?
I don't understand what this argument is. Your argument was that. By the way,
argument is very simple. He was brought in there to represent the Israeli interest. Okay.
8% of historic Palestine. The International Court. Hold on.
Is a Supreme Court judge in Israel.
Yeah.
He was sent to has represented.
Serve on.
Oh my God. Oh, wait. I just said represent, and why did you skip that?
Because this is... Wait. We're going back to where you've just been talking. That? Because I think that this is one of the most insane arguments and hills to die on. You're just arguing...
I'll tell you what's insane. Let me tell you what's insane for a minute, okay? I want to tell you what's insane. Insane is that a young person like you who's never visited this land, knows nothing about this land firsthand, thinks that there's a G-side going on when it's never going on, thinks that we are Schmerist when the other sides are Schmerist, thinks that we commit grapes on the enemy while they commit grapes on us, thinks that the 7th of October was committed by the Israelis and not by the Hamas. You think all these things that are part of the echo chamber you live in on TikTok. Nothing that you know or say is factual or true.
Well, do you know what my response to that is?
Yeah.
I understand the concept of a judge, and you seemingly can't grasp the concept of a judge.
Okay, so whatever you want to say, it's okay. I still insist that this judge was brought in. He's a judge. I always said he's a judge. You asked me who he was. I told you he was a judge in Israel.
You said, wait, in response to a video.
No, he's not a judge of the International Court. Okay, why can't you understand that? He's a judge in Israel. He was brought in specifically for this trial.
This is quite possibly one of the most insane arguments I've ever seen from someone. But also, I just wanted to say, in response to the stuff that you did, I don't think Israel was responsible for killing everyone on October the 7th, but I think that they certainly did kill at least some of their own people. I think that that's an undeniable thing. I think that they have something called the Hannibal Directive. I don't know the exact number. It's at least in the tens, maybe hundreds, maybe thousands. Who knows? I guess we'll never know because Israel will never allow that to fully come out.
Only 1,200 were killed, so how can it be in the thousands?
Because Israel just kills its own people every day, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, maybe they killed all 1,000. Who knows?
You don't know is the only truthful thing you said in the last sentence.
But
you don't know.
But the thing is,
what's the Hannibal Directive?
Hold on.
What's the Hannibal Directive?
Hold on. The Hannibal Directive is basically that Israel would rather kill someone than have them captured.
Oh my God, that is just so stupid and not true. First of all, the Hannibal Directive is only for soldiers.
Yeah, I think that they might have expanded that on October the 7th.
They expanded it in the 2 hours that they had to think about it. They expanded it.
Yeah, do you not think? Wait. Do you not think that would be like a time where you would expand it? Let's just say you're making decisions in a very quick space.
You can't change rules and laws without convening the Knesset.
Well, I think that Israel does change. Number two,
let me educate you what the Hannibal Directive is, okay? The Hannibal Directive says something very simple. If a soldier is captured by the enemy, so we need to go after that team to try and get him back, taking the risk that he might get caught in the fire, not to unalive him. We don't go there to unalive him.
What would happen if you fired a helicopter?
Why would we want to unalive him?
Well, you kind of explained the logic of why they would want to do it, which is that they don't want them to be captured.
No, you don't understand. We want to bring them back. Okay, of course we don't want him to be captured. And who we're trying to unalive is the enemy taking them. We do take the risk. We do take the risk that he might be caught in the crossfire, and that's the Hannibal Directive. It has nothing to do with civilians. And there was a Hannibal Directive on October 7th, maybe 2 or 3 cases with soldiers that were taken to Gaza. There was nothing with civilians. You cannot prove it. I'm sure about it. Okay, I happen to live in Israel. I was wide awake when all of this was happening, and I saw the social media with my own 2 eyes. I was on the phone with people that were there, so I know what was happening. Okay, 99% of the people that were unalive.
Did they show
on
you when the
October
Israeli
7th,
government was blowing them up with helicopters?
They did not blow up anyone with helicopters.
But you just
that
admitted.
Again is a lie.
Wait. So
that again is a lie.
So it's pretty much agreed upon, by the way, that the Israeli military did at least order the Hannibal Directive on October the 7th. Okay, that they did order the Hannibal Directive.
Three times on 3 soldiers, and nothing happened there. There was not unaliving or anything. Just because you order the Hannibal Directive, what you're trying to present is that the Hannibal Directive means kill the soldier. No. The Hannibal Directive means get the soldier back safely, with the risk that he might get hurt.
Hold on. Sorry. The Hannibal Directive is about stopping soldiers being captured, and you're admitting that they do potentially kill people.
No. They take the risk that they might be killed either by the captured.
I feel like you are quite possibly one of the densest human beings that I've ever engaged with. So, like, you are admitting exactly what I'm saying.
Because no, I'm not admitting what you're saying.
So what's different? What's different about what we said?
Okay. Let's go to numbers. How many people were killed by the Hannibal Directive?
As I already said, I have absolutely no idea. Israel has never released
so
that number.
Let's leave it that way, that you have no idea. So don't talk about stuff you have no idea.
You were the one who brought up the Hannibal Directive. You're the one who brought up
civilians. No, you brought it up. Don't lie.
No, I didn't. This is
you brought up the Hannibal Directive.
You are an insane person.
You want me to remind you how you said it? Do I need to remind you and the people in the crowd?
You said.
Do I need to remind you?
Hold on.
Let me remind you. I told you that the echo chamber of TikTok and the pro-Palestinians claimed that we unalived our own people on October 7th. And then you came up and said, oh yeah, you did that using the Hannibal Directive. But now 15 minutes later you say, well, I don't have numbers because Israel never released it, so I'm not so sure. I thought it's also for civilians. I didn't know it's only for soldiers. Okay, so suddenly you don't know a lot of stuff, and you're claiming that I brought the Hannibal Directive, which I never. Why would I bring it up at all? What the reason would I have to bring it up?
You said
to prove what?
You said the host You said the host probably believes that we killed all of our own people on October the 7th.
Right. Did I
you brought up the Hannibal Directive effectively?
Oh my God! Now you're really trying to manipulate my words. I never used the word Hannibal Directive, and I said that's what you think happened. Not what I know what happened on October 7th, because my next door neighbor was unalive while she was with her mother on the phone.
I think
she was 22 years old. She only went to dance at the Nova.
Hold on, this is still.
Her name is Libby Cohen Maguri. You want to check that, Lucia?
Fantastic. The stuff you're saying, right? So I don't know how we're getting stuck on these kind of like semantics, because this is insane. First of all,
the reason we're getting stuck on semantics
please, be quiet or I'm going to remove you. Be quiet or I'm going to remove you. Be quiet or I'm going to remove you. Be quiet, I'm going to remove you.
You're going to remove me now. You're getting scared. You're getting into a corner. It's hard for you to handle me.
I'm not.
Go ahead, remove it. It's just going to prove that you're a loser. That's it.
You're just talking and talking and talking and talking.
Oh, I'm talking and talking and talking, and you're not doing any of the talking.
I mean, right now, yes, absolutely. You are the one who is doing just non-stop fucking
right now.
Talking.
Thank God that I can talk to you. Thank God that there's a non-apologetic Jew here.
I mean, I think most people just think that you're an annoying and an ignorant fuck, because you've sat here and you've tried to claim that Aaron Barak was not a judge on the ICJ. You actually said that he was on the defense and that he definitely wasn't there. You said that a video would prove that. You are also categorically the one who came up here and said that I believe that Israel killed all of their people on October the 7th. I then said, yes, Israel did kill people during the Hannibal Directive. I don't know the exact number. Israel will not release the exact number. So far, I think the confirmed number is maybe a dozen people max, okay?
So
That's a Haaretz reporting.
Please,
Please.
How do you think something you don't know?
I actually don't know. I actually don't know what the point of trying to even speak to
You
you for a
don't know
second
the numbers, so how do you
I
think
don't
that
even
they
know.
were killed?
Please, just for a second.
Based on what
Just for
are
a
you
second.
saying that
Just for
the
a
Hannibal
second.
Directive killed people? Based on what are you saying this?
Haaretz
What's
reported
your
it.
basis? Haaretz reported it? Good. Bring me up the Haaretz. Come on, let's go.
One second. IDF ordered Hannibal Directive on October the 7th to prevent Hamas taking soldiers captive.
Is that not what I said?
Potentially.
I said,
Wait. Haaretz revealed the order which directs the use of force to prevent soldiers being taken into captivity was employed at 3 army facilities infiltrated by Hamas, potentially endangering civilians as well.
okay, great. Is that not exactly word by word, except for the endangering civilians? This is word by word what I said. I even used the number 3. Is that correct or not? And I said that it's specifically
No, you said
for
3
soldiers.
people. 3 people were killed. You said 3 people were killed. It says at 3
exactly.
army bases. They said at 3 army
Exactly.
bases.
Where do you want them to set it? In a kibbutz?
No, the point is that's
The
not.
Hannibal Directive can only be set in a military base. Okay, it can only be set
Brilliant.
for soldiers.
Brilliant. But the thing is,
do you agree
that's
on
not,
that?
That's not
Wait,
what
let's see what we can agree upon. Do you agree that you were wrong about the Hannibal Directive being towards civilians?
No, I don't think on October the 7th I was wrong. I think Haaretz's reporting
my
confirms
God.
that it potentially endangered civilians as well.
That's different than employing the Hannibal Directive on civilians.
What do you mean?
That's like
It
saying,
potentially
okay,
may have
is collateral damage a G-side?
What?
Is collateral damage a G-side?
No, I think genocide is an intent to wipe people out, which is what Israel's doing in Gaza.
Is it still doing it now, right now?
Yes, it is.
Every day?
Yes, how many people have been killed since the ceasefire went into effect?
How many? You said every day. How many were killed yesterday?
I don't know. Probably like a few. Maybe like 2, 3.
Okay. You're guessing 2, 3. Okay. And what's
How
their
many
names?
people have been killed since the ceasefire?
Probably about 100.
1,000.
No, that's not true. And they're all there. I can give you all the names and pictures of all of those that were killed. They're all Shmerist, because we made a vow that we will hunt down each person who was in October 7th
United
in Israel.
Nations, more than 1,000 killed in Gaza.
United
629 verified
Nations-
by the United Nations.
To me, United Nations have
Children and
said
women are
bullshit.
43% of all verified fatalities. So you think all those children and women were...
Hold on.
Sorry,
hold on.
269 were women and children. 43% of all verified fatalities were women and children. 360 men killed in
When?
reported
In the last-
Israeli airstrikes. This is exclusively since the ceasefire. This was the 18th of June. That number has risen well over 1,000 now.
Okay, and where's the UN getting those numbers from?
They'll be getting them from, I don't know, the Gaza Health Ministry,
Which is
which is part of the government in Gaza. I don't give a shit if it's from Hamas.
Which
Who
is?
cares? 43% of them are...
so-
Wait. So they... Hold on.
they're getting this information from a Shmerist organization.
Hold on.
Okay,
Wait for
from
a
a
second.
die-hard
Wait for a second.
Shmerist organization.
Second.
And you're going to believe the Hamas over
Wait for
me.
a second. I mean, Hamas are more verifiable than someone who doesn't understand the concept of what a judge is. But I think that the other point that I would make with this... I'm going to end this soon because I think you're too dumb. Like, I genuinely think that you are one of the dumbest people I've ever encountered throughout the entirety of my life. You are like...
I think the only reason
Be
you
quiet,
would
be quiet,
say
be quiet.
that is probably...
Be quiet, because the thing is in fact, I'm just going to remove you because I'm done with this, because you are genuinely one of the stupidest men who might be walking the earth currently. Okay, so you are saying, oh, well, this means that it's all from Hamas. 629 of those have been verified by the United Nations since the ceasefire. The United Nations has verified at least 269 women and children. Those people are most definitely not terrorists, as you claim. I would also doubt that the majority of those people are terrorists. Yeah, I mean, that guy was one of the dumbest people I've ever encountered. My live has been restricted. This is actually a problem whenever I go live now. All right, guys, I'm going to end that there because I'm not going to subject the YouTubers to the YouTube and Twitchers to unlimited debates. I know you guys don't always enjoy that kind of stuff. I hope you have a lovely rest of the day, everyone, on this. If you want to check me out, I'm live on Twitch and YouTube. Just search my name, Chris Kunzler, and search Chris K Live on Twitch. Goodness me. Now you see the kind of people who I interact with. Now you see why I'm struggling and I'm upset so often. I'm just going to turn my camera off 1 second. Stop virtual camera. Hold on. Scene. Here I am. Here I am. Hold on. There I am. Hello, guys. I am back. God. That was wild. No, it's hilarious. Yeah, I mean, it's just an easy way because I know you guys like watching me, so I figured at this point I will just do a bit more so I can go live for longer, but it's not going to eat into regular time, you know, it just means longer streams for you guys, and maybe there'll be some more of you who stick around for this kind of stuff. You deserve a cuppa or an ice cream. I know, I was laughing so loudly there. Tin can mode. Guys, and maybe there'll be some more. Hold on. Hello? 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 Are we back to normal now? I don't know what was causing that. More of you guys, and maybe there'll be some more. Hold on. Hello? 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 Are we back to normal now? I don't know. What the fuck's going on with my audio? What the hell?
La boo boo.
I don't know what's going on with the audio. What the fuck? This is really weird. Hold on. I'll respond to all of the donations in a second. Just let me fiddle around. This is really weird. No, it's better. What was causing that?
7th was 3 hours.
I don't know what's going on with the... I really don't know what could be causing this. Hold on. Let me reopen OBS. See if that's causing it. Hello. Not normal. What the fuck? I'm not on OBS though. I don't know what's going on with the... I really don't know what could be causing this. Hold on. Maybe restart. But if I restart the interface, it'll... Hold on. I know what to do. Hello? Are we back? Are we back now? Hello? Have we got normal audio? Let me reopen OBS. Is it still dodgy? Hello? Are we back? Are we back? It's not picking up the mic on my camera though. That's the issue. Oh, wait. I know what it is. That I fixed it. Now? Hello? Have we got normal audio? Let me reopen.
In the West.
Is it fixed? Sounds like 2 mics open. Yeah, it is. Previously, my mics have not worked. My double mic has been broken for ages. Whatever I've done has fixed it. It might be I fixed it. Now? Hello? Have we got normal audio?
In the West.
There we go. There we go. Right. I need to respond to people. This guy has a child's brain. This is bullying. Yeah, I think it is a problem with when you're trying to debate someone and they just kind of talk and talk. But thank you for the €2, Mr. Marcus Ryan. You made my day, brother. Thank you, Angel's Shot. Yeah, the judge thing was fantastic. Here's a coffee to compensate for the mental gymnastics. Thank you for the 5 Canadian. I won't be spending that on coffee. I'll spend that on fucking Timbits. I totally called it being double audio. Well, I'm an idiot, okay? But yeah, hello everyone. I have fixed my audio now. I hope you guys are good. To be honest, if you want to know why I'm doing the debate stuff, it is just the way, like, long term, that is probably not something I want to do, but I want to, grow my channel, and that's kind of the thing that people find interesting, and I realize I have this big-ass TikTok. The only problem is since I started doing these things, since I started doing this, I have, like, kind of left my TikTok. Once again, Mr. Elephantfish, thank you for the avocado doing a thumbs up and the 30 NOK. Thank you for supporting the channel, my man. Timbit. A Timbit is like a thing that's offered by Tim Hortons, which I've never eaten. But a Timbit is like the middle of a donut.
Welcome to the Burger
cut
Reich.
out. Garlic fries, 11 months. A subscription for the pain that you put yourself through. It's cool. It's cool. Thank you so much for the 11 months, my man. Thank you for supporting the channel. You're punishing us for being bastards. No, I think the thing is if you hate the debates, don't worry. It's not going to eat into regular streaming time. But yeah, it will. Also, I need to add on, we've got 20 subs, so we're actually kind of getting close to the 1,000. We're definitely going to hit it, my mans. Okay, Chris, who is this kid? Me? I'm not a child. I'm 24, sadly, somehow. 25, in fact. That's how old I am. I don't even know. Okay, right. So I do have a couple of things that I wanted to show. Oh my god, wait. Lindsey Graham's funeral was a gold mine. Lindsey Graham's funeral was the best thing I think I've ever witnessed. I have to show you this.
He was extremely hawkish. I will tell you, he never saw a war that he didn't like. Only his true friends would understand that, but he wanted it for the good of our country.
Lindsay, he was often unfairly characterized as a warmonger. I've heard that false criticism a lot. It's not true. The truth was the opposite. Lindsay desperately wanted and talked to the president about a lasting peace in the Middle East. He wanted every region, every country in the region on that path to peace. That was Lindsay's dream, if people would only listen to what he had been saying.
Yeah, he was... Guys, you've got to be correct about your terminology. Please don't use offensive terms about him. He's a war hawk, not a warmonger. There was also another... Actually, you know what? This funeral, for some reason, produced some of the greatest clips I've seen in ages. There's one where Trump taps on Lindsey Graham's casket. I hadn't seen that. Am I good or shaken by the debate? No, of course I'm not shaken by the debate. I mean, it's talking to someone who's an idiot. Like, I mean, it's not really... Sometimes you get ones that aren't even really debating. You're just talking to someone about random stuff. Yeah, you're talking about random stuff. But I'm not shaken at all. Except I will say, I was shaken by the fact that I kept on thinking every time that we were saying ad hoc, I couldn't stop thinking about the concept of ham hock. Is that disrespectful as well, to touch someone's coffin? I don't know. I've never been at a funeral where you've touched their coffin. This is also incredible. Trump pulls out a Tic Tac at the funeral. Imagine having to put up with this man, like, regularly, just as your president. And then there's another one. All of this stuff about Lindsey Graham really reminds me. Have any of you watched Game of Thrones? In Game of Thrones, there's this bit where Stannis is writing like a memorial of why he's king, and they're like writing out this thing, and they're like, "Oh, can you say?" They write out, "Oh, your beloved brother Robert," and he goes, "I didn't love him. He didn't love me. I don't love him." And that's exactly what this guy is saying.
Heated things got in Washington. Virtually everyone, Republican or Democrat, liked Lindsey. Well, not everybody, but it sounds good. Not everybody. He was a tough cookie, okay? I have to veer from this for a second. He was a tough cookie, darling, but he was beautiful.
I think with all of our feelings about Lindsey Graham, we can all agree that he was a tough cookie. Also, Mag Carter, thank you for resubscribing at tier 1 for 3 damn months. Thank you so much for supporting the channel over on Twitch. Always greatly appreciated. I'm sorry I missed that. Yeah, just incredible. I wonder what Darlene had to say. Darlene? What does Darlene Graham even sound like? We don't have to watch a full Darlene Graham video, but I do want to hear her. Okay, there's no...
All right, so if you are just joining us, I sat down with the newly appointed South Carolina Senator Darlene Graham, where she announced her intention to run for her brother's vacant seat this coming fall.
Oh, my internet is struggling. Hold on, let me just close Discord.
Here's part 2 of that interview, including a very emotional moment reflecting on Senator Lindsey Graham's life and legacy. Take a look. Your brother traveled all around the globe. There's not a senator that traveled more often than him. Yes. And the key, he went to Afghanistan and Iraq maybe 25 times. Mm-hmm. You know, he traveled to Ukraine, 10, 12, 15 times, which is a brutal trip.
Yes.
He was at the NATO meeting in Turkey. He went to every country in the Middle East numerous times. Did you spend a lot of time talking to him about all that?
I did, and I was concerned about him. I'm like, Lindsey, it's a lot, I want you to slow down and take care of yourself. But I knew that he was doing what he loved, what he was passionate about.
It's so funny that they're like, oh, he was doing what he loved, what he was passionate about. All he was fucking passionate about was killing people. That is literally the only thing that he was passionate about. He liked war and other people's deaths. He liked sending other people to war and killing people who weren't white. That's Lindsey Graham's vision of what he liked in his life. And the world is definitely better off without that horrible little gentleman. In the time that I was conversing with some of the best people that Israel has to offer, there has been nothing that major happen, but we will talk about it. Oh, Darlene. Oh, he did love Twinks. He does love Twinks. That is one of the other things. Also, any new Twitchers over there? Throw the prime my way. You know you want to. He also loved... Yeah, he did love them. There are a few things Lindsey loved in life. Lindsey, ladybugs, Darlene. He liked... killing, he liked Twinks, and I think that's kind of cool. La Boo Boo. Hey, Elephant Fish, thank you for the 20 NOK. He rip dirty old war pig. Generals gathered in their masses, just like ladybugs on Lindsay's backside, as the Black Sabbath song goes. Wait, I thought you said you were ending stream. No, I don't end stream on here. Basically, I am a YouTube streamer. What I've figured out is that I can do, combine the two of them, because I've seen loads of other people getting it and getting, quite a lot of, free content out of it, basically. And my idea is basically, why am I not capitalizing on that? I'm a small YouTuber, so why not just capitalize on something that people do like? Crowder uploaded a video titled "The Case for Fascism" yesterday. Did he? Liking Twinks is based. Yeah, liking Twinks is based, but not the way that Lindsey Graham is.
I love serious?
Excuse me, Mr. James Selliers, thank you so much for supporting the channel. Stephen Crowder, how long is the case for fascism? James Selliers, yeah, thank you so much. Oh, this is 22 minutes.
Even the bad fascists, they were a mistaken response to equally bad Marxists or leftists. And Marxism, communism, has killed far more people, and it's not even close. It's not even close. How often do you hear the accusation of fascism? Okay? What do you think it means? All right.
This is, I think Ian Kershaw says this. Ian Kershaw. Yeah, here you go. In 2016, Ian Kershaw said that trying to define fascism is like trying to nail jelly to the wall, which I don't think would be that hard. Like, do you think nailing jelly to the wall is actually that hard to do? I feel like you could nail jelly to the wall. I don't know if he means jam, but Kershaw's British, so he means jelly as in like, you guys call that jelly too, don't you? If you're American or Canadian. But yeah, I think the thing is defining fascism is a complex task. Like, generally, I think that the things people go for is like obsession with militarism and valorization of war heroes, an authoritarian regime and centralized control. The other thing is, by the way, hold on. On reading my favorite book ever that takes ages to read, simply called Hitler, which I'm just over halfway through now. Look, it has pictures of Hitler in. It's quite good. But anyway, in the in the book, he is talking about how Hitler just like really didn't hang out with anyone, that he actually just didn't involve himself in stuff.
To begin with, communism, Marxism, socialism, responsible for at least 100 million deaths in the 20th century.
Okay, right. Let's have a look at this. Okay, so USSR, 20 million deaths. China, 65 million deaths. Cambodia, 2 million deaths. North Korea, 2 million deaths. Vietnam. Wait, how is Vietnam responsible for 1 million deaths? What are you saying there? And the reason it's so chunky is because it's 2 books pushed together. That's why. That's why it's so chunky. It's like, they're 2 Kershaw books. It is actually really good, by the way, if you want to learn more about the history of World War II. Anyway, feeding the clippers. If anyone is so stupid as to clip and be like, oh my god, it is a bad idea to read perhaps the most famous biography of an evil, nasty guy, then they are so dumb that there is no point in agreeing with them. And yeah, this would add up to less than 100 million. 150,000 deaths in Latin America. It's also kind of crazy that, like, European colonization of the Americas was undeniably genocidal, and it could have killed, like, 80 million people. In fact, you could just go for 100 million people, I guess. But yeah, like, I'm not so sure how you can say in Africa. Where in Africa are you talking about? It's pretty broad to just say Africa. Africa's a pretty large thing. How is your work hubby? Is my work hubby Isaac? He's fine, I guess. I haven't spoken to him today.
Okay.
Eastern Europe, 1 million deaths.
Seems to me that should be the starting off point for every semester of history, certainly economics, when you're looking at different socioeconomic systems. 100 million dead minimum to begin with. Makes it pretty hard to say, religion is the cause of all wars, right? 100 million dead, communism, that's the toll. Now, when action is taken to...
By the way, I just really do love this sort of thing of just saying that just saying that fascism is the cause of all wars, right? Is this kind of implying that Hitler didn't cause the Second World War? Because once again, in my book I just read, I didn't actually know this. You know, in 1937 and 38, Hitler started dealing with chronic illness. He was a sickly gentleman. He was sick when he was younger as well, I think. But anyway, he started dealing with like some chronic illnesses, mostly probably to do with stress. And he said of his illnesses, okay, he was like, I'm going to die. And I don't think if anyone comes after me, that what will happen after me will achieve what I wanted, okay? And he basically went to war because of that. And then there was that affair. Oh my God. Nazi 1937 scandal. Scandal, Nazi Germany, military, married, sex worker. The Blomberg-Fritsch affair. So these two guys, but all of these were like happy, big Nazi fans. Whichever one survived onwards, I think it's Fritsch, like loved Hitler still. And basically these were two scandals. But all of these people here thought that Hitler was being like a terrifying warmonger. One of them married a lady who'd been taking nudie photos with a Jewish guy. And the other one was... the other one was allegedly touching on little boys, apparently. But it wasn't really true. But yeah, anyway, all of these men were really worried about him, were really worried about Hitler's warmongering. So I don't know if he's trying to imply that Hitler wasn't a warmonger.
Disinfect a nation. And sometimes, I will admit, very radical action taken to deal with the root ideology and systems that have led to the death of 100 million people. The left yells fascism. The problem is fascism has been used historically, not in the way that you've been told. It's been used against communism because with communism, socialism, right, you vote them in, you have to shoot your way out. They don't leave once they attain power, and they nationalize.
Weren't most fascists involved in wars to get them out of power? The Nazis, the French, I guess Salazar just kind of died. Franco died, but there was still like an internal struggle against it, which, didn't they kill Franco's successor? How many people died in World War II? I think probably World War II casualties. No, apparently there's estimates between 70 to 85 million deaths. Most of the people who died as well were from disease and starvation and hunger and shit, which probably wasn't pleasant at all. Yeah, I'm trying to think of sort of a fascist who wasn't taken out of power by shooting, right? Is there any fascist who was thrown out of power without like a kind of massive internal struggle? Like Franco's successor was killed, and so Franco had no successor after he died, right? Salazar had some kind of stroke thing and died, so he's kind of a fascist, but he was a monarchist as well. And also, I guess they were like Christian fascists. So who was a fascist who wasn't shot out of power? I actually don't know. List of fascist regimes. Because also, the other thing is you really only... Yeah, the only ones that so they're saying that fascists include basically the Axis powers. So Italy, Germany, and Japan, all of those had to be shot out of power. Australia had a fascist government. Australia! Belgium. Someone was talking about that as well, how Belgium are just like completely get out the Nazi shit. I guess Chile under Pinochet as well, you might make the argument that he was a fascist and all of those in Latin America. Hitler just left his post. Did he really? Yeah, he left it to Argentina. Maybe you could argue Bolsonaro. True. Is Sonic the Hedgehog saying what he says because he got to go fascist? Yeah, that's what Sonic the Hedgehog is, yeah.
The means of production, distribution, which, by the way, is the goal of Marxism. So you've probably been taught, or maybe not even taught, you just have teachers point to historical examples of fascists. Maybe even just one or two and then go, see, fascism bad. we done a little bit more? Well, hold on a second. We always want to ask why. It doesn't justify it, but the left, who is so willing to ask why when someone commits a heinous crime against an innocent person and is willing to fight to get them out of prison, which they also don't believe in, that's a part of Marxism, they're not willing to ask why someone...
Yeah, I guess, you know what's true? The organizations that you would most associate with what people kind of mention exactly when they say fascism are talking about the Axis powers really specifically. They were all overthrown with militarism, but thinking about communism, so many communist governments just dissolved and collapsed. The USSR wasn't like forced out of power by war, really. It wasn't. Maybe you could make the argument of Afghanistan like being a military quagmire, but I think the problems were already there. I don't know. Steven Crowder is like Cocomelon for the world's dumbest chud. I would like to be one of the world's dumbest chuds.
May have risen to power with a mandate of the masses against the representatives of an ideology that is...
Unknown celebrity said the hidden fascism of Sonic. Sonic with a tattoo, with a Hitler tattoo as the thumbnail. Yeah, maybe I'll do that, and I'll have to consult my expert. Good luck, Cassandra. Thank you for the donation. I hope you have a lovely rest of the day.
Killed again 100 million people in the 20th century. So here's how we're going to define fascism. The way the left does. Every time someone does something to prevent the left from completely subverting a nation or to try and reverse course. The left wants you to believe that fascism, not Marxism.
I really do feel like this is just a thinly veiled supportive video of Adolf Hitler.
Marxism, not communism, 100 million dead, is the biggest, greatest evil threat in the world.
We are witnessing a fascist takeover of this country. And I really hope the Republican Party wakes up to that.
All power is vested in the executive. It sure looks a lot like fascism.
Trump is literally a fascist. Point to one thing, ICE.
This guy's haircut is crazy. What is going on? Why are these bits so silver?
Talk about everything Trump's doing that is fascist.
At this stage, we're pretty clear on the fact that Donald Trump fashions himself an authoritarian.
You know you're living in a fascist society when you're constantly going over in your head the reasons why you're safe. What we want is a country where none of us have to feel that way.
Because at the end of the day, we have a fascist in the White House.
It's not like fascism might come here. Fascism has already arrived.
All right. That one guy who said...
what are these ad-libs? Yeah, UAE ex Oman was the Dhofari Liberation Front. A very interesting time in history.
We want a country where everyone feels safe. I don't. What do I mean by that? I don't want communists to feel safe. I don't want people who share the goal of subverting and destroying this country. They're not, just to be clear, Marxists and those in the American Communist Party or the DSA, they don't seek to destroy America because it's fascist. They've always sought to destroy America because it's not Marxist, because it's not communist. It doesn't matter who's in power. They want to bring us to... I don't want those people to feel safe. I don't want those people to rest easy. I don't want them to create a coalition and turn this into every single communist nation that has ever...
I need to get shit like this, like the Louder with Crowder mug dropping down, and you guys can join the mug club, and you can join the premium on Rumble, where the crazy shit happens, where I explain the concept of a judge to Israelis. Do you think that actually the reason that the Israeli guy didn't understand the basic concept of a judge is because Israel is a safe haven for creeps and horrible people from all over the world?
Let's go through some historical examples here. One that's very commonly pointed to. And just to be clear, this does not mean that I am supportive of or justifying everyone in the fascist response, right? Everyone involved with that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm trying to provide you with some historical context. Okay.
I actually, sorry, just to note something here. You're saying that you want a Four Lions review. I messaged Isaac. We might do that for the next bonus episode of doing something like Four Lions. The Four Lions will be what we'll do next.
Case 1, Chile. The story you were likely told, if at all, 73, far-right military dictator, Pinochet. You've heard this term a lot. It's become just a kind of a shorthand insult for a fascist. Pinochet ousted a democratically elected Allende after a coup. Here, We see this from The Atlantic. The ultimate lesson of the 1973 coup that brought in General Pinochet's dictatorship was that the people would not, in the end, be denied their choice. Foreign
Okay, this is already getting crazy.
Affairs in there. It says, Chile once boasted a longer history of stable democratic rule than most of its neighbors in much of Western Europe. Now it is the last major country on South American continent to return to civilian government after a wave of authoritarianism. All right. So Pinochet came in. Oh, my God. Here's the reality. From 1970 to 73, do you know what created Pinochet? It was the Marxist, Salvador Allende. Mm-hmm. Far left Unidad Popular Coalition. I'll just say it, Unidad Popular Coalition. Socialists, communists,
Jesus Christ.
Radicals. So what were the results, by the way? Why do you think Pinochet is still popular today? You can't poll it officially, but Pinochet was immensely popular. Also left, by the way. Left of his own volition, which fascists don't tend to do. So why? Why would someone who was a military...
He killed, like, hundreds of people in mass torture camps, right? Like, what are you talking about? There is actually an article saying that support exists. By the way, you can probably find Germans who still like Hitler. German support for Hitler today. Because Mussolini is not so taboo anymore, in Italy, they have this phrase where they don't say his name, but they say, things were better here when the trains used to run on time. And apparently most Italians, I know you'll all know the phrase, but thousands. Yeah, sorry, apologies. I did want to say thousands, but I didn't want to make a mistake. I apologize. They're thousands, yeah. Maggie Thatcher, by the way, Margaret Thatcher, even when Pinochet was declared Pinochet became in my understanding, after he left power, he was prosecuted, right? Or people sought arrest warrants for him. Margaret Thatcher was meeting with him afterwards. Like, Thatcher was happy to hang out with him, which is kind of crazy.
Dictator, why would he come to power? Well, could it be because
it's also fucking crazy that they had a Hitler guy there. An SS fan.
Socialist Marxists before him had inflation up 1,600%. Wages were down 35%. Wow. The socialist Allende responded with these price controls that, by the way, created an entire black market and enabled crime cartels. Basic goods were selling for 142% over normal prices on the black market. So what happened was Pinochet, with overwhelming support, could have been anybody, let's be clear, went in and cleaned things up. Now, could you say that he went a little too far? Well, sure. Sure, he had a few communists who went for helicopter rides and we never saw them again.
I love how these people act like Charlie Kirk being killed is the biggest affront to humanity ever, but thousands of Chilean people being killed and tens of thousands more being... I love burgers! And tens of thousands more being tortured is just yeah, that's awesome and cool. Hey, Stevie Broncolini, thank you for subscribing with the Prime. Thank you so much. But yeah, these people who say I prefer watching on YouTube, but please take my Bezos books. Well, thank you for supporting, man. Thank you for throwing the Prime my way. It is goated. And of course, that's the statement, make the economy scream. Yeah, so this is my podcast where I investigate historical context so I'm investigating the historical context of why we should all love and support Pinochet, but the other historical context of, I don't know, Chile being disliked because it wasn't dancing the correct tune that the American Empire actually wanted at that point. That is context that I am uninterested in. Totally uninterested in.
But if you weren't a communist, you weren't at great risk. Not whitewashing everything he did, as the left does with communists. But it was a response. So what did you see from 77 to 81? Average GDP growth was about 8%. Inflation fell to single digits.
Wait. Chile was declared an economic miracle due to an average growth of 8% in GDP, and the neoliberal model was promoted to other developing countries throughout Latin America. However, the economic miracle in Chile under the Pinochet regime is a false triumph, as the policies benefited only a small percentage of the population and exacerbated income inequality. Oh my God, why would you cite this? Why would you cite something where the title of the... By the way, I'm going to start doing that in my actual videos, not this kind of stuff. That is incredible. The debauchery of currency and inflation. That is incredible. I like the way they've displayed it, by the way. That's off topic, but this is incredible. Why would you... Whoever does research for him, why would you choose this article? Because... the title of it is Chile's Economic Miracle, a False Triumph Overshadows Unconscionable Tragedy. The Chile Project, the story of the Chicago Boys and the downfall of neoliberalism. Wait, hang on a second. Real GDP growth was 3.9% through 3.1. Inflation fell from 26.8% in 1985 to 2.9% in 2020. The unemployment rate... The data on Chile's economic success since the mid-1980s is straightforward and compelling by most economic metrics. Growth rates, and then they're critiquing this in the next comment. The next comment says, so this is clearly a citation from Edwards' table. Edwards would have done well to explore the methodology, accuracy, and reliability of the copious data he cites, especially when comparing Chile to neighboring and OECD countries.
From quadruple digits. Poverty went from 50% as a rate to 10%. Unemployment went from 15% down to 6%.
We're a group of Chilean economists trained under free market mentors like Milton Friedman at the University of Chicago during the 50s and 60s. They later designed and implemented radical neoliberal economic reforms under military dictatorship of Augusto Pinochet. No, what you don't understand is even this guy's sources don't agree with him.
And he, again, this cannot be stated enough. Overwhelming support. Pinochet.
By the way, it is crazy to think about that Ethan Klein once ran a show with Hassan Piker that was premised on dunking on like rightoids. And that rant that Ethan Klein went on the other day is, although it doesn't come from the same position of trying to justify fascism, does come from the same position, excuse me, of trying to claim that like leftist Marxism is evil.
From the people for his reforms. It became known as the Great Chilean Experiment. By the way, even after he left power, they kept Pinochet's constitution. Did you know that?
I love burgers! Kit Snicket, what the hell is going on over on Twitch? You guys are going crazy. Thank you for supporting the channel. As always, incredibly kind. Goated.
Though I will say, as a byproduct, the natives of Chile did develop a persistent fear of helicopters that we're still working on.
What's the joke there? Is that he killed native people with helicopters? Is that the joke?
Apocalypto now.
That would actually be a great idea to start a podcast called The Rightovers with Ethan Klein and Steven Crowder.
And by the way, for Pinochet, I just want you to know, like, those numbers that you gave were long-term numbers. Mm-hmm. It wasn't just like he did great for a short period of time and then it reverted back. These reforms seem to have held and had long-term great benefit for the country.
Yep. And by the way, they don't always hold.
No.
But it is important to note that typically when you think fascist, you don't think someone who comes in with a mandate of the masses and improves the lives for everyone.
By the way, this is just really a thinly veiled celebration of Adolf Hitler. Like, really incredibly thinly veiled celebration of Adolf Hitler. Like, there was an economic boom under Hitler, but they did kind of eventually, because of their... there was eventually, like, kind of problems because of how expansive the Nazi project get and the rearming of the country. But there was just a massive boom.
His office.
Right.
That's a weird one.
Right.
You should get rid of elections.
Right. Yeah. And I get it. Some people went on helicopter rides who shouldn't have. Okay. You think nobody else was being targeted under the socialist Marxist government? Have you looked anywhere in South America and see there's always a coup? There's always a coup going on. Right now, so I guarantee you there's a coup. If it's not going on out in the public, it's being planned. Someone's planning a coup. There's a coup meeting. Let's look at another case study. Brazil. A story you've probably been told. 1964 military coup overthrew democratically elected president, Jiao Goulart.
So what's he citing here? Overthrow of Goulart is expected to bolster the moderates and set back the communists. The in 1964, the Brazilian military dictatorship rolled in like a bad dream. President João Goulart? How do you say it? I don't know. Fled to Uruguay, and with him went the hopes of progressive reforms. The first of 17 military decrees or institutional acts were issued, blah, 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 inspired by the Cuban Revolution.
Elected president, Jiao Goulart. The reality? Well, look, this president, the policies destroyed, as we saw before. You know, if it didn't take part in killing 100 million people as the rest of communism, well, inflation at about 100% was pretty bad. GDP.
I love how this thing is basically, I love history and context, but the whole thing that you have to ignore is the history and context of, I don't fucking know, the fact that the US did not let any of these countries flourish. Goulart.
Non-existent, literally less than 1%.
By early 90s, the annual inflation, when Goulart staged a series of mass rallies calling for such basic reforms as nationalization of foreign corporations, the franchises for illiterates, and agrarian reforms, the military high command made plans for... Wait, look at what it's highlighted. This guy, so Goulart called for nationalization of foreign corporations, the franchise for illiterates, and agrarian reforms. They did a coup because he wanted... Like, the thing is that they wanted to benefit his people, and it's literally stated in this article, Revolution of 1964, that he was calling for basic reforms. In his speech, he announced several leftist measures that he would institute by presidential decree, including the granting of voting rights to the illiterates. Why is this highlighted as like a bad policy?
Pretty bad. So what did he propose? Nationalizing foreign oil refineries, by the way, seizing agricultural land.
None of these mention any of that, and those are fine policies. If the point of your policy, and it said inspired by Cuba, if the point of your policy is to radicalize stuff, to nationalize stuff for the sake of the betterment of your own people, I think that's totally fair enough. Like, these people would sit here and try and tell you that Americans are being harmed by evil foreign companies. It's actually kind of the whole thing of this Trump presidency that they all love so much, like the whole logic. It's so funny as well, if you think about like the psyche of people like this, that they're just totally unwilling to give people the credibility or or put them on the same playing field of wanting the same thing that they do, even if they're right-wingers.
Granting voter rights to the illiterate because he knew he would never win an election again. He doubled down on all the policies that were making everybody...
The Nazis were not good economic managers. No, you are correct about that. Also, did they get their debts forgiven, or did they just refuse to pay them and then nothing was done about it?
These lives miserable. And so what happened was the military coup came to, quote, complete the mission of restoring economic and financial order to Brazil. 64 to 74, the economic, you look at inflation, it was cut by 82%. You look at the GDP annual average rate, less than 1%. It went to 13%.
Wow.
Industry growth was up 30%. And again, the coup was supported by the people. So it's very different for people. When people hear coup, they go, military dictator, military leader.
Right.
When you live in a country that's been disarmed and a country that has been subject to actual corruption in a way that we don't know. This happens all across South America. There's nothing they can do, and so there can be a military to completely oppress and subjugate the people, or the military is used to liberate the people, or used with the support of the people. Either way, the military is being used because the people can't do a thing. That's what happened in Brazil. The people actually had a huge, it was called the March of the Family with God for Freedom, and that actually took place before the coup happened, and it celebrated the coup afterward.
There's only one surefire way to make mad gains, because the strict diet...
What on earth is this? The pump poppers.
Here's a story you probably heard. Far-right Francisco Franco ushered in years of dictatorship after basically taking out the democratically elected government. This comes from The Guardian.
They also... by the way, the crazy thing about right-wingers is they have unlimited money to make their show. And look how dumb this is. They played the wrong thing.
Basically taking out
That's the wrong thing. That's not about Franco.
the democratically elected government. This comes from The Guardian. Half a century on, the deeds and legacy of the man whose military coup against the Republican government ushered in a 4-decade dictatorship built around the authoritarian ideology of national Catholicism continue to haunt, divide, and confuse 21st century Spain.
Confused?
They're so confused in Spain.
Didn't they have a male Miss Spain?
They might have.
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll find that.
What's the matter with you? So,
They're confused, all right.
Mister, what's the difference?
That's right.
Penis.
At this point, who is, well, as you know, in life.
Monkey Dark Shifter, I'm going to remove your message. You can't call for that. I'm afraid. You cannot call for that.
A penis is hard to find.
Nice.
Can you imagine if Isaac and I ran a show, we would be sat together and we would use the money to do amazing things like get all of those Israeli figurines that I wanted the other day. That would be a good thing for us to do with all of the money. We would get that. Monkey Dark, that is perhaps a more appropriate statement. Speaking of, this is actually George Orwell.
That movie line.
I know it.
Careful! Gerald might try to finish you. All right. Here's the reality. 36 to 1939. You had this popular front coalition, communist, socialist, Marxist, right? What happens, they took power. They first mass released.
Do you want to know a really funny thing that happened in the UK? So Andy Burnham, our new prime minister in this country, was like asked what his favorite songs are, and he was like, sorry, the songs that he goes running to. And one of the songs he chose was Viva la Quinta Brigada, which is about Irish people who fought in the Spanish Civil War. Which is quite funny.
All of the other.
Yeah, I don't actually feel like I know it is kind of like a comical video, but I don't want to show Stephen Crowder just being abusive towards his wife. It's awful.
They're communist, socialist, Marxist from prison. Mm-hmm. So picture Arkham Asylum.
Other measures included transferring right-wing military leaders to posts outside Spain.
Punished landowners, and it instituted all these incredible draconian agrarian reforms, forced the wealthy to take their money out of Spain. They ushered in what you know as the Spanish Civil War, and the result was what is referred to as fascism, where Franco seized power, but brought some stability, including cutting inflation in half. They don't tell you that.
Okay, the stabilization and growth. This monetary integration was accompanied by a more realistic exchange and the adherence to the exchange rate. As a consequence, the black market premium for currency exchange disappeared abruptly. Also, restrictions on foreign direct investment were relaxed. Settlements and several blah, 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 blah. In consequence, inflation rates were comparatively high during the early Franco rule, even though inflation was repressed through officially established prices. The inflation rate was on average 10% over the 1940s, decreased to 8% in the 50s, and after the stabilization, inflation rates practically halved, falling below 6% and went up to 12% during the oil stock.
Almost tripling the GDP. Foreign investment, trade expanded. All of a sudden, you actually had private business taking place. And what's funny is this actually encompasses the anarcho-syndicalism of Catalonia, which they try and tell you about as a success. That's how you know they.
Yeah, price control starts to sound a lot like it starts to sound a lot like the old. It starts to sound a lot like communism.
They failed when you ask someone to point to a successful example of communism or socialism. They go, oh, there are these groups that were pretty violent, but they were making it work most of the time in Catalonia. No, that's not true. And again, this was a man who had a lot of support from the masses, including, yes, the Roman Catholic Church and its constituents.
Yeah.
So if you have violence and violence, let's just really simplify it.
I really like how these people make out as if economic gain justifies anything and justifies any kind of authoritarianism to beat the left. Okay, let's take this position to its logical endpoint that you think a couple of, 100 people being killed, a couple of 1,000 people being killed is just a hee, they're all dead, ha ha ha. Let's take that to its logical endpoint, okay? What do you think about what Hitler did? Let's say before the Second World War. What do you think about that? Do you like that? Because why is that not okay if the rest of what you're saying is okay? Because a lot of people did support Mr. Nazi leader.
All right, you have violence and you have violence. But in one case, you have violence, starvation, and poverty. In the other case, you have violence that stops mass starvation and poverty. You understand why the people of these countries don't share the opinions of the professors in discussing historical cases of fascism.
All over. 2 times in interview for big boy engineering positions, and I'm asked about my accent, and I'm thinking, bro, your accent here in Boston is whack lol. Accent is American in the same way I grew up all over the place. The dude said I sounded Hispanic. I was like, no, bro. You meant I look Hispanic or enter ethnic Caucasian or MENA or Southern European nationality. So weird. Yeah, I mean, I think it's all over here too.
Let's go to case 4, Bolivia. By the way, all the references for these links are in the description. I highly recommend that you read up on this a little bit more, especially Pinochet. That's a fascinating story to see the boom that we saw economically in Chile. So the story you've been told with Bolivia, 71, U.S.-backed dictator Hugo Banzer took power after a violent coup. By the way, there's of course truth to this. U.S.-backed. Do you guys understand?
Yeah.
Again,
100 million dead from communism, the 20th century. And
and of course, by the way, I think that wellness over fitness, they mostly like that, Mr. Nazi, I mean, they just can't say it out loud. Yes, that is literally what it boils down to. These people do just straight up like what Hitler did. The whole video is just like a thinly veiled support of Adolf Hitler.
There's always some communist turd swirling around in South America. So, of course, we're going to have a vested interest and go, oh, wait, is there someone who's anything other than communist? Because we don't want that on our continent. So, yeah, it doesn't mean that there's some crazy psyop. It means that there are countries that either were going to or had veered communist, and we kept our eye on it.
And it was almost always Russian-backed communism.
Of course.
It wasn't just communism like happened.
Right.
So we were fighting a proxy war, essentially.
Exactly. Anyone out there who thinks that Russia, China, Iran, that they don't play favorites in international affairs, you're a silly person. So the real story is 71. Yeah, Hugo Banzer took power after a violent coup. Let's read this from Harper's. It says, Banzer's 3-day coup in August 1971 was significant not only for the fighting that accompanied it, which...
Do you think... It is crazy, by the way, when they highlight this kind of stuff. Under Banzer's rule, more than 14,000 Bolivians were arrested without a judicial order, more than 8,000 were tortured with electricity, water, beatings, and more than 200 were executed or disappeared.
Left 110 dead and 600 wounded, but for the 7-year regime that followed, one of the most repressive in Bolivia's history. Here's the reality. Okay. 52 to 1970, Bolivia had this crazy leftist revolution. They nationalized mines, oil, a lot of land, to be clear. So very similar to what...
The government ended worker co-administration, the nationalized. It also invited North American petroleum companies. Bolivia's 1952 revolution. What's he talking about? What is their problem with nationalizing oil?
You see in places like Cuba, right? What they don't tell you is not only the people killed, but before you had a military coup. Let me ask you this. How do you think you nationalize mines, oil, or land? Where the government takes it?
The people, they willingly give it up.
Right.
They're tired of dealing with them themselves.
Right.
What are you talking about? They're owned by fucking foreigners. Right? Saying fucking foreigners, someone will probably clip that and use that. By the way, we just hit 3,300 followers over on Prime, on Twitch, whatever the hell it is. Thank you for the 3,300 followers. Incredible stuff.
Right.
It's hard.
So that means guys with...
Also, who's getting killed in that context of the seizure of a foreign oil company?
Guns come and take it away. And very often, you can go click these links. They don't list that as the same violence, or they don't put it in the same category as the coup that followed it. So they'll just mention like, well, they instituted policies, nationalized. So when men come in and take your stuff, take your private stuff, your personal stuff with guns.
I love burgers! Salty Halfling, thank you for the 2 months of Prime over on there. Incredibly kind. Incredibly kind. Thank you for supporting the channel, my man. Incredibly kind. Thank you for throwing the Prime my way. I like your name as well, Salty Halfling. Which Halfling is that? Like Merry or Pippin? I feel like they were the salty ones. Sam was always a nice boy. Samwise Ganji. How do you think they take it in capitalism? I don't even know what this man thinks about anything in the world. By the way, I think seizing foreign oil companies that are exploiting your land and aren't returning stuff to the population is, I think it's a just and a moral action.
It's a policy. When men fight those people with equal guns, oh, it's a coup. So you see the scam that's being played? Then 70 to 71, you had the it was a leftist Tory seized power. Crazy, even more radical government, leftist government. And they basically replaced what you know as Congress with a workers' Soviet. So the result was Hugo Banzer, staged a coup with the support of a huge percentage of the population who were helpless and could do nothing. And what were the results? Well, you saw GDP double its historical average. You saw price.
Except in 1974, the economic record years look quite good when taken. Why do they keep citing this? Because these articles kind of clearly point to something larger, but I guess the point is they know that most people will see it flash up on the screen and that's it. And will ignore the fact that it starts off with the economic record of the Banzer years look quite good when taken in isolation.
Prices stabilize. You saw a foreign investment boom that you had not seen at any other point. So again, policies. They nationalized list businesses.
The government took away my small business slave plantation. Comrade Stapler, thank you for the $2. What you have to understand here is we are a pro-small business channel. I am a small businessman. I work for a small business, YouTube. I also help run a small business, partly in the case of the No Politic Here podcast. So yeah, I'm a small business guy.
Is here. And then there was a violent coup against it. Let me ask you, you think the violent coup might have included some people who had their shit nationalized?
Comment.
But yeah, it doesn't mean that you should support every person with a fascist, moniker next to their name. But it also doesn't mean that it's accurate. And I think if someone says, well, look at the fascist, almost invariably, if you look throughout history, even the bad fascists, they were a mistaken response to equally bad Marxists or leftists. And Marxism, communism, has killed far more people, and it's not even close. It's not even close. So rather than starting history at the response, well, the left deliberately doesn't want you to look just a little bit further. Just do this. Anytime you hear about fascists, whether it's Pinochet, whether it's Banzer, take your pick, just rewind the tape by 2 years. 2 years more than whenever the person telling you the story is starting off. They start off in 64? Just rewind it to 62.
Yeah, I'm not sure who the good fascist is. Even the bad fascists. That's not really... Hitler was a response, and Hitler's election was a response in part to a multitude of different things. A bad economic situation was part of that. Definitely.
They start off in 71? Just rewind it to 69. You'll go, oh, I get it. Doesn't mean it's right, but I get it. Let me ask you this. What would you do in this country? What would you do in this country if you had an election, and I'm not saying that this has happened, to be clear, but if you had an election verifiably stolen, and then you had, let's say, the DSA come in, pack the courts, eliminate the Electoral College, legalize every single illegal alien in this country, and by the way, usher in...
If the DSA do that, then I would be... you will see me coming on with, doing a Mamdani cosplay every day.
Another 20 million more so that you would have socialism.
How about 20 billion more?
Forever. And they would use that political capital and power to nationalize your private shit. Think you'd support a coup? Or would that be too fascist for you?
By the way, you can't vote your way out of communism. At some point, you have to pick up a rifle.
Yep.
There's just really no other way to do it. We used to know that. We used to have this understanding of how threatening communists and communism were to...
Yeah.
It's actually kind of crazy because do you know the Red Scare happened after the period where a communist kind of hard left, especially for that time, might have taken power in America. Eugene Debs got a sizable a vote success, right? Eugene Debs had a decent performance in one election, right? Debs. Like he scored a sizable amount, and there were communists operating in America. But when they kind of fell down and weren't really as important, that's when the Red Scare went really further. And the idea that the Soviet Union was a threat to America was insanity.
La Boo Boo.
Mr. Lemon Mint Cat, thank you for the $5. It is easier to fit a camel through the eye of a needle than a rich man go to heaven. Greed is a plight on the earth. May the shrimpies outlive us all. Well, what I will say to that is, have you ever considered this guy? What this guy is saying, that maybe it's illegal to have foreign, to have foreign people own your oil, and they should have that forever. It's illegal to do anything about that.
The United States, and now we're just kind of like, well, maybe they're not all bad.
In South America, historically, your choice is between a communist or a fascist. It's not just like, well, let's just let cooler temperatures prevail.
Yeah.
That's not what happened.
Also, by the way, most of these people he's stating, right, just are not communists. Allende was not a communist, right? Like, at all. Like, he just wasn't, was he?
Well, and these guys, I hate the fascist moniker throwing around. What is there, like a 14-point, like, here's what a true fascist really is, and there's a bunch of things that they have to meet, and almost nobody that they point to and claim is a fascist actually meets all of those, except for Benito Mussolini, and that's about it. And I'm not even sure he met all 14, to be clear.
There must be one near the back.
Well, but everybody tries to say, well, Trump is a fascist. Anybody you think has power is a fascist to you. That's it. That's really what it comes down to.
Well, because they can't stand power that's outside of their collective.
Exactly.
That's
Did Barack Obama
no one's
have
allowed
power?
to. Yeah.
Did he force through things that the American public didn't want by bending, everybody's will to what he wants? Yes, of course. So was he a fascist?
Yeah.
Nah, it's just more of like an authoritarian. Oh, okay. So you like authoritarianism?
Well, they wouldn't even say that.
Yeah.
No.
They wouldn't say that either.
What's
Who's this like chud guy that kind of looks like an idiotic version of Crowder's son?
Funny is when people are like, why would you call him just because he's black? It's like, because he basically...
He was very much a Marxist. Yeah, is communist the correct description of him and his policies, though? Like, I feel like Isaac would be way better placed to talk about this. As you know, I'm not like an expert in Latin America, but like, I swear he's not like communist by description. And yeah, I don't know if Umberto Eco's description of fascism is actually that great.
Attempted to nationalize a fifth of the economy.
Yes.
So that would be, in other words, that would be a much more legitimate example of socialism than what you would say is fascism of Donald Trump, who, by the way, has opened up more speech on the internet.
Yes. From an economic standpoint, is he fascist? No. They said that they've like consolidated all power in the executive. Are you kidding me right now? Do you see how many times judges go after him and how many bills he can't even get the Save America Act passed?
Yeah.
He's a damn terrible fascist. If
He's a
can't
fascist.
Get stuff done.
He's a fascist who not only can't cancel elections, or isn't even attempting to, he's a fascist who can't even get us to require identification for elections, which, by the way, exists in other both semi-fascist and non-fascist.
Burgers! V Dubber, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Crazy stuff is happening over on that Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the channel.
Just nations alike, currently and historically.
Yes, if he was a fascist, his Save America Act would be ending elections.
Right.
That's what fascists do. They don't go, hey, we need to strengthen and bolster this process. They go like, I just don't want to deal with that process anymore.
Well, like Pinochet, for example, he...
Also, by the way, the notion that there is more speech under... The notion that there is more speech under Trump is actually fucking insane. Like, that is genuinely an insane statement.
Can someone give me the actual year when Pinochet left? Pinochet left. So that's the thing. He was like, all right, you guys don't want me to... He left. They go fascist because, I'm not going to lie, there were some journalists on those helicopters.
Yes.
But you have to understand, those journalists were doing the bidding of communists. So I'm not saying that this is right, but when you have this unbelievable economy where even international economists are actually studying your country, the Chilean experiment, and you're reading your own publications, and every single one of them who supported the Marxist government before you is saying that inflation they're lying. You go, oh my gosh, okay, I know what they're doing. They're trying to foment rage so that I'm the next guy taken out. And so you put him on a helicopter ride. Doesn't mean...
I love how these people think like Obama is a fascist or more. I have no idea.
That it's right. But outside of that, if you were running your own business, you were better off under Pinochet. If you were creating a product, you were better off. If you were engaging in trade with other nations and you wanted to be able, you were better off than you were under the Marxists, assuming the violence is equal. Yeah, what were we?
1990. Yeah.
Yeah.
There for quite a while. And I'm sure there were.
So this is what Jan Werner Müller says about fascism. He's a German guy interested in democracy, like a theorist of democracy. Fascists are always nationalists who promise national rebirth, but not all are fascists, but not all nationalists are fascists, and many promise some kind of regeneration. What has distinguished fascists historically has been their glorification of violent struggle and martial valor. They promoted strict gender, national, and racial hierarchies, with races in particular assumed to be locked in permanent and deadly conflict. I do think that if you are making an argument for what it is about Trump that is increasingly fascistic, is not the authoritarianism exclusively, or the growing authoritarianism that has been instituted under this man. I think that you could highlight this stuff in particular. The second Trump administration has been obsessed with martial valor and violent struggle. Like, it really has. And also a lot of the racial element and certain races struggling against each other. The way that he talks about Somalia is fucking insane, you know? Fight, fight, fight. I do think that it is sort of fascistic, you know? I think that I think the unfortunate thing for Trump is there is a deep state in America. It really does actually exist, by the way. Things like the Fed, the Supreme Court, that they've kind of packed with judges anyway. But the Federal Reserve is founded for this thing if it's not meant to be partisan. But it is kind of partisan anyway. But it's not meant to be, is it? Violent struggle, that's what communists want, but they want it without the traditional good gender roles, so fascists are better. Yeah, it's like this thing of like, martial... the sort of martial valor mixed with this stuff. You can kind of see why it is really hard to talk about. And the point that he kind of mentions is in here that sets it so apart from communism is this thing just has like no real core ideology, whereas Stalin was just straight up killing people for like minor ideological disagreements with him, whereas Hitler was like welcoming people who had totally different views of shit in the world, you know. Well, they were all racist and fucking horrible, but that was, you know, he was not so dogmatic in his ideology. And yeah, that's the thing. Even Hitler's power kind of also was not actually fully total until actually that controversy affair that I mentioned when he took control of the Wehrmacht. When he took total control of the Wehrmacht. Against the Catalans, it was all of us against the fascists. Interesting. The Fed was created to anchor the US government as a safeguard against democracy for the bankers and aristocrats that run the place. Exactly, and that's sort of the problem of Trump will always have a deep state to deal with, but he has increasingly... He dismissed the Fed chair, right? He dismissed her, and he replaced her with someone he wanted, or have they been replaced yet?
There are a few re-elections in there that would be, questionable. Oh, you're still here? And you're still watching this on YouTube? You've probably noticed...
Do you know what I think we should remember for the end of this little insanity? I can't find it. Wait, Steve. This guy has like...
Could have guessed that you were...
He has a song called Creep about Biden. I don't know if I can actually play this.
Biden farts, Biden farts.
Biden sharts, Biden sharts,
This is a real thing that Steven Crowder made. Radiohead is a Zionist. Yeah, one of them is. They're pretty wishy-washy on Palestine, and they gave a dog shit statement. Wait, apparently there's been a drone strike in Egypt. Oh my god, an Egyptian gas facility has been hit? He's correct about Biden being a creep. Yeah, I do think you're right about that. I forgot about that. That those things, that the songs were that they proliferated. You were here before, couldn't look you in the eye. You're so fucking special, but I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What the hell is in here? Oh, the IOF want Egypt to join in with the UAE. Apparently this is per local sources, so this is what I'm getting it from. New updates courtesy of your good friend Tony. Thank you, Tony. Breaking. A drone from an unknown source has struck a US facility in Egypt. We might actually just be... Should I just change the title to Regional War Coming? I'll see if anyone else is reporting this so far. Vatux. Reuters reporting. Jesus, so it isn't just one person. Oh, holy shit. Okay, so... Wow, holy shit. He who controls Bab el-Mandeb controls the Suez Canal and a shit ton of the economy. Gas storage vessels at Egypt's Damietta port have been hit by drones, two security sources told Reuters. Maritime security firm Ambry said a US-owned Marshall Islands-flagged LNG storage facility was struck by at least one UAV. What on earth? Wait, look at this. Look at this. Oh my god. Look at this photo of Lindsay. Is that... Chat, is this real? Is this real? Chat, hello? Any news on Yemen or Ansar Allah? We'll talk about that shortly. I'm just kind of trying to get the update on this. This is the new thing. The pro-Israel crowd tries to betray him. I'm being sent some things. Hold on, let me just check what these are. So, Barry with the Ned has mentioned that apparently a stratotanker was circling off the coast of Egypt earlier, apparently. The Saudis and the UAE are pseudo-fighting over Yemen. UAE basically took over Socotra, which is a beautiful island off of Yemen, but it serves as a good base to launch missiles from into Yemen, and also a good base for UAE and Israel to take off from. ADD, Somaliland, a few hundred miles away. Yeah, I mean, these two are fighting, but the Saudis and the UAE already had their discussion over Yemen. What's it called? The southern forces in Yemen, the STC in Yemen are gone. Like, they left. UAE left Socotra. So I don't think they're fighting over Socotra. It seems to be much more that the Houthis are fighting with the Saudis about the status quo in Yemen, and are trying to use what's happening with Iran as a way to as a way to basically use it to consolidate their power and end the blockade of Yemen and take control over more of the country, because their major opponents in Yemen are backed by the Saudis. So the Saudis back it. Okay, so Western analysts This is actually from Leila Leila, I'm just going to go for. Ainaladra said, Western analysts, who is behind the attack on Aramco? Yemen. We attacked Aramco and will continue to attack oil and military targets in Saudi until the siege and aggression against us ends. Western analysts must be Iran. Leila posted, it's happening again. Her tweet was from 2019. That's crazy. September 16th, 2019. Faye Tooks. Okay, apparently there are videos of this strike. You said Mensch. Mensch and I follow each other, by the way. Okay, so this is his reporting on the same subject. Fucking hell. Okay, a US-owned LNG carrier was hit by a drone in the Egyptian port of Damietta in the Mediterranean Sea. Possibly the Enagos Winter, operated by Wilhelmsen Ship Management Limited USA, that have left the port following the reported attack and is now anchored off the coast. Okay, here are the videos. NASA firms detected a fire where the US-owned LNG carrier Enagos Winter was docked this afternoon, left the port at the same time. Newly circulating footage confirmed the identification. By the way, this was always the point that you could find me making, that I've been making for an incredibly long time, which is regional war is not as simple. It doesn't matter whether you have way more advanced militaries than Iran, the Houthis. They can cause way more economic pain than any of us can sustain or face. They will do this. The fact that you say we're just going to keep on doing it doesn't change anything. I think MBS is starting to notice that he was taken for a ride by stupidly launching the Yemeni genocide. Weird fact, I may or may not have crossed paths with the KSA defense minister when I lived in Montgomery, Alabama, where the US Air Force War College, where the Saudis send their... Wow, crazy. I met some guy once who was a boat captain in Yemen, and I was not fond of him. He said some crazy stuff. He didn't actually say anything crazy to me. He said it to other people. But yeah, he's a crazy guy. There's a Saudi cable, apparently, which I should look at. This is actually crazy, by the way, that there's been this... Okay, right, let's hop on to something else right now. Wasn't this always the Axis of Resistance plan? The Houthis have been saying make it a world war for years. I didn't see it turning out like this. But I didn't see it turning out like this. No, I mean, in 2019, basically, the incident that was being referenced earlier, they managed to shut down a Saudi oil facility. The problem with drones and the proximity of these places is they've basically just equalized war. You cannot launch a mass operation against Yemen and not have a risk of being hit by a fucking drone in your sensitive oil facility, which has the knock-on effect of hitting the rest of the world. That is the only reason I don't think Biden would have ever done this, or Kamala would have done it. Midnight Hammer, yeah, I think they would have done. This, no. The reason I don't think they would is because there's just no chance that they would end up doing this, because it just causes too many problems. Sky News, I know you guys don't always love military analysts. I love them, actually. But yeah, this is Sky News' military analyst on this. We'll have a watch of this and see what he has to say.
Now then, the US military says it's intercepted multiple ballistic missiles from Iran launched at American forces based in the Middle East, ending a recent pause in fighting. Hours earlier, US Central Command said it had worked with Saudi Arabia to strike sites in Iraq used by Tehran-backed militia to launch attacks in recent days. It's a complex picture. Let's get the details with our military analyst, Sean Bell. And it's a complex picture and gets ever more complex. What's happening?
Yeah, Gareth, it's been a busy night. I mean, trying to distill out exactly what happened and when is a little bit tricky.
By the way, when you interact with Gulf Arabs who are who are in the UK, if they don't live here, most of them don't want to talk politics. So I don't actually know the politics of any of the Gulf people that I knew, really. Some of them more so. The pro-Palestine stuff's fine. It's just like talking and criticizing the government. That guy kind of looks like Chris. No, he doesn't.
But it starts with 3 oil tankers were intercepted again in the Strait of Hormuz, following a particular pattern. The US, therefore, have been striking back. Those tankers, it looked like they were on the southern route, which is the one that...
So it seems basically last night that 3 oil tankers were intercepted and hit on the southern route. And then the US attacked Iran. They had struck inside of Azerbaijan. Then Iran attacked Jordan. And then the Ansar Allah were apparently targeted, and so too were the Popular Mobilization Forces in Iraq. So in case you've not kept up with this, Saudi and the US carried out strikes in Iraq last night.
Been opened up by America in defiance of the Iranians. The US therefore struck a series of targets in Iran, basically trying to degrade their ability to attack commercial shipping. And that's prompted the Iranians to do a whole series of attacks, this time into Jordan, primarily, although Central Command claimed that all of the missiles were actually shot down. What's been fascinating about last night, though, is a sign of regional escalation, is that the Houthis have been doing drone attacks against Saudi Arabian oil facilities. They're obviously down near the Bab al-Mandab Straits. That's prompted the US and Saudi to operate jointly, fighter jets, to take a number of targets overnight. And likewise, the Iranian-backed militia operating in...
By the way, this is also the other dumb part. I just want to reiterate to you, I've been thinking about this a lot recently. Ethan Klein did a podcast episode where he was just straight up like, yeah, we need to invade Yemen. Need to invade Iran and bomb it. And then Lonabox was on there to tell him, like, yeah, intervention sometimes goes well and that it might be a good idea. The insanity of this is just unbelievable. It never achieves the aims. It never does. It never does.
Iraq have also been using drone attacks against US bases up there. There have been apparently 30 drone attacks in the last 3 days. That's prompted the US Central Command to say that multiple strikes against Iraq-based Iranian militia. The Iraqis claim over 20 people were killed and over 32 were injured. It's been a busy night.
Yeah, apparently 20 PMF, so the Iraqi, Iranian-backed militias were, the Popular Mobilization Forces were hit last night. Apparently 20 people were killed, 20 soldiers.
And it's expanding geographically.
After a couple of days of more relative calm, why is this happening now?
Well, it is interesting that on the sequencing of what actually happened last night, because the headline that caught my eye this morning was America saying surprise attacks by Iran, implying that it was Iran that proactively attacked America. What appears to happen at the core of all this, it's control of the Strait of Hormuz. You'll remember there was Clause 5 of the Memorandum of Understanding, and it's all about the US actually trying to force open a southern route in defiance of the Iranians. Now, President Trump must be increasingly frustrated that US military dominance has failed to actually lead.
The alliance between KSA and the UAE stood on the basis of crushing all of the Arab Spring revolutions. They did achieve their goals, but you are definitely right. The one thing they probably regret, like everyone who did in modern history, is meddling with Yemen. Yeah, my favorite quote is the one from... It's like, it says something like, Abdul Rahman, you know nothing of Yemen or its people. It's like some Saudi king. Rahman. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. Wait. So this is a Dr. Al-Ghobashi memoir. Abdul Rahman, you know nothing about Yemen. It is mountainous and tribal. No one can control it. Throughout history, all those who tried to control it failed. The Ottoman state was the last of the failed invaders. I don't want to embroil myself in Yemen. So, yeah. They should have taken the advice that was given to his grandfather of stay away from Yemen.
Lead to the subjugation of Iran, their capitulating and surrender.
It is actually such an interesting country. So, my girlfriend's been reading loads about it and has been telling me quite a bit about the Houthis' ideology. Because Ansar Allah Houthis, I don't know that much about their ideology, I'll be real with you. I know about who they are, what they represent, and what they come from, but I didn't really know much about what their interpretation of religious theology is. And apparently it's that they don't believe in jurisprudence, apparently.
We've been talking yesterday, there was 13 nights of continuous day and night strikes.
Yeah, that was in 1930 something, so that's when it was.
America stopped on Saturday. We were in this sort of uneasy truce. And it felt like President Trump had said, well, have they had enough pain yet? Let's see, and let's actually start pushing these ships through the southern route of the Strait of Hormuz again. Well, it looks like the Iranians were no choice but to actually...
By the way, I think the other thing that long-term Iran wants to tap into is a long-standing anger about these military bases. In the GCC, like the UAE, it's pointless. Like the UAE, you can't do anything. There are people in Yemen who are in the UAE who are dissidents, don't get me wrong, and feel differently. But that government is so authoritarian and spies on its people, controls everything. No, Saudi does have a Shia population that is quite protesty, especially in the south of the country. But somewhere like Jordan is ripe. Jordan had protests in relation to Palestine, but yeah, the Iran Row doctrine. Yeah, so I don't think Iran should control neighboring countries, and I don't think that because you see it with the US and that sucks there. But simultaneously, I think there should be a decision based on what people want about bases in the region. I think there should be decisions about whether you want bases. They're the people who actually fucking live there.
Warn them and we start that cycle again. I think the thing here is that Trump is clearly hoping that the Iranians will break first. Now, Iranian people are suffering dreadfully from all of this, but the Iranian leadership are not. They are set fair. They see a once-in-a-generation opportunity to recover. They see a much more rosy future. They could be a regional powerhouse. All they have to do is outlast America. They're involved in a sort of marathon. If they can...
They are doing, and they are certainly doing pretty fucking well at doing that. Considering, once again, because this is 6 months ago, and as someone put it, it feels like time is just insane right now. The thing is about 6 months ago, 5 months ago, the fucking leader of the Islamic Republic was just killed at the start of the thing. The US was trying to collapse and overthrow the country in this disastrous war, this disastrous Iran war.
Outlast America, then there's strategic success for Iran that's the jewel at the end of this journey.
It's the difference between 4-year terms and multi-decade-long presence in politics, isn't it? And the challenges that poses for both sides. Which then leads me to the final question. We said it was complex and getting more complex. And you have these different tenures when it comes to power. Both sides say they want peace. With all of this happening, peace kind of feels like a...
What are you talking about? As in what the Iranians have built for missile cities? Or are you talking about Sana'a in Yemen? Because what's interesting about Sana'a as well is Sana'a's probably one of the few places... Sana'a will be one of the few places that's decent during climate change because it's literally built to withstand heat. It's kind of crazy, the shade it produces. Well, obviously, if it gets too hot, there's nothing you can do. But it certainly has a lot of... yeah...
Folly of a word to use, but where is that process?
Yeah, I mean, even Trump has sort of believes that they were giving a window of chance for talks. The trouble is talks will only benefit if both sides see some sort of mutual benefit in a conclusion. It doesn't feel like these two leaders, Mujtaba Khomeini or the President Trump, are actually on the same page at all. Oman has actually put some proposal for opening the Strait of Hormuz. That seems to be the thorn at the moment. It wasn't an issue before the start of the war, was it? It was all about nuclear, and yet all we're talking about is the Strait of Hormuz. Whether Iran accepts those proposals or not is neither here nor there, because Iran is actually playing the long game here. It's clearly not been defeated. And going back to your point, I think, about the durations, when President Trump launched this war, he said it was going to be a 4 to 6 week war, and actually the midterm elections, which is a clear focus for him, were in the dim, distant future.
November. Yeah.
We're now, I think it's day 152 of the war, and it's only 100 days to those midterms. We're well over halfway towards those midterms. For many politicians, they'll be looming much closer. President Trump's polling is dropping at the moment, not doing well, and he desperately needs an off-ramp to all of this. The current US military-based strategy evidently isn't working. In fact, it's making a bad situation even worse. And undoubtedly, some of the Republican Party and President Trump will be going, this is not the legacy that we thought we were going to end up with when we took this war on at the start of February.
What's also interesting is, so I just saw Javier Blas posting. So chart of the day, Iran is trying to impose an intolerable economic cost on Trump via oil prices by shutting Hormuz. For now, not only oil prices haven't risen enough in nominal terms to do so, but adjusted by inflation remain at levels that can only be described as moderate. I think that the major issue that I have with this and the oil prices is I don't think it's that long before people start commenting about, like, wait, hang on a second. Gasoline prices are horrendous and petrol prices are awful. Like, they are really bad. Like, I put the, £30 worth of fuel in my car, and it's just not that much. And Patrick DeHaan, a gas buddy guy, is saying something similar. Spot gasoline prices for the Great Lakes states, Michigan, is in Indianapolis? I don't know. Ohio, Illinois, and Wisconsin have reached their highest levels since May 22nd on some refinery snags and overall elevated refined product prices due to limited global capacity. Watch out for increases at the retail level soon. Yeah, I mean, the part for me that's crazy is just like, it's very evident that there is a problem related to oil prices. And apparently, according to this guy, US oil refineries ran last week at 97% of capacity, the highest level since 2018. Oil inventories at the NYMEX delivery point in Cushing, Oklahoma. In Indiana, of course it's not Indianapolis, that's the city. Oklahoma have fallen to their lowest since August 2014. Higher on refinery stocks plus continued attacks on Russian refineries. USLD spot price shot up 26 cents per gallon. Other regions jumps of 17 to 20 cents per gallon. Higher retail diesel prices coming. So this person is claiming, who the hell is Alan Fisher? All right, running the Department of Energy numbers on oil reserves, it's not looking good. Optimistically, we're looking at $5 per gallon by end of August. By October, $6 to $8. Wow. To 5 months ago to New Hampshire, where gas is like among the highest. Yeah, I don't know. KKKans can't have cheap gas. I know. It is just like, you're the ones bombing Iran and not really feeling any consequences, but I hate when Americans don't type out their states in full. It's like me saying I'm from T. Utter nonsense. Yeah, 100%. Arrest all Americans now. Also, by the way, this guy said, I'm going to be doing a quick video about how stupid the Trump admin has been to start the war, and also to not even plan out long-term when and how the reserves were released. I don't know, it just does feel like this is becoming increasingly untenable. And the Saudi oil refineries are going down, which is something that's helped, and the US is claiming to have exported 500 million barrels since the start of May. The US has assisted shipments totaling 500 million barrels of crude oil in transiting the Strait of Hormuz. If calculating it from, to be safe, May 1st to date, that's 89 days or 5.6 million barrels per day via the Strait of Hormuz. What's the normal flow? How many barrels of oil flow through the Strait of Hormuz daily? So that's about a quarter of what it is in normal times. Yeah, I'm fine with Canada because I've been there. Well, I've been to America, but yeah, not in a long time. Also, one of my Instagram reels is going crazy. An old reel with James Ray. It is going fucking insane. I don't know why. Right. Okay. Also, we should stop talking about the stupidity of our of dates and the date system, because the stupidity of our date system really lies in specifically our in our general calendar. The calendar that the Iranians use is so much better than ours. Ours is inaccurate once every 4 years. Yeah, typically 20 years, Mr. Morandi. Okay, Trump and Hannity, Paul Netanyahu, Trump, Lindsey Graham's speech, BBC summary of it strikes today, find it here. There was not something. Oh yeah, by the way, 2 Israeli soldiers just died. 2 Israeli soldiers died. This is, sorry to detract, I've just been perplexed by this story. Also, I'm going to zoom in because that comment's probably not true. 2 female IOF soldiers have died in non-combat incidents at bases within 24 hours. On Sunday evening, a soldier serving in a classified role was found dead at the Gilot base near Tel Aviv, with friends telling Israeli media she had asked for a shortened service due to her mental state and warned she should not be left with a weapon. On Monday, another female soldier was found injured at a base in the Negev and later died of her injuries. I am praying that this has no involvement with Shira Braun, my new clavicular's muse, actually. I shouldn't even say my muse. Someone just posted this as well. Me and Playboy Carti out in Milan, Kirkified for anonymity. Preach. That's 2 less IOF soldiers. I know, I certainly won't be mourning them. Oh yeah, this is what I'm looking for. So, by the way, our man Trey... Our man Trey is back in Tel Aviv, and the Fox hosts are going crazy with it.
To Fox just moments ago about the U.S.-Iran conflict. Trey Ying says the information. Trey, what did the president tell you?
Yeah, guys, good morning. President Trump reacting to that Iranian attack on U.S. forces overnight in Jordan. President Trump tells Fox News about Iran, we are going to beat the effing S out of them. He went on to say, we'll be hitting them hard. They're going to get a beating. So clearly the United States is going to respond.
I also love this whole thing of just him just speaking like this, you know, a day after saying, yeah, we're having great negotiations with Iran. And then a day later, he's like, we're going to beat the fucking shit out of them.
To what the president described as a surprise attack. He says U.S. forces had just minutes to shoot down these incoming Iranian ballistic missiles. The president says he has reviewed video of the shoot down, and it was U.S. forces conducting this operation to defend that area. He said it was real time. They were calling out coordinates and ensuring that none of this incoming Iranian fire got through. I also asked the president about those U.S. and Saudi airstrikes against Iran-backed Iraqi Shia militias overnight. He says those strikes were coordinated with the Iraqi government. He called these Iran-backed militias a cancer on the world.
So, I do think it is plausible that the Iraqi government was coordinating with Trump. I mean, Trump has huge control over it. But the other thing is Iraq, I think, has cancelled some meeting with the Saudis today. Yeah, here you go. Iraqi Prime Minister Ali al-Zaidi has cancelled his official visit to Saudi Arabia, scheduled for Thursday, where he was due to meet Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. The decision follows the overnight US-Saudi airstrikes against Iran-aligned groups inside Iraq, a serious new strain in Baghdad-Riyadh relations. Trump is going to beat off the Iranians. I don't know. We need to get back to Trey. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they'd cancel their visit, but maybe it's like a pressure valve, you might say.
And says he is considering additional warnings against Iranian proxies and their link to the Iranian regime. The president also talked about his meeting yesterday with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the Oval Office. He says it was a great meeting, adding he understands now. It appears that the relationship between President Trump and the Israeli Prime Minister is strengthening. And again, the president called that meeting in the Oval great. In terms of possible talks with the Iranian regime, the president says we're going to let them keep talking. Remember, the Iranians came to President...
It is kind of crazy to say in the same statement, if you ever want to see the incoherence of all of this, in the same statement, okay, we've just heard Trump said he was going to beat the fucking shit out of the Iranians, okay? And then later he's like, yeah, we're going to let the Iranians keep talking.
President Trump, after 13 straight days of U.S. bombing against Iran, asking to meet about the Strait of Hormuz and their broader nuclear ambitions. And those talks are taking place as we speak behind the scenes. And then this surprise attack launched against U.S. forces overnight. And again, President Trump telling Fox News, we are going to beat the effing S out of them, and that U.S. strikes will take place against Iran in response to this surprise attack overnight against U.S. forces in Jordan. Guys.
So what's intriguing, too, is we understand.
So before we get back to Trey, one of you has mentioned something that I don't think I can... Oh, wait, we'll talk about this Charlie Kirk statue in a second. I don't know, kind of crazy. It is crazy that this is the world's most normal ceasefire. They're calling it the most Israeli ceasefire of all time.
The previous attacks were with Saudi Arabia. You know, this whole thing started with epic fury with Israel. Do you sense that there might be a comprehensive plan in place, or working on it that would involve Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, UAE, who at various times have taken unilateral action on their own?
I love this feature of watching Fox, that these people can't speak.
The IDF.
It's absolutely...
I mean, the thing is, though, is Netanyahu could well be dying. He may well be an unhealthy man, but I don't think that... Okay, so, like, maybe Netanyahu does have enough of a delusion to genuinely believe that without him, the policies that he wants won't be fulfilled. But, like, realistically, what happens in Israel after Netanyahu dies? Hitler Part 2 takes power?
Possible, because the Iranian plan here backfired. By attacking all of these Gulf countries, they built an informal coalition that is now targeting Iranian proxies in the region and even Iranian territory. And we saw that last night on display. Saudi Arabia publicly admitting that they are...
It is also kind of outrageous because I feel like it was probably Ansar Allah who attacked Saudi. And they're just like, yeah, we're going to target the PMF.
Are participating in strikes against Iranian proxies in Iraq alongside U.S. forces. And other countries in the Gulf have participated in limited capacity against the Iranians, targeting some of these coastal areas around the city of Bandar Abbas next to the Persian Gulf, where many of those U.S. strikes took place. And remember, when we spoke with President Trump earlier this year during Operation Epic Fury, he said he was most surprised by the fact that the Iranians were targeting these countries that were uninvolved, that were not striking Iran at the time. And so, again, what Iran has done here...
Also, there's apparently a really good long read in the Financial Times that, you know, Tehran to Emirates, so you can fly right now from the UAE to Tehran, and the attacks on the UAE by Iran have reduced massively, and it kind of looks like the UAE has been engaging in rapprochement with Iran. So this notion that, you know, oh, the countries are all ready to join, I don't think it is actually the case.
Targeting these Gulf countries is actually building this informal coalition that is now being used to pressure the Iranian regime. The question remains if these talks will lead to some sort of agreement. But again, President Trump tells Fox News there will be a U.S. response to this surprise attack overnight against U.S. forces in Jordan.
Trey Yingst just getting off the phone with the president. Trey, thank you very much for the exclusive reporting.
Thanks.
Do you think Trey Yingst has to be in Tel Aviv because Trump only speaks to people who live in Iran? Who live in Israel. Trump is only willing to speak to him. He's like, Trey, you live in Israel? We can chat now. Wait. Okay, one of you wanted to mention this. New York sculptor spent $100,000 to make a Charlie Kirk statue no one wants. Guys, after I purchase those Israeli figurines, can you send me $100,000 to buy this? I can see why no one wants it. It's kind of shit. He looks like a Simpson. Why is he yellow? Emirates may act weird sometimes, but they're extremely... Yeah, aren't most of the Emiratis food exports from the Iranians? And apparently most nice little handicrafts that you buy in the Emirates are actually exported from Iran. Or a lot of them, not all. Tel Aviv Trey, President Trey Aviv. I'll buy it. Who on earth will buy it? Me, after I reach the $100,000, I swear. Because the thing is like, if I bought this for $100,000 for a bit on the stream, first of all, it's a tax write-off. Second of all, it's something that I could then sell in the future, and it would probably be worth 1 million times that. He thought he could crowdfund it. Jesus Christ. Sergio Fornari said he had hoped the statue of the deceased far-right activist, which he intends to display in Times Square, would raise millions of dollars. Instead, he said he has been inundated with messages from people saying they intend to urinate on the sculpture. To add injury to insult, Fornari recently broke his foot working on the statue after tripping over a roll of tape. Is it cursed? I don't know, he told The Guardian. Fornari said he did not agree with Charlie on certain issues. We all didn't agree with Charlie on certain issues. I love Charlie, and I didn't agree with him on the issue of why he just decided to die like that. I did not agree with him. Obviously, I am joking. Charlie Kirk was seemingly assassinated, potentially by Tyler Robinson, but we do not know. I am sticking with Candace on this one, that no one knows what happened to Charlie. No. Trinkets. There are like these trinkets which are sold in the UAE, which are apparently like locally made. Apparently most of them come over from Iran. I can't remember where I learned that, but it was in like an academic text or something. Okay. Like one thing I can't stand about him when he was alive, when he was talking about Palestine, Kirk would say, oh no, Palestine doesn't exist. I thought, well, this guy must be out of his mind. Oh, I don't know. Look at him talking to the Charlie Kirk statue. God, I wish I could talk. He's pro-Palestine now. It's also clear, however, that Fornari, despite no one having commissioned him to make the statue, was hoping to make money. He said he had expected unnamed wealthy figures to donate to him. He spent $100,000 on steel, resin, and labor, but that has not come to pass. My brother, you need to melt down and sell this statue right fucking now. The US government is going to come and requisition this to use to build a missile to fire at a girls' school in Iran. You must melt this down and sell it right now. The US government is out of resources. Get that shit sold. No, Chris, those are Iranians from the UAE. I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure what I'm saying is correct, that those trinkets do often come over from Iran, that I have heard that those trinkets do come over from Iran. I don't remember Iranian handicrafts imported and sold. Okay, it's quite hard to find by just searching it, but I'm sure I remembered that. That's one of the things that Iran exports to them. In desperation, Fornari set up an online fundraising campaign hoping to raise an initial $150,000, but potentially millions of dollars, which he said would allow him to take the statue on tour. As of Thursday, he had raised $1,400. I was thinking that it was going to resonate with the world, with whoever but man. People are strange out there, he said, meaning like nobody is really coming up with support, especially financial support. So far, I've spent all of my money on this. This is how I feel when I have already put in the purchase for the Israeli figurines, but you guys are being strange and you refuse to fund them. Nobody is really coming up with the support. I need my Israeli figurines now. I need Golda Meir. I need Theodore Herzl. I need Moshe Dayan. I need Moshe Sharet. I need Ben Gurion. I need Yitzhak Rabin. I need all of them. I need Menachem Begin. I'm going to build like a war between the Israelis. And as one of you pointed out, they might work as amiibos or amoeba. I think they're amiibos. I think they might work as amiibos to put on the thing, and they will work on the Switch. And when you get like Golda Meir, she just gives you a lecture about why she loves killing children or why it's okay to kill children. That's it. By the way, this was actually exactly what I was thinking. I thought my Israeli amiibos were going to resonate with the world, with whoever. They would probably resonate with Ali Kilabon. He did not really believe the Kirk statue was cursed. Things financially are a total nightmare. It's like, wow, people are cheap, man. You know, people talk. I know lots of people out there, and everybody's so cheap. You know, it's like disgusting how cheap they are. Ring any bells? Ring any bells, guys? Ring any bells for you guys for the Israeli Skylanders that I need for the stream? Are you understanding anything? Like, how am I meant to play fucking Skylanders when I haven't got David Ben-Gurion? What am I meant to do? They've got, like, Sonic and shit, or whoever's on Skylanders. I think it's more Spyro. But anyway, I haven't got my David Ben-Gurion. What the hell am I meant to do? There are, like, some innocent people living in a hut, and I want to take it from them, and you guys won't let me have that. So you should think about that. You should think about that. I was promised the Israeli Funko Pops. Guys, I need this. I need this. Guys, I'm setting up an Amazon wish list. Can you get me this? I need these now. It's just 180 shekels. I need 180 shekels for my Jack Sparrow and red-haired person. Who would be the Skylanders giant? Mer Kahana? I wonder if there is a Mer Kahana. There's like some kid in the Israeli settlements playing with a Mer Kahana action figure. If any of you have any question about what I'm talking about an 8-centimeter figurine of Golda which costs £16. That's what I'm hoping to purchase. I feel bad for this guy. I will need you to donate if you promise to get the Netanyahu haircut. What even is the Netanyahu haircut? My hair's not thinning or balding. Is there a Charlie Kirk Funko Pop? I don't know. I'm trying to find out information about Israeli Funko Pops.
מה התוספת?
כל דבר שאני פוגשת בדרך שכזה קורץ לי בעין.
I'm not actually clicking on this. This is a guy who's just in Israel selling Funko Pops. I don't need to click on that. Do Israelis understand One Piece? Mate, I have no idea. I don't even understand One Piece. Funari's latest plan is to place the statue in Times Square on the 10th of September, the anniversary of Kirk's death. He hopes that it will drum up interest. Until then, Funari is left with a 6'4" statue of a renowned racist, which he has spent $100,000 making, and which no one wants to buy. Maybe it is cursed after all. You know what? This is actually gonna be me. This is actually gonna be me. I'm gonna be sat there with owning these like Israeli Funko Pops that no one wants to buy, that I've spent millions on because I got the Mer Kahana commissioned. Get those genocide amiibos, babes. Michelle, thank you for the €2. Thank you so much for getting us closer. We need to work out that we're almost there. We're almost there. There's something I wanted to search as well. Oh, what was that guy's name? Charlie Kirk statue. I want to see his name. Sergio Fornari. I'm going to hazard a guess. This guy's from Sardinia. I actually have no reason to say that. I'm just making a joke. Fornari uploaded a video an hour ago of him fiddling with the statue in some sort of capacity. I actually have no idea why. Printed a 3D knockoff Funko Pop of Charlie Kirk. Julia, put your brother in touch with me now. I need a Makahana Funko Pop. I need the collection. It's so lifelike. Kirk Memorial Monument, September 10th, Times Square. These are the comments that upset him. Thanks for the gender-neutral bathroom from Nork Bark. Was a very loyal and faithful servant. He was a great man. Wait, did I accidentally like that? Well, I'm going to like it anyway. Rest in peace, Charlie. This is going to be the second worst thing to happen to New York City.
I love burgers!
Hey, Yak Attack, thank you for subscribing with the Prime. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Oh, my goat. You are my goat over there. We are so close to just one of my Israeli Funko Pops. Well, they're not actually Funko Pops, I should be clear. This shit ain't lasting a day in public. I keep accidentally liking this. Rest in peace. Read the room. Nobody wanted this, especially in New York City. Why won't this one load? Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't read that. I can't wait to deface your statue. I'm going to run this right over once you're done. When it's in Times Square, someone will find a way to send its head back to you. Nice. You watch too many movies. You watch too many movies. Where's the bullet wound? Can't wait to pee all over it. If you oh my gosh, that's not a nice one.
It's okay, you can keep on scrolling over, or you can watch, I don't know, some soap opera, whatever you want to do.
This is incredible. Look at his jeans. To be fair, it is a pretty, I mean, the head is strange, but all sculptures look fucking strange. But what I will say is, it looks first of all like he's got wet because he's so dirty. It also kind of looks like he's got dirty hands and dirty jeans. But the jeans are pretty impressive. I didn't even know they had blue metal like that. Let's have a look. I probably shouldn't whistle. That probably sounds horrible to you guys. He did have the guy called Israel who sings "Somewhere Over the Rainbow," which is a beautiful song. It looks like his sweater is made of oil.
Let's talk about political violence. Okay, political violence. It's something.
If the Odyssey was filmed today, Odysseus would watch his men accidentally beheading the statue of Charlie Kirk as the moment that the Zeus's law was violated. Am I cooked? I'm headed to Iraq right now. Wait, River Wonder, you actually going to Iraq? Fuck. No, I mean, from anyone I knew in Iraq, they basically told me that all you had to do, like people who came to the UK and basically had moved to the UK and all but like officially being citizens or whatever, but they always told me you just talk to locals and you find out, because one of my friends, I think, had to go to Mosul for some kind of project, and he was like, I don't know what Mosul's actually like. It's been, well, no, maybe it wasn't Mosul, but anyway, he was like, I don't know what it's like, and I wouldn't trust what you hear, like you just got to listen to people, but I'm sure you'll be sweet depending on where you are.
That I do not.
Riverwand, do you fancy chipping in probably about $50,000 to buy a statue of Charlie Kirk, by the way? We could maybe get some other creators involved and we could own the Charlie Kirk statue.
Tolerate in any way or any form, because each time you guys write like, oh yeah, you're going to find the head in your bed, or I'm going to drill a hole in his neck, or I'm going to put my personal thing on his neck.
So they're giving you threats that they're going to cut off his head and put it in your bed?
Yeah, they watch too much too many Al Pacino movies.
Okay, I like this guy. I've decided. This guy is awesome. This guy is fucking awesome. When he just started smoking his cigarette midway through that.
That's crazy. All right, guys, check it out. We're out here today with the artist Sergio Furnari, and he's been going mega viral because of this absolutely gorgeous statue of Charlie Kirk that he designed and is currently putting the finishing touches on. And Sergio, I just got to say, it is an honor to be here with you today.
It's an honor to be with you too, my friend.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. And I'm just so thankful that you gave me this exclusive access to this Charlie Kirk statue, which is not publicly being shown yet.
Wait, that cannot be made of steel if it's like... that's apparently a 6'4" statue made of steel, and it's shaking as he's painting it. That is categorically a lie, right? That you just saw that. That shit was shaking.
Public being shown because people are... you know, at the moment that somebody says that they want to tear it apart, it's just a statue, my friends. Charlie Kirk is dead. How many times you gotta kill him? How many times can he die? You know, did I agree with him? Some stuff I agree with him. Some stuff I completely disagree with him. But still, he had his opinion. I had my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. And ultimately, at the end of the day, Charlie Kirk was a peaceful man who went to college campuses and tried to have a discussion and listen to the opposing viewpoints. I mean, this man obviously never deserved what happened to him, so I think the statue is an amazing idea.
Yeah, but even if it's bronze, this is a 6'4" statue, okay? That's apparently... wait, I guess that must be its entire length. I mean, Charlie sat down. I like the crepes they gave Charlie. They should have given him, like, high-heeled boots or something. I think Charlie would have fitted that a bit more. But it's shaking as he's painting it, and you think if it was made out of steel, bronze or something, that it wouldn't shake.
Especially here in liberal New York City.
Okay.
Actual technique, or is he just insane? I have no idea if it's an actual... Oh my god. Oh my god, look at it, look at it, look at it. He's had this statue for like over a year.
All my phone. Message goes to you, Elon.
Wow. He has an I Show Speed statue as well.
He don't look good.
Dun, 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 and I always run, and I always run. If it's a resin print, that would make sense. I don't think it's, Yeah, listen, I disagreed with Hitler and some of the stuff he had to say, but here's a statue I've made of that I can't believe elicits angry reactions from people. Okay, right. Okay, CSIS says, renewed Iran war would test diminished interceptor inventories. Apparently the Patriot and THAADs. Okay, so the remaining, they have 2,330 Patriots, which was pre-war. Today, apparently, they only have between 759 and 827. That is actually crazy. That is actually crazy. Genuinely crazy. And apparently, they only have 200 THAAD missiles. Iran is like that meme of someone digging for diamonds. Is he the guy who did the terrible bronze statue? Bronze? I don't know. No. That was Emmanuel Santos. Apparently that's another guy. People are out here making a lot of them. Do you think this guy made a clavicular statue of bronze he can fix by hammering its face? I think that's a great idea. God, that is a shocking amount of things. Okay, right. Let's have a listen to this and let's keep up finding out what's happening.
Were killed in the strikes.
Tonight, U.S. Central Command says American and Saudi forces conducted joint strikes against what they are calling Iran-backed terror sites in Iraq. And there is new video of some of the aftermath. We're showing this to you right here. At least 20 people were killed in the strikes. But this is also significant because until now, Saudi Arabia has avoided getting directly involved in the fight in the war. The strikes in Iraq.
What it is. That I fixed it. Wait, but you
Okay,
said he was a.
We're showing this to you right here. At least 20 people were come shortly after the U.S. military said it intercepted a surprise attack by Iran on U.S. forces. CENTCOM says Iran launched multiple.
Oh wait, sorry. I'm muted. Are you guys getting double audio outputs right now?
Ballistic missiles. CNN's Zach Cohen is joining me now. He's got much more on this.
We mentioned Egypt had been attacked, by the way. We mentioned it. We mentioned and discussed that already.
And Zach, what are you hearing about the significance or how significant it is that Saudi Arabia is now getting in the fight in this way?
Yeah, Kate, it's potentially very significant. Saudi Arabia has spent 5 months actively trying to avoid getting dragged into this conflict, and it remains concerned, along with the U.S., about it expanding and escalating within the region itself. But look, U.S. Central Command in a statement yesterday saying that Saudi Arabia, over just the last 72 hours, has faced over 30 IRGC-directed aerial drone attacks in just the last 72 hours, and that these joint strikes are intended to send a message and be a response that those attacks will not go unanswered. But it remains to be seen what this means as far as the ongoing efforts by the Trump administration to push for some sort of a...
No, Egypt has been hit. It hasn't been confirmed who by, but it's probably, if I had to guess, it's Yemen. I think Yemen has been hitting Saudi. I don't think it's the IRGC. I think it is Yemen hitting Saudi Arabia right now.
Diplomatic settlement to end this war once and for all. And it also reflects something that we've reported in the past, that U.S. officials believe Iran now sees its ability to attack Gulf countries and specifically their energy infrastructure, including Saudi Arabia's, as one of its asymmetric capabilities that it can use as leverage to continue to apply pressure not just on the U.S., but its regional partners as well. And as you mentioned too, those joint strikes by the U.S.
I guess all of this shit is so outdated because this is just such a massive escalation. The blaze was brought. This is just such a massive escalation. What could it be? Do you think it? Because why would you attack Egypt? Egypt, I guess it's Saudi ships or ships related to Saudi Arabia or something is their argument, but I don't know. Egypt as a country is basically, without sounding rude to Egypt is just like almost a proxy. The entire country of Egypt is genuinely almost a proxy of the United Arab Emirates and Saudi. Their government is entirely reliant on it. Stop rage baiting us with mute. Sorry, lol. Audio is fine. Don't fall for his engagement bait. It's US oil in Egypt. Yeah, true. Okay, right. A US-owned and operated Marshall Islands flagged Energos Winter LNG floating storage and regasification unit was struck by at least one UAV while docked at Damietta Port, Egypt. The FSRU unit serves as Egypt's fourth LNG regasification terminal, helping boost natural gas supplies for the country's power generation and industrial sectors. The crew was safely evacuated, the vessel was moved away from the port anchorage, and the fire was brought under control. That is still fucking crazy. That means, wait, so what countries in the Middle East have been hit? Israel, like just by everyone. Israel, Iraq, Lebanon, Yemen, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Oman, the entire GCC. Is there any... Turkey's also shot down missiles, right? So every country in the MENA region, Middle East, North Africa, well, actually, no, in the Southwest Asia, I guess, if you want me to use that term, but in Southwest Asia has been hit, right? Pretty much every country there, right? There is no country that hasn't, right? Now? Yeah, I mean, every country. Wow. So it's definitely... Regional war is an apt term. It's probably owned, the US, by the whole port. It might be an Emirati-owned port. I don't know. It might be an Egyptian-owned port. I really couldn't tell you the answer.
U.S. and Saudi Arabia coming after Iran launched a new attack against a U.S. airbase in Jordan. This is the first time Iran has conducted an attack since President Donald Trump announced that the U.S. was pausing combat operations, at least temporarily, as he tries to pursue a diplomatic agreement of some sort. So Iran really continuing to apply pressure to the United States and its regional partners, even as the Trump administration is still looking to give diplomacy some room to breathe.
Joining me now, David Sanger, White House and national security correspondent for the New York Times. David, good morning. I mean, a lot happening in the last 24 hours, I think is putting it mildly when we look at what is happening on both fronts with Iran and Ukraine. Let's start, though, if we could, with these attacks.
I don't think we're in a world war because obviously the world's not involved, and the Iran-Ukraine stuff seems to have de-escalated. But there is certainly, this is like huge, you know, it is absolutely huge.
Overnight, and what we saw, the timing cannot be ignored, obviously, but also what has come out of that. The U.S. and Saudi Arabia joining forces now. Can you put this in perspective for us?
Sure. So, last time that we discussed this, Erica, we talked about how the president was increasingly trapped by his inability to get out of this war. And I think in the past 24 hours, we've seen why. He stood down over the weekend from what he had threatened would be a massive attack. It looked like we had some peace in the region for a bit. And then 4 days into this, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which we believe is really running Iran these days, or is the most influential force there, launches this not very large attack. It was 4 or fewer missiles that were at Jordan. Meanwhile, the Saudis, tired of being attacked by the Houthis and some Iran-backed militias, did some airstrikes in Iraq. And so you see that this is beginning to spread, or is continuing to spread throughout the region. And the more countries that get involved, the more difficult it gets to unwind this whole thing. So the whole question right now for the president is, could he even get the Iranians back?
Yeah, I mean, the heat stuff is fucking insane. Like, all of Europe right now is, well, not all of, Spain and France are experiencing horrendous wildfires right now. The UK is also kind of hot today, but it's like 26 degrees, so it's not that bad. It's just warm. I was hot this morning. I was dripping.
To the position they were in a little more than a month ago when he signed that 14-point, vaguely written plan that was supposed to launch a bigger negotiation.
Mr. Ambassador, what do you make of the fact that U.S. and Saudi Arabia are teaming up on this?
Yeah, there's a lot going on, and you could add to the mix the fact that the Iraqi prime minister was just in Washington the last couple of weeks telling President Trump that he's going to hit these Iran-based, Iran-backed groups very hard. So we have a situation where instead of Iraqi forces hitting these Iraqi militants, it's the Saudis coming in. And that can't be welcomed at all by the Iraqis, who just had a conversation with the president 2 short weeks ago. So the issue, of course, with the Saudis is complicated because about a week ago, it looked like the U.S. was launching a full civil nuclear deal with the Saudis, and clearly the president got cold feet about it, and he said one can.
By the way, that long piece in the New Yorker about Biden and Israel was talking about the thing that they were talking about, the thing that they were talking about was how apparently Saudi had confirmed to Biden that they would normalize with Israel over a symbolic recognition of Palestine, and then they didn't because of October the 7th.
Condition is the Saudis have to recognize Israel. Well, that wasn't going to work. So a lot going on there. And now perhaps to some extent, the U.S. is trying to reconcile with the Saudis and do some things together. But meanwhile, of course, we have Netanyahu feeling very lonely and coming to Washington. I must say this Lindsey Graham funeral has done
I love the Hitler fan meetup at the Lindsey Graham funeral. By the way, apparently as well, this is reported by Reuters, whose reporting is not always great. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not the number one fan of Reuters reporting. But they're claiming that apparently Iran is expected to receive 300 to 400 man-pads, Q-12 and FN-16 model from China, Chinese versions, in a 60 to 70 million deal, with the first shipments due within weeks via Urumqi in Pakistan. The contract runs through Hong Kong intermediary Zhongqing Baoshang. China and Pakistan deny the report. Guy Barnett is not happy. Guy Barnett is declaring the PLA the American enemy. I don't know if this is true. World's going to shit. Want to go live in a cabin in the woods with Wi-Fi and Amazon delivery, obviously. Well, how else could you situation monitor, mate?
Done a lot of diplomacy in terms of bringing Netanyahu and Zelensky to Washington, probably as much as Lindsey Graham could have done if he were alive.
Mark, I'll begin with you because this is the first Iranian missile strike against a U.S. base in the region since the president paused strikes against Iran to give diplomacy a chance.
Sorry, via Urumqi through Pakistan.
So where should expectations be on Trump's response?
I think Trump's response is going to be a mixture of more tough talk, more sanctions. I think we're in a prolonged period of tit-for-tat strikes. That's the best read that I can get from people in the administration. But the president has, I think charitably speaking, been sort of erratic in his approach to this. At times, he says, we're going to strike them hard. Okay, I'm not going to do it. Then he strikes them hard. Then he stops and says, I'm doing this to help talks happen. And the Iranian...
It's really funny watching even experts try and explain the Iran war, or like alleged experts, because there is no explanation. None of this shit makes any fucking sense. Nothing about the whole situation with Iran makes any sense at all.
Want it, and the Iranians saying, hey, we didn't ask for this, and the Iranians bombed the United States military bases. So we're in this sort of prolonged cat and mouse game between the two.
Saudi Arabia is, we're learning, carrying out limited strikes with the United States against Iran-backed militias in Iraq that were linked to attacks on Saudi oil facilities. Is this a one-off, or could Saudi Arabia become more involved?
You know, there's no doubt that the longer the war goes on, the more it expands. Regionally, more countries are getting attacked, more countries are attacking. It's a natural outcome of having no strategy to extricate the United States from this conflict. And the erratic behavior of the president to bomb and then talk and then to misrepresent what's going on in the talks and then to misrepresent what's going on in the Strait causes a predictable and predicted outcome, which is that this will get worse before it gets better. And that lack of a strategy is forcing other countries in the region to look out for themselves and to make their own calculations. But we know from past history that when more countries get involved in bombing more countries, that doesn't actually make things better. It actually makes things worse. It actually makes things harder to solve. And now you have...
What a powerful thought from the Washington Post analyst. Attacking more countries and more countries being involved makes things harder to solve. Wow, I can see why they pay you the big bucks.
Houthis increasing their involvement. You have the Red Sea being attacked. You've got increased attacks in Jordan and more attacks on places like Kuwait and Qatar and Saudi Arabia. That's not good news. That means the strategy, such as it is not working. And until the administration decides one way or the other to make a deal, whatever that deal is, or to escalate, which Trump doesn't want to do, we're going to leave our fate and the fate of this war and the fate of the world in the hands of a lot of rogue actors, and that's all bad news.
And to add to that list, there's the new leader in Iraq is talking about going after the Iranian-backed militias there. Recently, bases or soldiers, U.S. soldiers, were attacked in Jordan. So yeah, the theater's expanding. The bombs are exploding in more places.
You have some new reporting, Mark, on the war, where U.S. officials think that sanctions might be more impactful and useful here.
They base that on, in the talks before the memorandum of understanding, RIP, was signed, that brought a measure of peace for a while. The Iranians in negotiations made very clear, obviously they don't want to be bombed, and so there's sort of a tongue-in-cheek idea on the United States part saying, hey, they don't care about getting bombed, they just want money. But the Iranians made very clear that what they want was money as soon as possible, more unfrozen assets, fewer sanctions, more rights and ability to sell oil on the international market. Iran is one of the largest,
Isn't this what you agreed to?
or among the larger oil producing countries in the world, yet it's got gas shortages. It is having problems in its financial sector. Its economists have warned about hyperinflation. So there are a lot of deep economic problems in Iran. The critics, though, of the administration point out that, yeah, sure, maybe all of this is true, but that doesn't mean the Iranians are going to suddenly buckle.
With us now is Congressman Mike Quigley, a Democrat from Illinois. He's on the
Mike Quigley. Good to hear from him.
House Intelligence.
By the way, all of that is true. Iran does have some deep economic issues, but simultaneously, he's right. They're not going to buckle. They just will not buckle. Why would you buckle at this point? The economic issues look like the biggest threat imaginable in at the start of the year, but they weathered that storm, and now they've weathered even far better.
Committee. Congressman, good to see you this morning. What does this tell you? The fact that President Trump has said that the U.S. was engaged in fruitful talks with Iran, that President Trump has said if Iran attacks, the United States would strike back, destroying bridges and infrastructure. What does it tell you that Iran felt emboldened to launch this surprise attack on U.S. forces?
I think they see the president the way we do, unfortunately, somewhat confused, lost, and somewhat desperate. I mean, at this point in time, what is...
This Democratic lawman is Hamas or IRGC.
Is victory. It seems, when you look at the terms of the Memorandum of Understanding, where we got nothing, that I guess victory wouldn't be regime change. Victory wouldn't be the nuclear program ending. Victory right now would just be getting the Strait open, which it was when the conflict started. So at this point, it's a pipe dream to get to the point under President Obama where we had the JCPOA, where the Iranians were in compliance and not moving forward with the nuclear program. So I think the Iranians are emboldened. They're going to get restocked in their minds. They have time. And unfortunately, there's no way out of this conflict unless the president's willing to accept what can only...
Is this the most disastrous conflict in US history in terms of how quickly it's gone bad and sour? Or would Vietnam rank above that? Not in terms of what they did. Because like in Iraq, they managed to topple Saddam Hussein. Here, they've totally failed. Like they've totally failed. Just what is there to do? The USA needs to overthrow the UK government. Yeah, the US should overthrow the UK government. That's what the Patriots want. Did you just call that man ultra neck as well? Jesus. Poor chap. Implies that he's amputees. Okay, right. The BBC actually put out a really good video about settlers, which I think we should watch. I'll situation monitor during, but I think we should watch this video because it is really good.
It's Saturday morning in the Palestinian village of Al-Mughayah.
Oh shit, wait. By the way, you know the guy who shot 2 Israelis? As it turns out, he might have not shot anyone. If any of you are interested in this, so the Palestinian who snatched the settler's weapon was killed while unarmed. They also couldn't find the gun. I'm not going to show it because it has videos of shootings in, but that's available there.
In the occupied West Bank.
There was a measure of troops on the ground in Vietnam, which makes it harder to compare. I don't know how quickly they were deployed in Vietnam, but I don't know, at least for the 21st century, this is certainly the worst for the US. True. The Balogun affair. I was like, what the fuck do you mean by that? The BBC and good in the same sentence. This is a good BBC video. Iran could be worse for them than Vietnam because Iran has so much global power. Regional power too in the MENA region. It would be undermining years and years and years and years of this bipartisan we love Israel policy. American military operations that failed. Eagle Claw, Bay of Pigs, and the invasion of Quebec. I didn't even know they invaded Quebec in 1775. Jesus. But Yeah, the Bay of Pigs was tragic. Putting Operation Eagle Claw there is... Operation Eagle Claw was fucking disastrous, but it was just like flying some helicopters into Iran. It was like they killed someone there as well, which is awful, obviously, but it wasn't like... Comparing it to this, it feels kind of crazy, you know, in some ways.
Israeli settlers have entered the village and...
By the way, I don't think this is something that's talked about enough. If you live on the edge of a Palestinian village, by the way, now, all of their houses have to look like this because they're filled with barbed wire.
Surrounded the Abu Alia family home.
Yeah, Bay of Pigs might be the worst disaster.
We're just watching settlers come into the village here in Al Moraya. The mosque is calling on people to come and protect the families. The Israeli army is in the streets. Residents are blocking roads and running from the jeeps. We've just heard 2 shots fired from down lower in the village at the Abu Alia family house. We've heard the family calling for help.
It's also fucking crazy that there is like this whole cult of people. I saw Melanie Phillips doing it today, who now describe anything that is said about Israel as libel, like as in blood libel. So she referred to this as the settler violence libel, to demonize all 750,000 Jewish residents living in the disputed areas of Judea and Samaria and Eastern Jerusalem. This is being done to erase the Jews' historic legal claim to these territories, push them out and replace them by Arab colonizers, to create facts on the ground that makes a Palestinian state appear inescapable. The settler violence libel is now a strategic threat to the world's only Jewish state. By the way, in any just society, a woman like this would not be allowed to ever be a columnist for a UK newspaper. She would be in prison. This is insane. This is genuinely one of the most unhinged ladies, cited by mass murderer Anders Behring Breivik as well. If you can go look that up in his manifesto, she's mentioned. And also, the historic claim. I think nearly 100,000 of those people are literally just Americans. Like, they are just Americans. They moved over to do that. They are American citizens. Many more of them are literally just European settlers who moved over there not even 100 years ago. And apparently they have a historic claim to this land. But the reason I brought it up is because, do you not think it's weird that there are no videos of people going to settlers and showing them actually being harassed by the wicked, evil Palestinians?
Is what passes for a normal weekend now in Al Moraya and in villages across the West Bank.
Like, I'm sorry, it is so disconnected from reality of just this person, you know, this thing of someone going, of showing this, okay? Of like this being a normal reality, just this.
You might feel like you're constantly hearing about worsening violence in the West Bank, about Israeli settlements expanding. But these isolated headlines don't capture the daily reality on the ground in a single village or in a single family. We're spending the week in these Palestinian villages south of Nablus, talking to people I met here a year ago, to show how quickly control of this landscape is changing and how local attacks by settlers here.
Also, sorry, I just want to say as well, the thing is, them using the term libel to talk about, and I've mentioned this before, them using the term libel to talk about every real thing being talked about with the state of Israel is just straight up offensive to like the historical persecution of Jewish people. Jewish people didn't do anything wrong. Like, they were just people living their lives who were deemed to be the racial other of European society. And they were killed, exterminated, and expelled for all of that. Whereas these people are violent thugs whose idea of a family day out is going and harassing Palestinians and then, maybe on a special treat, murdering one.
Are just the tip of a national project to bring West Bank land under Israeli control.
And also, by the way, you know that they're actually trying to erase all sites of Palestinian heritage, like they're just seizing them. Israel instituted some policy to steal it. And yeah, the biblically legal claim.
What happened at the Abu Alia house that Saturday has become a familiar routine. Footage filmed from the family.
Also, watch this. These are the same soldiers who shoot Palestinians for doing nothing.
Compound shows young settlers beating on the gate with clubs. Soldiers stroll up and gently move them away. From inside, a woman screams at the settlers to leave.
If a Palestinian did this to a Jewish person's house, they would be shot and declared a terrorist. It's why I find the word terrorist just to be so totally useless and meaningless, because in any context that it should be deployed, or in any meaning, it would include every fucking Israeli pretty much.
As they smash the gate again and again, the soldiers standing beside them make no attempt to question, detain, or even confiscate their clothes.
And by the way, you know these people's ideology is literally that Palestinians have no right to live there. That biblically Palestinians just should go.
At the other end of the main street, ambulances and residents try to reach the scene. But slipping past Israeli soldiers has become a dangerous game. Residents, journalists and medics have all been shot in the West Bank during military operations. Do you know where the army is now?
On the right.
On the right, by the Abu Alia house?
Yes.
We're trying to reach the house where settlers are gathered to see what's happening firsthand. So we're being told the army is moving perhaps a bit closer.
You see the soldiers?
Soldiers appear in the road, meters ahead.
Oh,
It's pointing. Trying to find a place we can see what's going on clearly. The army keeps moving around. I can smell the tear gas they're firing. Not entirely sure where the settlers are at the moment. We head to the roof of a nearby house. We asked the Israeli army several times this year to film with them on patrol in the West Bank, but haven't yet.
Using 3, and people applauded because he was brave. Everyone wants to be fucking Galileo. Wasn't there also a seizure of textbooks and antiquities to erase lands? Yes, that's been happening for a long time, but the thing you're thinking of is specifically in Lebanon. Barbarians fueled by fanaticism, a warning sign to what will happen in America to non-whites. I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong.
Been allowed to join them.
Hey guys, the army's not happy.
They don't want us to record them. It doesn't want you filming?
No.
Okay, we can see the army right down below us, but they've made it clear they're motioning for us to go. On the roof, we meet Shahed, 8.5 months pregnant, watching without a flicker. As Israeli forces fire live rounds and stun grenades and launch tear gas canisters into the fields, setting them ablaze. From the roof, we watch a dozen settler vehicles drive freely out of the village. As more...
Like the fact that some people are just like, oh, I support Israel, but I don't agree with this, when you can just watch videos of like the army just being like, hi settlers, I love you. It's crazy.
Military jeeps arrive in Al-Mughaya, heading for the Abu Alia house. Israel's army said it was responding to reports of a confrontation between Palestinians and Israeli civilians, and that later, masked Palestinians had used slings to hurl stones at soldiers. It said forces fired towards a suspect and that a hit was identified. We're here on the roof right next to the house of the family. They said this happened every day, every week. And here we are. We watch from the edge of the compound as the army finally withdraws.
By the way, as well, I watched a video from CNN, I think it was, or it might be this one, that they were like, yeah, we really want to go and like film with the Israeli military in the West Bank, but they won't let us do it.
When we arrive at the Abu Alia house, medics are treating several people with tear gas and beating injuries. Another man was taken to hospital with a gunshot wound.
First thing this morning, they came with the sheep. There were 4 settlers and they were armed.
Then more settlers came and they laid siege to the house, provoking and insulting us. They came with Israeli soldiers who entered the house and beat people inside.
This is BBC News.
Filmed soldiers breaking down the Abu Aliyah gate that day, while settlers stood beside them. The same moment, filmed by the family, who said the settlers then came in. The army told us it entered a house to...
They're literally just breaking paths open for the settlers to go into. It is actually the most mental thing. I cannot believe I can read a tweet like this from a respected lawyer, Natasha Hausdorff. Melanie Phillips hits the nail on the head on the new blood libel of settler violence. These people are just like a circle of the dumbest people in the world, just telling each other, right, yeah, we are Jewish and we can do nothing wrong. Fucking mental.
Search for suspects throwing stones. What did the family do? Did you throw stones? Did you shout? What did you do?
Nobody threw stones at them. We only shouted at them and asked them to leave. The army came in and beat people inside the house.
Rafiq said security forces took away his cousin after asking to see footage of the settler attack on his phone. The army said it had detained one person taking part in what it called a violent riot and was investigating.
Skullwolves? Thank you for subscribing with Prime. I don't know why it's not showing up, but it just showed up for me.
I love burgers!
Oh, Skullwolves, thank you for supporting the channel.
Allegations of violence by...
Like, these people, I'm sorry, like, I just tweeted this out. It would seem that Natasha Hausdorff genuinely believes that Jews can do no wrong. If you believe that settler violence is a blood libel, you are not living in reality. Genuinely, you are not living in reality.
Soldiers and damage to property. There's a strong impression among Palestinians here that Israeli soldiers often support settlers during attacks. These images, filmed from the house, appear to show settlers breaking fencing around the property as soldiers stand by, helmet off, phone out.
Like they're just texting with their fucking mates who are just doing a pogrom.
Behind one group of settlers is what appears to be a power tool. These photos show it first in the hands of soldiers, then settlers, then soldiers again at the Abu Aliyah fence.
Like they're just sharing, they're giving them fucking power tools. This is why I thought this video was pretty good, and I know people are, are rightly very critical of the BBC, okay, which is a totally reasonable thing to be doing. But this shit of just like being able to watch a settler playing with a power tool that they're then giving to a soldier and vice versa is insane.
The Israeli army hasn't given us a specific response to these incidents. Israel's Prime Minister has said settler attacks are carried out by 150 juvenile delinquents. But standing behind the teenagers in Al-Mughayyah that day were much older settlers, at least one of them armed. And earlier that day, settler groups had put out a call to expel the enemy, including a quote from the Torah, to drive out the inhabitants of the land from before you.
Fucking crazy as well. If there was memory TV... Guys, someone needs to start memory TV. Memory TV, but it's just Israel, and it's just Rabbi Mizrahi talking, and then this. Everyone is a... Oh, Lemon Mint Cat, thank you for the $5. Everyone is a colonizer in the West Bank, is an illegal international criminal. Everyone is a colonizer in the West Bank, every colonizer in the West Bank is an illegal international criminal. Everyone is disgusting and deserves criminal punishment. Yeah, and I do think in any context when people are like, where do you expect Jewish people to go? And it's like, I think pretty much all of those 700,000 people, ones who moved there recently, should be sent back to their own countries to face imprisonment for their crimes. And they should all be heavily investigated. Other ones should be sent to prison inside of Palestine if they're actually from there. I think anyone who's... To be honest, I think that actually goes to all of Israel. I think people who recently moved to Israel from the UK or wherever to do propaganda because they've unequivocally supported it, they should not live there. I'm sorry, that's just wrong. It's immoral. It's unjust. It's disgusting. The fact that I could, to be a soldier, if they're going to be a soldier, prison for life. Thank you for the $5 as well, Lemon. As always, thank you for supporting the channel.
Al-Muraya is surrounded by areas under full Israeli control. In the past few years, Israeli settler outposts, illegal under both Israeli and international law, have mushroomed around it. Saturday's violence was no isolated attack. We had already been called to Al-Muraya the day before. Again, there had been reports of Palestinians injured near the Abu Aliyah house. The first people we met in the village that day were paramedics. What's happening? I heard a report that the army tried to take the keys from one of the ambulance here.
Yesterday,
yes. Yeah, yesterday they did. They turned off 2 ambulances and took the keys from them.
That happened to you or your colleagues?
I was there. Yeah, yesterday, and my colleagues from the other car.
By the way, once again, they steal keys from ambulances.
Yes.
What did they say to you? Like, why did they?
We don't know. They just told us to shut off the engines and took the keys. If they tell us to stay there, we have to stay there and wait, regardless of the situation.
Why is Israeli religious extremism isn't highlighted much compared to when reporting to Muslim extremism, even now when we can see the results of settler violence? Because Israeli Jewish extremism and Christian extremism, you can legally express that. Like, you can. That's the thing. And I think that that's one of the reasons that you see so much, like, Islamic militancy, as terrorism, okay? Because people join these organizations that are not recognized. But when you join the IOF to do terrorism, or you become a settler to do terrorism, it kind of is recognized. Settlers are becoming less and less accepted and are sort of being seen as a terror organization. But the fact that right now they're not designated a terror organization, like the settlement movement, is mental. And I think especially, but generally, when it comes to militaries, I mean, look at Peter Hegseth. Peter Hegseth is a Christian extremist. Like, he straight up is. He believes in, his supremacy over other human beings. He believes he's on a crusade. So he would be happy to join that.
When does that happen?
I mean, it's daily. It's something that we face all the time. The ambulance, yeah.
How often do you come here to Al-Muraya?
I mean, we can say every Friday, maybe. It's something weekly.
At the house, Rafiq said settlers had come, followed by soldiers, and that 2 people had been shot. He said the army ordered everyone out of the house and told them to take down the fence around it. The Israeli army told us that soldiers had fired at individuals during a violent riot. So the family have just told us that this is the reason the army came to the house. They wanted the family to remove this barbed wire. They put it up to stop settlers coming in. The Israeli army didn't respond to our question about this.
But when the settlers told the army do this, he will do this, John. Because the settlers is up of the army,
You think the settlers are in charge of the army?
Yeah. But the army is the settlers. But
I mean, the funny thing is I wonder if this lady agrees with him, because his analysis is correct, because you've just seen a video of it, right? You've just seen the video of that.
The clothes of them is green,
You're saying that the soldiers and the settlers are the same?
Are the same.
How often do the settlers come here to Al-Muraya?
Every day. Every day. Here and here and here and here. And with the army and with the cars of the army and with the army and settlers is the same thing. Yeah.
Many Israeli soldiers serving here are settlers themselves and see the West Bank as land given to them by God. Thousands of settlers were also directly recruited into local security squads here after the 7th of October Hamas attacks and given weapons with minimal vetting or training. The army says most of the squads, known as Hagmar, have now been disbanded following multiple reports of abuse. None of the outposts we approached around Al-Muraya responded to our request for an interview. But one settler in a nearby outpost recently spoke to an Israeli documentary team.
Sorry, you probably can't see that. So he's saying the Hagmar, as in the Israeli settler battalions, their goal is to conquer.
להגמר יש תפקיד להגן על
The Hagmar's role is to protect the residents.
תושבים. אנחנו התושבים מייצרים פה כיבוש. כן, אנחנו יושבים פה על אדמות שלפני שנים לא היינו יכולים ללכת בהם, לא היינו מעיזים ללכת בהם. ערבים שלטו פה בשטח, היום אנחנו פה.
His wife Rivka says she dreams of the squads conquering a nearby Palestinian village.
לפני שנתיים לא יכולתי להיות פה. לא יכולתי להסתובב פה. כי היה פה ערבים שאיימו עליי. אוקיי? ואז הגיעו פה חבורה של ילדים בני 17, בלי נשק, בלי כלום, ופשוט הלכו מכות. על האדמה. כאילו פשוט מראים מי בעל הבית, ואנחנו בעלי...
Like, this is just straight up mad religious extremism. Like, mad religious extremism.
הבית של האדמה הזאת. זה לא אמור להיות שנערים עולים על גבעה ושומרים על הביטחון של כל עם ישראל דרך זה.
And the thing is Israelis are like, we disagree with it. So if you disagree with it, why is there no major current that is like, we have to stop this? Not just settler extremism. This has to end right now. All of the settlements have to go. Every single one. There is no two ways about it. They are going. Why does that not exist?
La Bubu.
Rukia, oh, sorry, I should have responded. Thank you for the £5 donation. Incredibly kind. My school just put up AI posters all around the British, about the sixth form centre, about British values like liberal democracy and the rule of law. Yeah, those are British values. Yeah, of course they are British values. Yeah, and rule of law. That is a fucking crazy thing to be putting up. But I say that, but we had the Kitchener poster that's like, your country needs you in our toilets to wash your hands. And I never listened to them. Not one time did I listen to them. But thank you for the donation. Fucking crazy, though.
אמור להיות הצבא שפורץ את הדרך.
One Israeli soldier who served in the West Bank recently said extremist settlers saw him as the enemy for not supporting their attacks.
There are teenagers there, look at you with hate. There was one who told us, I will put a bullet in your head. It's clear that it's not just few radical teenagers. There are bodies that equip them with this ideology and giving them food and water and some logistical support and also guidance of how to do this.
I asked about claims from settlers themselves that Palestinian attacks on them go unreported.
So what I personally witnessed is in the Palestinian faces I saw only fear. And I never saw any fear on any Jew that lived there. They feel that there is no law and they feel that they can attack in the middle of the day and nothing will
Of course I'm joking. I'm not regularly not washing my hands.
happen.
In the week we were there, the UN counted 45 Palestinians injured by Israeli settlers, including 12 children. It says injuries linked to settler attacks.
I'm just going to skip this because they'll probably try and demonetize me.
The number of settlement outposts has grown. All Israeli settlements are illegal under international law, but these unauthorized outposts are illegal under Israeli law too. That hasn't stopped Israel supporting them with roads and electricity, or legalizing dozens of them after they appear. The Israeli organization Peace Now.
Chris is the Asmongold of the left.
Which monitors settlements, says at least 231 new outposts were created under this Israeli government.
Guys, don't worry, there'll be a two... By the way, the strongest argument... Oh, actually, if you're interested what Isaac and I are doing an episode about, we're going to do like a... Not a real debate, but we're going to talk about the pros and cons of the two-state solution versus the one-state solution for the episode this week and talk about like what our thoughts and feelings are about both. But if you look at a map like this, how do you ever build a two-state solution? And how do you have anything that comes from a position of Israelis need to make massive concessions to the Palestinians, okay? Because this has been going on for decades. This has completely destroyed Palestinian society. There is no Palestinian society at all anymore. There is no Palestinian economy. All of this stuff in the West Bank has been destroyed. Well, there is society, that's wrong. But the economy, the like... social cohesion has been completely destroyed by these Israeli settlements, And yet people still are going like, well, in 2000, at this point, the Palestinians did not act perfectly when the Israelis came and said, we need more than 78% of historic Palestine. You can't even have 22%. It's fucking crazy. Like, how are you even referencing that or telling me about a two-state solution? And saying like, well, the one-state solution's unreasonable because of this. It's like, yeah, I don't know.
And that farm outposts now effectively control 18% of the West Bank, driving out more than 100 Palestinian communities. Part of a race by the government, it says, to expand settlement in the West Bank before Israeli elections are held in October. To see how fast the geography is changing, we drove to the village of Abu Falah, next door to Al Mughaya. A year ago, I witnessed a widespread settler attack unfold here.
Well, what I don't want to undermine about Palestinian society is the fact that Palestinians do live and exist on their land, so I don't really want to act as if there's nothing there, but I know what I'm saying.
While talking to...
And also, sorry, often when someone's saying bye, I don't necessarily say bye, but I always appreciate when you're here, when you like, comment, chat, all of this stuff. It's so greatly appreciated. You know, it's not really possible to stream without this stuff. And the fact that I've been live for nearly 5 hours now is crazy. I think this is the better way to do it because it then means that you get way longer streams because, yeah, I don't know. And I think longer term, maybe I'll think about, like, how we can do guests a bit more. Isaac and I were talking about maybe doing, like, something occasionally, but that's kind of how the podcast was born. And I guess the podcast fills that role.
To a farmer about the growing violence. That farmer was Brahim.
Since we met last year, the attacks have moved from our farms to our homes and into the heart of our community. All my neighbors have been hurt, one way or the other. Some had their houses...
Sorry. That is such a good slander name for Andy Burnham. Andy Ben-Gavir. That is a crazy-ass slander name. Sorry for laughing in such a serious moment. Guests would be good. Journalists are often eager to talk about their work. Yeah, definitely. You're right about that, definitely.
Or cars burned down. There are attacks on the land in the daylight, as you have seen here with your own eyes, and also attacks on our houses at night. We're putting barbed wire up for protection, as if our houses have become prisons.
He points out a new outpost on a nearby hill, built, he says, on private Palestinian land, in an area that's supposed to be run by the Palestinian Authority. Suddenly, we see smoke in the fields below.
So this is happening now?
Yes.
We've just come up to this high point so that Brahim can show us some of the new outposts that have cropped up. But while we're here, we've spotted a fire that Brahim is told is happening on his land, and he thinks some settlers may be setting fire to his agricultural land. We're going to go and have a look.
When?
God, someone was posting clips of Destiny. Did any of you see the clip where Destiny was like kind of justifying and explaining a comment saying erase Janine because Janine was even dangerous for the Palestinian tour guide who told him that he couldn't go there? By the way, the Palestinian tour guide that took him there, I think worked for a major news outlet. I think it was NYT maybe, if I remember correctly, but I might be wrong. But the reason, like, you're not going to be killed in Janine. You'd be welcomed in Janine in most places.
عشان تطلعنا تفضل تفضل. You see the tractor in the left, settlers. This is المغير people. They are waiting to cross. The one who is in the left is settlers.
From a half-built house on the edge of Abu Falah, we can see settlers next to a fire on land right beside Brahim's field.
We're just standing here watching this group of settlers move around the smouldering field in front of us. The army is standing pretty close by, but it's not doing anything to stop them. This is the kind of thing Brahim says is happening almost every day.
The army jeep has blocked the road, but no one stops the settlers starting a second fire, after which they drive straight past the army towards one of several new outposts Brahim has pointed out.
By the way, there's also a famous story in Jenin about a Jewish lady who was like regarded as sort of a semi-cult like hero, who in some ways was like talked about her youth as a palmach, like during the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, but then later changed her opinion completely and spent her entire time like trying to better the lives of Palestinians and actually just living and working with people in Jenin and not treating them like monsters for hating and being angry at Israelis. I think her whole point was to use theater as a way to do it, like to express anger. Most of the kids, by the way, who she worked with ended up to go and fight in the Second Intifada. The documentary Anna's Children is fantastic.
Last time I was here, I watched settlers from an outpost on this hill run down and attack Brahim and the other farmers in the fields.
The audio's gone funny on this. Is that for everything?
Since then, Brahim says 4...
Didn't Hila call Jenin a terror city? Yes, I think. She called it a terror city.
New outposts have sprung up around this area, and we can see 2 of them from where we're standing. There's one little tents and caravans on the top of this hill here, and there's another one just behind that little white building on the other hill.
This is not random. This is systematic policy. The Palestinian people after the Nakba learned a lesson that if they left their land, they would die every single day. We would rather die once or stay and live in dignity.
By the way, this is what I meant about Palestinian society. Listen to that man. Listen to the man talking about like staying in Palestinian land. I haven't seen Palestine 36. I'm sure it's brilliant. I'm sure it's really brilliant. Oh, she said, sorry, she actually referred to Ramallah as a terrorist city. Of course, she raided Ramallah. We should know this. I love a small business. And I apologize, Hila, for getting that wrong. You said Ramallah was a terrorist city filled with terrorists that you raided in your gang for a fun little day out.
From his sheep farm overlooking those same burnt fields, Abu Abdullah says he's watched the noose around the village tighten as the outposts have grown. In April, he says, a dozen settlers broke into his farm and stole all 70 of his sheep.
Right, okay. Yeah.
He said he...
I love also how... Well, I don't love it, but it's kind of representative of how settler colonialism is this somewhat complex thing to explain in many ways, but it's also simultaneously just robbing people. Like, these settlers just rob people. Their military goes and steals stuff. It just goes and robs Palestinian money. And then they just rob 70 sheep from some guy. How much does 70 sheep cost? Probably a lot.
He watched helpless as the armed men broke through the gates and loaded the sheep onto waiting vehicles.
If I come and sit here and the settlers see me, they come and park outside the farm. If I go to these olive trees, they come down the hill in minutes and start shouting at me to get out, as if these lands are not ours.
So where's the invisible line that you can't cross?
They attack everywhere. There are no boundaries except the perimeters of your house. Even here, there is no safety. If they see us, they will come.
The Israeli government says this is just a few kids. This is a few anarchist kids.
They send
the Israeli settler movement, the last bastion of anarchism.
Kids to harass us. Then 10 minutes later, masked men arrive with gas canisters, sticks and pepper spray. The ones in charge of them stay in the tractors with M16 and pistols. If they feel upset, the army arrives and intervenes.
The narrow road that runs past Brahim's field is the only route between Abu Fala and Al-Mughaya. A gauntlet run by residents without stopping. The risks, settlers who have started sitting in the fields, and soldiers who regularly close the road without warning. Passengers in the nearest car often made to kneel on the ground, locals say.
So we've just driven up to the checkpoint to see what's happening, and we could see 2 men.
Do you know what's so crazy? I cannot believe that people like Ethan Klein and Lona Box to some degree has said this too, that they're like, yeah, I would support a military like a military uprising in the West Bank, killing Israeli settlers and soldiers. But they like focus so heavily on the Palestinians and like how much they hate the pro-Palestinian left. It's always crazy to me.
Kneeling on the ground with their hands.
Janine is also fantastic, yes.
Tied. There was a whole queue of cars waiting to go back into Umraya, but the army has just fired tear gas towards them. Everyone's turning around and heading away. 1 week after the attack in Al-Muraya, aftershocks were still shaking the village. Fadi Hamdallah al-Nassan, a young man shot in the leg that day, had died of his injuries. A 17-year-old football player with the Palestinian national youth team, he was carried back through the streets for burial. The next day, 2 more Palestinians were killed in another settler attack nearby. Another routine weekend in the occupied West Bank. Roads closed.
Okay, guys, on that note, I'm going to close up. It's been a long-ass stream, nearly 5 hours. I thank you all kindly for being here. Thank you all for watching, enjoying, and whatever. Donating, especially. Thank you all for all the gifts and kindness. I hope you have a lovely rest of the day. Speak to you guys soon. See you guys tomorrow, most likely. But if not, I'll see you on the weekend. So see you later.